Waking on the blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. A brand new show and day is ready to go, and we're fired up to have you with us. Thank you so much, as always. And we got some Buffalo Wild Wings chicken coming this way, too. We always look forward to that. Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings. It's that time again that we award a check from last month's charity charge, and the beneficiary is Lifeline Children's Services. We've done a lot with them for many years now, and Herbie Newell will be with us today and talk to us a little bit about Lifeline Children's Services and what all they do, and give us an update and how the money raised will go to great use. As we know, that organization does really special things, and for 42 years now, they have been providing gospel hope to vulnerable children, women, and families, and we'll talk to them about that. And then also tell you about another charity charge that's coming up this coming Monday, July 15th, at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, benefiting Wounded Warrior, Alabama, and we'll talk to you about that. Also, Senator Coach Tommy Tuberville will be with us. He'll join us via Zoom from D.C. He's got a lot going on and ready to rant a little bit and talk to you about what's going on up in D.C. Some big news right now with the Biden administration. Will he run? Will he not? Is he going to drop out? What's going to happen? He'll give us kind of behind the scenes up there. So we got a lot happening, and we appreciate you being with us. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central, too, with Rick. So here we go. Let's bring everybody in. Over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey, what's happening?
Let's go, boys.
Let's go, boys.
How are y'all?
Oh, good.
I'm having these moments sometimes where I feel like, and y'all are there, and not necessarily from a cognitive mental level, but we're aging, and
what?
So that you'll come across something and you'll be excited about it, and you'll think it's new, and it's like 3 or 4 years old.
Oh.
And I feel like I'm behind the times.
Oh.
And I did this with a song yesterday.
A song.
And I didn't tell anybody.
This next song took me many places.
This is the first time I'm admitting this. And so, but I came across a song, and I thought, man, I tell you what, I like that song a lot.
Ooh,
I came across it on Instagram Reels. Hugh Freeze was involved, by the way.
And Hugh got a new song?
There was music that was going
Freeze.
with something I think he had put out or his family or something.
Okay.
And I thought, well, I tell you what, I like that
He
song
wrote
a
a new
lot.
song.
Mm-hmm.
So I went and looked it up, and I started playing it. And I got to thinking on last night, I thought, I bet this song's been out for like 3 or 4 years, and I didn't know it.
You're going to be first now to it.
And I'm just now getting to it, and that was the case. It came out in 2021.
Yeah.
Oh, well, he's way off.
Hey, look, as we get older, we ain't supposed to be up on all the new songs coming out.
Now, you're right. If there is a category that I will miss out on new releases, it's music nowadays, because the stuff that's getting played, I'm not really into.
Yeah, my boys, every now and then, they'll help me a little bit, because they'll have stuff going on in the house and like something playing. I'm like, what's this? They're like, oh, this is this group or that group. I'm like, huh? What?
Well,
I didn't know about them.
when
I'm
I
like,
was
Dad, you need to know about them. Do I really?
I'm old now, because I can remember my dad going, Def Leppard, I don't even know what that means. What is that?
Right.
Well, it makes
Motley
me
Crue.
ask the question, what else is out there that I'm missing out on?
Yeah.
I mean, we only got so many years, boys. We may be missing out on another song.
You're right, because
We're narrowing that gap.
The only one I know is "Hey, little person."
Okay, yeah, we got him.
Yeah.
We got that
Why
going
go
on.
there?
I don't know.
That's always good.
Hey.
But I do take pride in not knowing everything that the younger generations know. Like, I take pride in doing my business, doing my job, and doing that really well, and not worrying about all the noise. But I feel like I'm missing out on some more songs.
Well, I want to you want to feel out of touch. Watch an updated awards ceremony, say American Music Awards.
Yeah.
Get you a load of that.
Yeah. But
And
some
you'll
of that,
go, what? I don't know who one act is.
right? And some of that, though, I'm kind of proud of myself.
Yeah.
Me
Me
not
too.
being off in that,
Yeah.
and
Because I used to
wasting
look forward to
stupid-
those shows, because
Yeah.
they would have, back then they actually would have some rock bands and stuff added to it, which they just completely ignore now. But
Yeah.
yeah,
And every now and then we'll also, as a family, we'll like group text, like just a song or something like that. And
Y'all share songs?
Yeah, like
That's a good idea.
Terry will send like the family a song that she likes or something. The boys will send something back.
Does anybody ever get negative about it? Like,
That's
that's a dumb
songs.
song.
Not really. No, not really. I mean, they might outside the text group, like, oh, who's that? But like the boys will send me like some country artists that I'd never heard of before. Of like, hey man, this song's really good, or somebody that's making noise on YouTube and they're like a big hit. But to your point, I forget what it was. Somebody emailed us a country artist that hadn't really made it yet, and I shared it with the boys, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we heard of him like 8 months ago or 9 months ago." I'm like, oh, "Okay."
Now I will say,
so I guess he's a big deal.
Taylor is up on keeping me because me and him have the same. We like the same types of music.
Okay.
So he's a threat to send me something.
Is he? Okay.
I mean, me and him went and seen Metallica at the Atlanta Braves Stadium.
That's right.
I mean, but we do, which is funny because they were actually popular when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
And they were still, when he came through, they were still going. So, but yeah, he'll send me a new song in a minute.
In a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't share songs in the family. I just realized that.
Like
Ray and I share a bunch of sports stuff together. Like every morning I wake up. Of course, he's up way too late when he's sending me this stuff. Of course, I'm sending him stuff back probably way too early. And then Maddie and I have Wordle. We've talked about that. Owning it right now, 19-day streak. And Caroline and I send each other wildlife, like and funny pet things.
Yeah.
And then Amanda and I send each other parenting funny things that we see.
Now, Chandler's
and different cooking things. Too.
Chandler's going to send me a video of somebody goofy or somebody stupid.
Yeah.
And stuff like doing something, great. And she keeps me up on all that.
But like last year, for instance, Rock the South came to Coleman, Alabama. It's one of the largest outdoor concerts in the country every year, and they have all kind of artists coming in. And a lot of times, because they have to plan a year out, but they can pinpoint who's getting hot and all this kind of stuff. Well, I remember last year Cody Johnson was coming to Rock the South, and he created quite a buzz, on YouTube and all this kind of stuff. I didn't know really who it was. And they started going, oh, yeah, Dad, this is a big deal. But he didn't get a lot of radio play then, or at least this is what I'm learning from it.
Played me a song of his the other day.
Yeah, and but the boys were like, oh, no, we got to see him. And I'm like, wow, I did not even heard of him before.
And the Zach Bryan guy.
Oh, yeah, Zach, yeah.
Him selling out arenas. I didn't know who he was.
Yes, both of them.
Caroline loves him.
Good
night.
And then old Riley Green
had to
was
go
there
to the
last
concert.
year.
Oh, Riley, yeah, he's doing well.
He sure is.
Saw him. It said he had put something out on the 4th of July. He was in London.
Really?
And it was a huge concert.
Wow. I don't know if you'd heard of Chris Stapleton. He was there last year, too.
Pretty good. I may be wrong, but if I am, I just say Greg made it up.
Greg, you made it up.
But right before he got extreme, I love his music. He's really good, and he's huge.
To my Stapleton.
Yes. Our affiliate here, they used to host a local restaurant bar. They would have country artists that were up and coming come from Nashville to here and play, and they would advertise it, come out and see. And it was always up and comers. And he came, and I talked to one of the people that worked there, and they said, and this was after the fact, because at the time nobody knew who he was, and there was hardly anybody there. And then without less than a year, he was huge.
It was that quick.
Good night. That's crazy.
I mean, it was like a free show, and they wanted me about there.
Yeah. Well, I was sitting here looking just because I had brought up Rock the South. You got Eric Church, Jelly Roll, and all them coming.
Jelly Roll?
I saw that on down the list. Oliver Anthony is coming. Has he put out anything
Let
else?
me ask you this. I think Oliver peaked a little quick, and remember, and I didn't get. I mean, hey, good for Oliver, but I didn't get it. I thought it was okay, but don't forget the way everybody was acting. Don't forget the emails we were getting.
Well, timing is everything.
I think he may have flamed up too bright too quick.
Yeah, but timing is everything, and he hit right.
We're tired all day.
At the right time, coming out of all that COVID stuff and all that mania and the restrictions and the mandates and all that.
Everybody went nuts.
He hit right. Yeah, he did.
And they tried to play concerts, and
I just wonder
if the equipment for all the people to hear. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He wasn't ready.
Richmond, north of Richmond.
What else has he got?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, because he's got to play a whole set.
And does it all have the same flow?
Cowboys and Sunsets.
Okay.
90 some Chevy.
Okay.
And I want to go home.
Now,
or
I heard
a few
that
of
one.
Everybody will sit through those to get to the one they want. He'll hold it last if he's smart.
Sure. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Can't pay the IRS, receiving threatening letters. It's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation and call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGBOX. That's BIGV as in voice, OX, to get your discount. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, our Constitution, and our military veterans. First responders are heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, summer's here and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. Maybe it's golf, bike riding, boating, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, check out Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Give it a try at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order. Or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally. Fight pain with Relief Factor.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. To find the one right for you, take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it out than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-day free trial, and they've got over 12,000 five-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. That's B-I-G and V as in voice, O-X. helixsleep.com/bigbox to save up to 30% off your mattress order. This July, as we celebrate the birth of our nation, it's important to reflect on the freedoms our forefathers fought for. But today, some of those freedoms are under attack. Look no further than the treatment of our president, Donald Trump. Now, if the left can go after him, they can also come after you. That's why now, more than ever, we need to stick together and fight back. AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and it's more than just a senior discount organization. AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. Now, you'll enjoy money-saving benefits. The AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. Learn more about how AMAC is actively fighting for our freedoms by visiting amac.us/bigvox. Join me and thousands of others that are proud to be AMAC members and get in on the election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years. Visit amac.us/bigvox today.
the gravy, please.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us here on the kickoff hour. If you're listening live next hour, we'll have Senator Tuberville with us. He'll join us via Zoom from D.C., talk about a number of different topics. And then a little bit after that, we'll have Tim Spencer and Buffalo Wild Wings in here. Now, Greg, I want you to act right when you see the chicken. You're like a bird dog.
I like
when you see that chicken, you know,
I give my
that
seat
tail,
up for Tim and the guest, and I go eat chicken.
you start pointing,
I do too.
and you disappear. So act right now. But we had a very successful charity charge last month. It's a great win for everyone. You go and eat great food and benefit great charities and organizations throughout the years that we have come alongside. And Tim and his bunch at Buffalo Wild Wings have donated. They were the numbers that were run. I think it's over $250,000 that they've donated over the years. It's pretty insane. You forget because time kind of rushes on by.
boy,
You
does
forget
it
how
ever.
long we've actually been doing this, and the months just keep on clicking by.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, when I saw the big check laying up here and you going to write on it this morning when I walked in, I thought to myself, we must have rescheduled this to an earlier date
Yeah.
because it's here again.
Yeah,
here
and,
again.
and sometimes you're
Figuring
right.
Chicken time.
Because of like vacations or whatever, it might be a 3.5 week deal, or but sometimes it's 5. It just depends. But it's a different month and pretty close every month to being 30 days apart. So Lifeline Children's Services, the beneficiary from last month. We'll talk to Herbie from Lifeline this. In about an hour and a half from now, and then we'll talk about the new charity charge coming up, so don't forget that. If you're at the website, and we'll get links to all them in show notes, don't forget Nashville to Birmingham, Stories Behind the Songs. I'll be with Greg at the Finnick, 2nd Avenue South in Birmingham on July 19th at 6 p.m., and that's going to be pretty cool. We got performances from the songwriters. They'll be singing their hits.
They've written a lot of hits.
Yeah, and we'll have a lot of fun. Understand we're going to have to auction some stuff off too. They asked how our auctioneer delivery was. I told them that you secretly wanted to become an auctioneer, so you're pretty good at it.
No, I wouldn't go there, but
so we have that live music. We've got all kinds of stuff. So be looking for that if you want to come alongside and help Nashville to Birmingham. Everything benefits Rainbow Omega, and they are really a special non-profit community serving adults with disabilities, and they do great work, and we're honored to be a part of that special night. You can go to rickandbubba.com, just click on upcoming events, and I think it's the first event listed. You can click on it and then see how you can be a part of that special night. If you can't be there, you can still come alongside Rainbow Omega and everything. So there you go. That's kind of setting the table for the day. And don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central. That's kind of what we do on the kickoff hour, just kind of kicking things off, ready to go for the day. Hurricane Beryl, who came, went through.
It barreled through
and hit Texas as a Category 1. They're saying that it's damaged the roof of the Texans stadium there. NRG Stadium roof has been damaged by the hurricane. A lot of flooding came along and hit Houston. We talked to Span about that. He said that was really the main thing, left millions in Texas without power, and unfortunately caused multiple deaths in Texas and Louisiana. But they're saying the panels are missing from the retractable roof there at NRG Stadium, and so there'll have to be some fixing going on. But the home of the NFL Houston Texans, that aftermath of Hurricane Beryl, the roof has been damaged. That came out yesterday. And I saw this one. This was kind of interesting. You remember Arch Manning? He had this big stand where he was not going to be a part of the EA Sports College Football 25. Well, he's made a big, huge U-turn, and he's confirmed he actually will appear in EA Sports College Football 25.
Well, you're going to have to sub him.
Yeah.
Because he's not the starter, which I respect that. He's going to sit around and he'll take over the reins. But, in today's world, most people with his, popular as he was, number one player in the country, and he don't immediately start, they would go somewhere else. But he's staying there, and I say that, and then he'll leave. But.
He gets that he doesn't have to play every week to go to the NFL.
Exactly.
And most
he waits his
people
time, get better.
Exactly. Exactly. Look, how many quarterbacks have we seen? I mean, how many quarterbacks have we seen that for the first 2 years that have actually played have not done very well? Yeah. Then they go somewhere else. Patrick Nix, not Patrick, but his son Bo Nix.
Yeah.
And you can go the kid at Washington. You can go quarterback after quarterback, player after player. Well, we just talked about the one that recently passed away. His story is unbelievable. That got drafted at Minnesota, then ended up at Oregon. It was at Alabama. And it was at a community college and was sacking groceries before that.
Yeah,
it's a process, and these guys have got to mature. Yeah. And most of them don't give themselves a chance. And he's decided, I want to do this here at one place.
Yeah,
which makes sense.
Yeah, and I'm going to get better. And he came from a smaller school, so the speed of the game, I'm sure, was a huge difference.
Yes,
right.
And I think he'll do well. When it's his turn, which will probably be next year.
Yeah. Well, he's got about $50,000 or $60,000 reasons why he is part of it. It looks like from the reports that are coming out, EA Sports has paid Arch between $50,000 and $60,000 to promote the game. All players featured.
So he's more than just getting that $900 to be on it.
Because we came out and we were like, all right, how's this going to happen? What's going to happen in college football 25? They agreed to pay all the players that were featured $600, and then they get a free copy of the game too. Yeah. He obviously has a better deal than that.
So he's going to actually promote it, I guess.
And it's going to be released the day we're at the Finick, July 19th, Greg. EA Sports College Football 25 is scheduled to be released July 19th. And it'll initially be available on the PS5 and the Xbox Series XS gaming systems. But, those are the reports coming out of On3. They reported EA Sports paid Arch about $50,000 to $60,000 to change his mind.
Well,
so that kind of helps with that U-turn. So he'll kind of be a big promoter of the game. And I was actually talking to I think it was JC or was it Reese? They were pretty excited about this thing coming out. They were like, "Hey, can't wait." They were counting down the time for it to come out, and they enjoy playing.
This is one of those things that I'll pick up a controller or something when I'm like 54, and I'll.
Buddy, I'm 55. You don't have to act like that's old.
Well, no, I'm not saying old. I'm just saying older than I am now.
You see what he said?
And
like I'm 54.
It's gonna be one of those things that like after this is blown up to even a more ridiculous than it already is.
Yeah,
I'll grab a controller 5, 6, 7, 8 years from now. And I'll be like, hey, I should have been playing this since I was 40.
Yeah, since the whole time.
This is awesome.
Like from Major League Baseball and all this kind of stuff, JC went in. I don't know if y'all remember, he created the Rick and Bubba team. He had our own uniforms, and I think they like a lot of that aspect of it. But Arch Manning will be in 25, so that's coming out July 19th. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Can't pay the IRS? Haven't filed in a while? Receiving threatening letters? Yeah, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans just like you. You need warriors on your side. You need Tax Network USA. And at tnusa.com/bigbox, Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. For instance, they discovered a limited time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. Find out if you qualify before it's too late, and never call the IRS alone. Let Tax Network USA and their attorneys handle it. They have preferred direct lines to the IRS. They know which agents to use, which ones to stay away from. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation now. 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. BIGV as in voice, OX. If you're looking for deals, let me say you need to be shopping at mypillow.com/bigbox. They're having their $25 extravaganza sale. Premium Giza My Pillows are $25. My sandals, $25. 6-pack My Towel sets, $25. Percale bed sheets are $25. Beach towels are $25, and there's even more. Don't forget their delicious 100% Arabica organic coffee. Start your day at 50% off. Head to mypillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. OX.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G and then V as in voice, O-X to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com. Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer, Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to relieffactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. But the truth is, the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap: Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on that blubber.
Greg, I did not know that you were in Ohio, but apparently you were, because I see a story here that sounds like something you would do. I'm like, wait,
Well,
is
what's
this
that
Greg?
gonna do?
I see here a man has been accused of breaking into a pet store. He's from Ohio.
So I would break into a pet store.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird. He was found sleeping with hamsters in his pants. And I thought, well, that sounds like something Greg would do.
Hey, that's dangerous.
Yeah, an
What?
Ohio man
What
is
are you
accused
talking
of
about?
breaking into several stores,
Several?
including a pet store where he lets animals loose. Police say they found Matthew Pancake.
That's his name?
Yes, asleep with hamsters in his pants in, I guess, his latest break-in.
Hamsters in his pants. My goodness.
Do y'all want to hear the officer talking about it?
Yeah, I'd like to hear it. Hey, pal, what's going on there?
What you got? Here is the officer talking about. It's not long, but just a little bit of it. Take a listen.
We say it all the time. We never know what to expect in our job. And one day, you're running after a suspect. The next day, you're running after a ferret or a bunny.
You never know.
A bunny.
So he what he does is he goes in and he breaks into these stores. And then he releases.
Well, why did he
animals.
shove them in his pants? Trying to sneak them out? Or?
I don't know. Apparently, he
They'll
fell
bite,
asleep.
you know.
I'm thinking he might have been under the influence of something.
Yeah.
He goes, "Hey, I'm a little sleepy," but he's broken into several
I'm tired. Let me stuff
businesses
some.
on the city's west side there in Columbus, Ohio, including a pet store where several animals were released. They say, but he was found asleep with hamsters in his pants.
Well, doggone. Don't even. I mean, just saying that.
Yeah, but they're saying that there's
sir,
most of the animals that he has let out have been recovered, and we're talking about everything from parrots to you name it.
Yeah,
that's his thing. He looks good too.
I bet he does.
Yeah,
Who, Pancake?
Yeah.
That can't be his name.
Pancake says Pancake was taken to the hospital to be treated for his injuries. He's charged with breaking and entering. They
abuse
say,
of hamsters.
Yep. He was found asleep near the Big Lots, and it says on the road, on Roberts Road, about 4:47 a.m. Officers arrested him and discovered there were 4 hamsters in his pants. I guess he was maybe trying to. That's how he got them out, and he was.
You know how they
release
check
them.
people when they get them up against the wall, and they do that search. Don't you know? They're like, "Good night. What's going on?"
They also found blood
Wow,
at the
this guy-
scene. They found blood at the scene. Believe
Speedy.
that the suspect was injured either from the animals or
I'm
in
sure
the
the
breaking
hamster-
in and breaking out.
Hamsters
process.
don't like to be stuffed in somebody's
No,
pants. They
they'll
ain't
bite
going
you too. Their
quietly.
teeth.
Yeah, they'll bite you.
I had a hamster growing up. We had a couple hamsters.
I couldn't.
growing
My
up.
mom was
None
scared.
of this was ever done.
My
but-
mother said they look too much like rats.
Yeah.
She did,
Oh,
and
yeah.
she was terrified of rats. So
Yeah.
we were not. I wanted a hamster. A friend of mine had one. Had that wheel. And you remember the big plastic tubes they'd run
Yeah,
around in?
yeah,
I
yeah.
wanted one bad.
This was all Jay. I got bit by one time. And
Did
I was
you
just
really?
Like, well, whatever.
It and bees.
The
about
officers
guinea pig?
went on to say they were searching for a couple of bunnies and birds and a ferret as well. He went on to say that he heard the hamsters were having a ball when they discovered him. I made that part up. Just what a weird
Yeah, they
story.
were.
Hey, what a strange story. But if y'all want to picture him, he looks a little like Greg. That's kind of what you need to picture in your mind.
Okay, buddy. Yeah.
I knew.
Look,
I knew this story.
I will not be putting hamsters in my pants. I
Okay.
would not do that.
No.
Kind of afraid of them.
No,
Yeah. I don't like the. I don't like them. Don't like them a bit.
I don't really want to put anything in my pants.
Yeah. No. You're right.
Not really.
No
Let's
animal
think
for
about
dang
it.
sure. Let's just-
There's no
when it
wildlife out there I would put in my pants.
No.
Nope. No. I'm gonna go with
Tell
what.
you what you better not.
needs
That's a
to be
hedgehog.
Right. Let's just go with what belongs there.
You
All right?
Or a porcupine.
Porcupine. You'll regret it.
By the way, I did something this morning on the way in. Speaking of animals,
Ooh.
I dodged an armadillo, and after I dodged it, I thought, Helms, that armadillo is now going to destroy somebody's yard, and you just
Yeah.
allowed it to happen.
You allowed it to happen.
Yeah, but that thing will knock
gotten
your
soft.
tire off the rim if you ain't careful.
I know.
Boy.
So he was just they can't see, especially when that light
No,
hits
they
them.
don't see very well.
And I did. I see raccoons all the time, and I see,
every morning.
obviously everybody sees squirrels.
Possums.
But in this location of my area of the house, I've never seen an armadillo until this morning. So
Huh.
Odd.
Really?
it caught me off guard, and I was like, wow, okay. So that's not a possum. That's actually an armadillo.
Yeah, there it is.
And I swerved and missed it. And I did think to myself, you caused a lot of problems for that guy that armadillo was going to his
I
yard.
agree with that. And I try not to run over anything
Me
because
too.
one,
Mhm.
the mess. And
Yeah.
I had to deal with it.
Too, my heart's big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I try not. Even old
Yeah.
possum.
I don't like
and
hurting.
I'm not gonna wreck trying
I
to
know.
miss
Right.
it. If you put me in danger.
Yeah.
But
No.
I mean,
That was in queue. That wasn't on
Okay.
there.
All right. I was like, what is that?
I was queuing something up to see if y'all could tell me what's going on here.
all right.
I slumped back in my seat, and my eyes rolled back as I.
What do y'all think's
Speed.
going on?
He's got a hamster in his pants.
Michael Helms.
sounds like-
Michael Helms.
Speedy, that's not.
Told, and I was actually.
I got a good
foaming
one
at
right
the
now.
mouth. My wife.
He was foaming at the mouth.
Uh-huh. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Y'all going to play this game?
I slumped back in my seat.
I'm scared
and
to
my eyes
death.
rolled back, as I've been told, and I was actually foaming at the mouth.
What do y'all
I
think?
can't touch that with a 10-foot.
No, I've got a
He had
really good one.
He had an allergic reaction to something. And
Yeah, all right,
he
here we
doesn't know
go.
what happened.
Saying help, help, and then
Help.
Oh, he was saying help.
Mm-hmm. Or I think his wife was saying help.
He got stung by a bee and had a reaction to
Oh,
it.
yeah.
she helped. And boy, did she help. With
What y'all
Good
think?
night, Speedy. This
This
whole
keeps
thing
getting
is not
worse.
good.
What do y'all think?
I don't know.
Y'all done? You scratch, it's got you scratching top of your head for some
can't-
reason.
I want to say what I want to say
Well, that's
so
what I'm saying.
badly.
I'm scared to death.
I am
really.
too.
split seconds, a woman 2 rows over noticed that I was in trouble.
Trouble.
What do y'all think?
You're going to have to go ahead and ride this out.
All right.
Is that Henry Winkler?
Administering
Sounds like him.
CPR on me immediately. I think I'd give her a big hug.
A 78-year-old man in Massachusetts is trying to track down a woman who saved his life at a Rolling Stones concert.
At a Rolling Stones concert.
Fittingly, the song "Start Me Up" was playing when it happened.
That can't be true.
This gentleman is sitting here talking about how his life was saved when he went into cardiac arrest. He was. He said that a stranger saved his life, and they were at Gillette Stadium for the concert. And it happened on May 30th when he suffered the heart attack. He lost consciousness, and he had third row seats too. I mean, some good seats.
Wow.
And
Paid good money for that.
Yeah, the
Mick could have got down there and helped him.
he
That
said
close.
it said it happened when the song "Start Me Up" was playing during the introductory music. That's when he says a fellow concert goer rushed over from the first row to begin CPR. When his wife, who sat beside him, was screaming, "Help! Somebody help!" They obviously could tell that he was in duress, and he was telling Boston 25 News, that's where we got that audio from, that the Foxborough first responders arrived on the scene quickly and took over, but the bystander saved his life. And so the reason why this is a story today is that he's calling out to figure out who was this. We don't even know who you are.
You heard him talking.
Mm-hmm.
You say he was how old?
78, I think it says.
The band was actually older than him.
Mm-hmm.
And think about that for a second.
Yeah, 78.
The Rolling Stones are older than he is.
Right. He underwent double bypass surgery 6 days later. One artery was 99% closed, the other about 70. The doctor said that the person acted quickly and saved his life.
Wow.
So the reason why this is a story, if it happened back at the end of May, is that he's trying to find who saved me, you know. But think about that: you're at a concert, third row, "Start Me Up."
Hurry.
I mean, here we go, and all of a sudden, you heard what he said. So think about that scene. Okay, and then this happens.
Stones concert made it even worse.
In my seat, and my eyes rolled back, as I've been told, and I was actually foaming at the mouth. My wife started saying, "Help, help," and then she helped. And boy, did she help. Within split seconds, a woman 2 rows over noticed that I was in trouble and began administering CPR on me immediately. I think I'd give her a big hug. A very big hug, and thank her.
Saved his life. How about that? See, Greg, you would have ran to the bathroom or something. Got out of there.
I might have.
Some people run to it.
Well, you think about this, and he's alive, and he's glad he is, but ain't no telling what them tickets cost. He missed the whole show.
That way you went.
Maybe the Stones ought to give him a free ticket to come to another one.
Right, yeah. Good night.
Well,
Well, he wants to find the lady that saved his life.
yeah, okay.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. Just go to babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle-Gro 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16 and get up to 40% off, plus save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle-Gro excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details while supplies last.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LOT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer, Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to ReliefFactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out, because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycon's, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's buyraycon.com/bigvox. BIGVOX.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we got 9 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the program is sponsored by Raycon.com/BigVox. You've heard us talking about Raycon's everyday earbuds in the past, and maybe you've thought, well, maybe I need to try this out. But wait, is this the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but half the price? Yeah. They sound excellent. Folks say, look, we're enjoying them. I know staff members here have them. You need to try it out and pull the trigger on a pair. Now is the time to upgrade your situation when it comes to the everyday earbuds, because they have upgraded models for the best-selling everyday earbuds. This means that you get features you know and like optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit. Greg talks about that all the time. He likes that in his ear, how it fits and doesn't jump around when he's doing a little bit better. 3 customizable sound styles.
Sure.
Now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once, Greg.
Not one, but 2.
Right. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors, too. I know those are important to you.
Yeah.
So if you're wanting to check them out and buy a pair for you, your kids, your grandkids, a birthday coming up, whatever the place, or even a colleague, this is no better time than right now. You got a 30-day happiness guarantee. You got nothing to lose. Plus, you're going to get 15% off today and free shipping. Wow.
Come on.
BuyRaycon.com/BigVox. 15% off and free shipping at BuyRaycon.com/BigVox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX, Big Vox. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com and click under the sponsors button. All right, so we've been hopping around a little bit. We got a lot coming up. We got Buffalo Wild Wings coming in today. Tim Spencer will be joining us, and they'll be bringing some delicious food from Buffalo Wild Wings, and we'll present a charity charge check to Lifeline Children's Services. We'll talk to Herbie with Lifeline, talk about how that money raised from last month, and it's a good number, too. We'll go to great use with Lifeline, and then talk about this coming Monday. We have another charity charge at participating Buffalo Wild Wings coming up, and it benefits a great organization out of Alabama, Wounded Warrior Alabama, and we'll talk to you about them and what they do. And you can go out and enjoy some delicious food from Buffalo Wild Wings, and at the participating sponsors, 10% of those food sales goes to the charity. So that's cool.
Cool.
A couple questions from the audience. Will you open food or drink in the store before you pay for it?
No, I've only done that once or twice, and it was a dire situation where I was so thirsty, and the line was a little long, and I started taking a couple of pops off of it. But no, normally I don't. You went right there, didn't you? Huh? It was more like
I got to have it.
More like a water Powerade.
Oh.
Yeah.
I like this song. I mean, this song.
This
is a question.
Those
What's about
songs
a song?
are really on you.
This next song.
Would you rather?
Taking me a lot of places.
Takes me a lot of places, and I like hamsters.
Sorry.
Would you rather sing? You only have one option here.
Well, I'm good at it.
Okay. Would you rather sing or dance to every song you heard?
Sing.
You can only do one for the rest of your life.
Sing.
I'm singing.
I'm singing. Because, I might not want to get up and dance. What if I'm chilling
what
out?
if I'm tired?
What if I'm on the couch or something comes on? I'm like,
Am I a good singer or am I just singing?
Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're kind of a Oliver Anthony. Not Oliver Anthony.
What is his name? Anthony Oliver?
Yeah.
Or Oliver Anthony? Which one?
No, it's not Oliver.
Richmond, north of Richmond.
Been there all day. Worked hard all week.
Y'all heard that song?
For BS pay. He was just at his place.
All right, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let me reverse it. Okay. What would you rather the rest of the world do? Everybody sing or everybody dance?
So I'm in a musical?
No, you're just in
Both
life.
of those are going to get on my nerves.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
I might go
too.
dance on that.
You really? So you would talk to somebody while you're talking to them, they're just sitting there dancing.
What for singing?
There would be some entertainment value to it if you're watching everybody dance.
Oh, especially at a ball game or something.
Do y'all like extra cheese on your pizza? Like, do
No,
y'all
I
ever
used to.
do y'all ever do that option when you order a pizza?
There was a time when I did that.
Okay.
But for some reason, as an adult, I just don't do it. I used to.
Well, look at you getting grown up.
I don't know. I used to. That was commonplace. Extra cheese, please.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like the cheese I got.
Do you know I used to get extra cheese on my hamburger sometimes?
No, that's ridiculous.
What? I went to Wendy's and
So
I
you
would
wanted
get,
two of the little.
No, here's what I'd do. I'd go, yes, sir. I take your order, please? Yeah, I'd take a number 2 extra cheese, and I'd say
what's
that.
extra cheese even
But
mean?
let me tell you something. You know how you got your little patties? They'd put, cheese patty.
You know, the businesses have gotten better. You know, now all, the fast food, they make it as you order it. But when I was growing up, they didn't at certain places. Burger King was the first one that said you can have it your way.
Yeah.
If you did a special order at McDonald's when we were growing up, they were going to make you pull over and you're going to have to sit because they had them already made.
They were
and they didn't
teaching
want
you.
you coming in there with I just ketchup only without onions.
Right.
We'll go pull right over. We'll get to you sometime tomorrow.
All right. Speaking of condiments with food.
Hey.
Okay.
Yeah, gracious. Do you just go there every time? Say.
Do y'all
when he
keep?
first brought it up.
Do y'all keep anything in your car like ketchup, mustard,
Lisa
any
tries
packs
to,
that
and
y'all?
I'm against it.
No, the only thing I keep.
Matt, why are you against
I don't
it?
I don't like that. It's gross. First of all,
It's not gross. It's a pack of something
but
that's
how long
sealed
does it
up.
sit there? And
Well,
it gets hot, and then they start piling up. They accumulate. I'll tell you this: if I got to eat in the car, I want food with ketchup for fries or anything.
No,
No, I won't.
Who
either.
does that?
Lisa,
I won't either.
Really?
She'll get her little paper and put the ketchup on it and all that. I said, just eat the fries.
But every once in a while, if I got an extra pack of ketchup or taco sauce or something like that, I will
eventually
put it in.
overtakes the whole car.
Well, I'll put it over there just in case. And I've needed it before.
It's not a condiment, but I do keep a plastic fork in the car.
Yeah, I do. I keep that too.
And
Napkins
that's
is all I
from
keep.
that's from one Terry Wilbur.
Yeah.
All I keep
She's like, you need to have a plastic fork in here. I'm like,
what?
why, honey? She's like, because when you order, sometimes they'll leave the fork out, like if you've got grilled nuggets or something like that. And I'll tell you this, it has saved us once or twice. Look, they forgot the fork again. So you can go to your fork now.
Yeah.
Of course, it stabbed me once or twice trying to get my wallet.
I'd rather have that than ketchup.
All right.
Yeah.
Last question.
It doesn't spoil.
When y'all go into a store
Mm-hmm.
and you grab something that you think you need, and then all of a sudden you find either what you were actually looking for and that wasn't it, or you find a better option, do you put that thing, do you go back and
Yes.
put it where you got
I
it?
do.
Or do
Yeah.
you leave it there?
No, I try to go back.
No, wait a minute.
I've done it both. I've done both of them. I'm gonna be complete honest. I'm gonna be complete honest.
I have done.
I have left it.
It just depends on how far it is.
That's it. I mean,
just gonna be honest.
look, if I'm 4 aisles
And
over,
if I'm in a hurry,
it's going to be right there where I picked up the new item.
Yeah, some work.
Yeah, or you thought better of it and you're at the checkout and you're like, I don't need this.
That's different.
Yeah,
That's
stick it,
different.
and you stick it over there by the candy bars.
And I think they're okay. Well, I think they're okay with you just handing it to them and going, I don't want this
Why is
anymore.
this soup can being over here?
Yeah, there's a soup can
Next
over
to
by
this-
the Reese cups.
What day he did this? Oh, I remember him. You remember he was in there scratching his butt and
Yeah,
saying, how y'all doing?
man.
Oh, yeah, Greg.
Yeah. That hamster's in his pants.
He's hopping around. Like, where's my big brother?
I think that one's 50-50 with me.
Yeah, it just the situation
depends.
dictates.
Yeah.
Have you ever put something back after you take a drink out of it?
No, I have not.
Hey, I don't know who that guy
I
was
haven't.
that you were just doing, but can he take us to break?
Oh, yeah, it's Greg.
Does that mean?
We'll be right back. I can't wait for Buffalo Wild Wings to be here. I'm going to eat like I ain't ever ate before.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I just want to come in there and be part of the celebration.
Well, how you doing?
Man, you are doing
still liking
great.
it out in Seattle?
Seattle's
Toting the mail like
Seattle's
you
going
like
good. You know, it's like growing on me, I guess.
Is it really? Be honest.
I mean, I'm starting to like it a lot. But I mean, I still love Alabama, and of course, I still love Kentucky. But Seattle is starting to grow on me a little bit.
You haven't been with us since we've been on TV on Turner South.
I know, because you see, I keep on looking around
Yeah,
like, what's going on here, you know?
Well, all your home folks in Kentucky are watching you, and you also hear us in parts of Kentucky, too.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's good. Well, hey, what's up, everybody in Kentucky?
And you got a few friends in Tuscaloosa, too. Of course, they've been listening for a while.
Right. Everybody's like, I heard you're going on TV.
He's also here to issue a challenge or something to us.
Oh, you guys don't want this.
This is a mistake.
You don't want this.
Look, and I've already told him he don't want none.
I'm letting y'all know that, we've been doing our foundation little softball against the media in Mobile.
Sean.
And I wanted to get on TV and radio and let y'all be the captains of the new Sean Alexander versus the Birmingham media.
You don't want none. You better wear
Sean.
a cup because it's coming hard.
I'm just letting y'all know.
This is your only hope. is because now if the Rick and Bubba team was brought out of retirement, 63-0, you might remember that team, never lost.
I do remember that team.
But now, if you want us to be on some media goob team, you might have a chance because there might be some sissies out there that we can't control.
Now, who's going to be on your team?
Well, you know, there's always my captains is always the same. Me and Chris Samuels, and then we go pick.
I want to be on Chris's team, really.
We go and pick some of my other friends through, you know, Alabama, the SEC,
Some of his
pros.
friends.
Yeah, some of the pros. You know,
So they're
King
all
Griffey Jr.
athletes, so
No,
we have to. Okay, that's fine.
That's fine. Let me okay, call Jeff Fisher and that's how we play.
I don't have to call anybody. We're not trying to play against. You know, it's not about what you all do. Y'all have no say in this thing.
You just tell us where to stand.
Me and Big Chris are on teams again. It's over.
So we'll talk about that. Let's talk about the golf tournament quickly as we get to break. The second annual Sean Alexander Charity Golf Tournament, presented by the Orthopedic Center of Huntsville and Huntsville Hospital Sports Center.
Yep.
That's coming up on the 17th of April.
17th of April, yeah.
Canebrake Golf Club in Athens, Alabama, where you can hear us on the Rocket and watch us on Turner South. And you're going to bring some friends up to the tournament, and you can find out more by going to SeanAlexander.org. That is SHAUN Alexander.org. And we'll tell you more about that when we get back. But you can go to that website right now. It'll benefit Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Limestone County, the University of Alabama National Alumni Scholarship Fund, and the Sean Alexander Family Foundation, which does great work everywhere. So you can find out more. Go to SeanAlexander.org, or you can call to be part of this tournament, 205-344-6615. 205-344-6615. We'll be back. Hang on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 877 We Be Big. Sean Alexander, our guest, was letting you know going to the break, the second annual Sean Alexander Charity Golf Tournament coming up in Athens, Alabama at the Canebrake Golf Club, if you want to be part of that. Sean, some of the NFL friends coming, you got any commitments that you can talk about, or just, hey, keep going to your website for details?
Yeah, go to my website for details. I know Amon Green, and he plays with the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah. I love the Pack.
Hey, we were high school All-Americans together, so I said, all right, I need you.
Well, you got to call in the favors now.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Well, you know, we got some other stuff.
Well, last year your lineup was incredible, so if it's anything like anywhere near that.
Yeah, it's going to be like that. You know, I didn't want to say who's all coming because, you know, basically I had it all written down.
So you left it? Did you leave it?
Yeah, that's what my wife.
Well, you came for Bubba's birthday. You ain't about this. Yeah, we want to let her.
He got focused on the ribs, and he forgot.
That's it. I know, and I can't believe I'm eating ribs this early.
Yeah, well, look, welcome home. This doesn't happen in Washington State, does it?
Sweet home.
SeanAlexander.org is the website, and Sean spells his name SHAUN Alexander.org, and you can follow that. You'll be part of the tournament. It'll also tell you how to be there for that event.
Hey, what's in Huntsville? 95.1.
The Rocket, baby.
Hey, well, tell all them people need to make sure that they understand that Huntsville Hospital Sports Center and the Orthopedic Center, they just did a great job, you know, helping us put together this golf outing. And, you know, it's going to be fun. It's going to be way better than last year. It's going to be awesome.
And then you got this softball thing you're throwing around in May. and I don't even, you know, and you've asked, you know, for us not to bring our team out of retirement because you're scared, and that's fine. I understand that. I wouldn't want to get out there and it be my game.
A lot of them work for media now.
Right.
That's the craziest thing.
Well, that's true.
Well,
a lot of those do work. So we'll see. Because I know it's tough. You got your name on something right in front of, you know, Chris. You know, you get it handed to you. You don't want that.
Sure. We don't, but, you know, like I said, we're not scared.
Well, that's fine. Just as long as you realize most people are probably there to see us. You know, just understand that.
Well, you know what? They can be there to see you all. And I will be excited there because, you know what, I'll be there to see y'all get whipped.
I brought that back because of Sean's great line when he played against Tennessee that time where he told that guy that his family had come to see him play.
Well, you know.
That's one of the best, because I love trash talk. That's what I'm a huge fan, and that's one of the best ones. I use it now, if you don't mind.
By the way, Brooke just called and said, hey, thanks. She'll be at the golf tournament if you just forgot. J.D. Carr and her dad just called, and Brooke, you know, from The Bachelor.
Yeah.
She'll be there.
You know what? Yeah, I saw her dad in Huntsville, and yeah, she can come.
Yeah.
Because my boy Mike.
Let's go 6 minutes past the hour. How about it? A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new show. And we are thankful that you're spending some time with us today. We'll start with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. Here we go. Another hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, much to do today. We'll unpack stories from the last time we were together. A Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba charity charge check going out today. We'll let you know another opportunity coming your way on Monday at participating Buffalo Wild Wings. Senator Tommy Tuberville will be with us today. He's going to weigh in on the question that everybody's asking, Republic, Democrat, Independent. What in the world is the deal with the current state of the president? We'll ask him about that today from the inside. So other topics that you probably bring up at 866 We Be Big, Wednesday Bible study back today. Hebrews chapter 9. That'll be noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. And if you can't catch it live, or you're not some of the men that come to the room here locally, you can catch it on the archive not long after the live is done, both on the YouTube channel and the podcast channel, and that will be on your own time if you so desire. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've done the kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler now arrives. He's got the YouTube option for you, Hello Tubers, either live or archived. He also gets that hour for Blaze TV subscribers, and we're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into yet another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 plus years. We've been right here behind these microphones, and thank you for letting us.
And the Heartbreakers.
Yeah, buddy.
How about you, Bubba? How do?
Rick, doing well, doing well. Glad to be here. Yesterday we had our 6-month CAT scan.
Yep.
For the surveillance mode of our liver cancer, and we'll get results from that today. So we do our doctor visit and blood test today. So
there you go.
We'll get all that. So just keep us in your prayers today. No need to think that it's not good, but
sure,
we always want to stay on top of it.
Mm-hmm. Right. We've been praying over that as the sun is rising today. Y'all join us, and like Bubba said, we're fully expecting good news. But
hey, get to go to 1 year in between if this one's good.
Come on. Well, we need that. Let's go.
Yep.
Yep. Also, Bubba and I have had this fun run, and a lot of you are joining us on where in the world did I get this shirt. What's so interesting about, I have a shirt that has VU meter on it, and of course VU meters are part of our world, but also part of a lot of musicians' world. So first of all, the current shirt I am wearing, I do know at least how I got it, and that is that some group that sells musical equipment. It was on their website, and it came up as an advertisement, which means, as we know, advertising works. That's how we've all made a living. And I said, hey, I'd like to have that because of the obvious reasons, and I got it. And it came to the house, and all that. So, but I don't remember the name of the company or anything like that. So then Bubba saw it, and he was like, oh, you those are those shirts that I brought in. And I went, what? And then we started remembering that one time Bubba did bring in, we think, a hat and shirt.
Yeah, I got several of them, and I thought I'd brought them in.
Now, let me make this even weirder. Tom, the engineer, thinks he brought them to us. So Super Tom brings it up and says, yeah, I brought y'all. Remember, I brought y'all some hats. He just said hats with the VU meter on it. And I'm like, okay, when you said brown a minute ago, that the shirts were brown, that triggered. I do remember those shirts. Now, I don't know where mine is. I have no idea.
I'm going to throw another one at you.
What?
I remember that masks were, when we were wearing masks,
yeah, we had
one
with that on it.
that had that on it, because I remember wearing that.
Really? You're right, yes.
I think I ordered those.
Okay.
Originally, the mask, I thought they were hats and shirts.
Tom
I thought I gave them out. Now, you think, you pretty sure you ordered that one.
I know this.
And that may be an add-on.
Yeah, this is an add-on. This just happened in the last 3-4 months.
All right.
Okay. And I forgot I had it and saw it in my T-shirts and said, oh, I forgot I ordered that shirt. But I got it because I remember it coming to the door, and Sherry's like, what have you ordered? And I said, oh, I got to have a VU meter shirt.
Oh, yeah.
And let me tell you why I also know.
That's a good-looking
Let me
shirt.
tell you why I also know I just ordered it. This is XL. The ones that we had were double.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I probably got bigger than that.
If not triple. So this one is recent. Of course, once again, I'm not helping anyone because I don't remember where I got it. But it has started a VU meter shirt, hat, and apparently COVID mask controversy, because we've had some things with this meter on it, and everybody's claiming that they brought it in, including Tom.
I think I ordered mine off of an ad.
Yeah.
Maybe on Instagram or something.
That's what I did on this one. Same thing. Yeah. Yes, but mine came from a music store because the VU meters there too. So anyway, I'm sorry when some of y'all, when we wear stuff and y'all go, where'd you get? I don't remember. I'm sorry. And then Bubba brought some one time too, but we don't know where those are. And Tom claims he brought us some hats.
Now, I did see my brown one the other day.
Did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
The brown, when you said that triggered. I remember those.
It's good looking. It's just chocolate brown.
Oh yeah,
I like that color.
Yeah, and I don't know. Tom claims he brought us hats. Do you remember that?
I think he did. I think we're talking about 3 or 4 different things that converge.
It's got all kinds of VU meter stuff, and a lot of it we can't remember. And unfortunately, even the one that I know I just got in the last few months, I don't know where I got it. But anyway, so
there you go.
Sorry, but I bet if you do any searching on your own, you'll find they're out there. I'm sure there's other.
The old VU, man.
Yeah, don't you like that right there? And don't you love that it's over in the red like it ought to be? A lot to cover today, folks, and we'll jump right into it as we dine on a little Buffalo Wild Wings too. That's already arrived. That's already arrived.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yep. We don't day part our food, never have. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Can't.
That's right. He ain't scared.
Somebody said that.
Is he aggressive?
Huh?
Is he aggressive?
Yeah, you know, we just jumped on my arm and on my back. I was like, do I know you? No, but he jumped right out there like we was family and stuff. So I just, you know, accepted it.
Somebody said J.D. Carr was a big Bama fan, but I didn't know that.
Yeah, rumor has it. Yeah.
Yeah, he huge.
To the phones, the folks standing by with a number of comments. We'll start with Lee in Montgomery, listening to Alice 96.1 and watching on Turner South. Lee, how you doing this morning?
I'm fine. How are y'all?
We're great.
Good. Happy birthday, Bubba.
Thank you.
I just wanted to tell Sean how much pleasure he gave us at the University of Alabama. I'm a big, huge Alabama fan, and he just never failed to thrill us. And also, I'm really proud of his career after he left Alabama. So many athletes have gone on and disappointed their home schools and kind of made bad names for himself. And he's just had a lot of class. And
no, Sean.
Oh, okay.
That should make me feel good.
Right, okay.
He's just got a lot of class, and I appreciate the way he's lived his life since he's left the University of Alabama, and he's just made a great name for himself, and I'm proud of him.
Look, I know it's a big deal to be the starting tailback for the Seattle Seahawks, but have you met Frazier yet?
Thanks
a lot, what? They moved that show to L.A.
Did they really?
Yeah, they just put the fake, you know.
That needle thing?
Yeah,
What is
the needle, space needle. Yeah.
Look, people strange up there. I mean, you know, the news we get here, it looks like some of them migrate from California up there.
Well, okay, a lot of people up there are really, really into nature. So, like, they walk a lot and they, you know, eat twigs and stuff like that.
Well, that's good. I'm all for that. That's fine.
But there are some great people out there, though. So it just depends on, like, what part of the area you're in. Because there's some great people, and then there's some people that are kind of...
Would any of them eat ribs for breakfast?
No.
Okay, that's the bottom line.
That's what scares us a little bit.
Right.
You know, I'm all for the forest. See, I mean,
sure.
we're
Who's not? Who's
we're
against the forest?
conservationists. But, you know, where they get all twisted up is you have to... You know, you have to prune a tree or a bush or a vine to make it grow.
Or a person.
Yeah, and, you know, the forest has to be pruned, and you have to do control burns so you don't have these monstrous fires that get out of control. And some people just seem like they've kind of lost touch, and they don't want to touch it. And then what happens, you have a lightning strike, and the thing will burn for 6 weeks and burn everything to the ground. I've never understood that concept of, you know, we need to manage it. That means a little proactive, work on it every now and then.
Bring us to Washington State and let us have, like, some kind of conference and let everybody come out. And let's see if we can't teach them about how it's done.
If I brought you two, they would run y'all out, then they would turn around and run me out for bringing y'all in.
Really? This show would be huge in Seattle. Huge.
Speedy is lined up to hit the pinata right now, our Saddam Hussein pinata.
Oh.
He's blindfolded for Bubba's birthday. D is spinning him. So he can.
What I feel like we're going to lose a broadcast window in this.
Probably so.
Don't hit D.
Remember what happened at Turkey Toss in Huntsville about 8 years. Oh, that's a pretty good.
That's good.
He knocked Saddam off of the rope.
He took Saddam out quicker than the Marines are doing.
Of course, did you break it, or did you just knock it off there? It did not break.
Oh, sweetie.
That's all right, buddy. Hey, maybe Ryan can break it for us. Okay, thanks, buddy. Maybe Sean, somebody.
Yeah. See if one of the kids can do it, Speedy.
Let's go to Snapper in Birmingham. Listen to Y94.5.
I think I
just knocked it off the rope.
Yeah.
But it's still intact, though.
How's the day going?
Hey,
great, man.
We're good, buddy.
These Bluebird skies sure do make it nice, don't they?
Yes, they do.
It's a little different than Seattle, huh, Sean?
Oh, it's totally different.
I hear you. Hey, I was calling. I played with a guy at Auburn named Heath Evans. He still plays for you guys at Seattle, right?
Yeah. Actually, Heath's like my right-hand man up there in Seattle. You know, we do a lot of stuff together.
Sure, and he's a super guy, equal to, if not more so than you, and a man of the faith and all those things. But I was calling to see what his status was, to see if the guys were going to let him play, because he was a heck of a player at Auburn. One of those guys that had a ton of heart, probably just a couple inches short. But regardless, a ton of heart, a lot of talent. And do you see him playing with you guys and contributing here in the next year or so?
Yeah, you know what? He's got tons of talent. You know, fullbacks are not supposed to be tall, so he's not short. Yeah, he's strong and he's fast and he can catch. So, all he has to do is get out there. You know, we've got Max.
Jose and your neighborhood. 21 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us today on a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. Coming up next segment, Senator Tommy Tuberville will be here. We'll talk about Biden's cognitive decline. We've got an update on that today. Of course, what's going on. And also, you saw this yesterday. Tuberville joined a group that brought forward the SAVE Act. And this is supposed to keep illegals from voting in elections. So we'll ask him about that as well coming up next segment. Bubba, we've seen a change here. Do you remember when the whole thing happened? And I love this game. It's really the only video game I've ever really played for any amount of time. EA Sports College Football. Yep. Well, it was taken away at the beginning of the murmurs of college football players saying we should be paid for you to use our likeness and our numbers and all this in this game. Well, at that time, in 2014, EA Sports just said, oh, well, I guess we're done. But now they've come back in 2025, and they made a deal with the players, and the game's out. I mean, it's out this month. I think it's out
July
now.
19th.
Yeah, or it's coming.
It's supposed to be the release.
It's supposed to be coming out. So, and I understand it's incredible, blah, 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 blah. But if you remember, Arch Manning was not in it. He did not.
He opted out.
He opted out. Arch Manning is back. He has made a huge U-turn. He will now appear. Now, how in the world can they get him in the game now with all the programming, did they just go ahead and make him and say, I will eventually get him? I mean, how is it ready to go? How can by July 19th, Arch Manning now be in the game?
Maybe all this had already happened. It's just now coming out. You know what I'm saying?
It could be that, or they could simply do it with some kind of
programming.
update.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
I mean, when you start the game, there's probably some updates it does anyway. So.
I just go in there now and make a new player, right? Because I've already set up everything to make players.
But let me ask you this. You're playing the game. Now, you got to take the starter out of the game to get Manning in the game.
Correct.
To play, and then how do you judge his skill level? How does the computer do it? And if you put him in, isn't it a step down from the starter? Wouldn't the starter have a higher skill
by skill
number?
level, yeah.
By skill level, you would think yes, but they'll make his skill level, based on certain attributes that he can do, how good he throws, how accurate is he, how far can he throw it, all that, how fast is he.
But he wouldn't be better than the starter in the game.
I'd be interested to see because you can
unless
see
they both
give
have
you the
equal
skills.
type abilities.
You're right,
It's just,
But some people will do it just because they want Arch Manning.
Now, will he automatically change jerseys when he transfers this year?
Probably so.
That's funny.
Because he's still not playing.
Don't you think in this new one, and maybe they do, you almost have to have the transfer option?
I think it should be part of the game.
I bet it is.
You're gonna have to.
You think
you're
it
gonna
is?
have to?
Maybe I hadn't seen.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Wait,
Tell me this though. He's going into his sophomore year, right, Speedy?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He barely saw the field last year because of Ewer in front of him. Who will be there again, right? Is he still there?
Wait a minute. How many years has Manning been there?
This is his second year?
Is this his second or third?
Because he redshirted 1 year.
He
right?
redshirted, then
But
last year he
played-
would have been a redshirt freshman.
So this is sophomore.
He got
Or
in a game
has he
or
been?
two.
I can't remember how many years he's been there. Time's been
can't
flying
either.
by.
But I know his uncles have encouraged him to stay.
Yeah, they
and
act
not
like that.
transfer.
He's.
But I
fine
guess
with
my
it.
question is he going to be the starter for Texas this year?
Quinn Ewers.
You were still there, right?
It says right here. It says
guys,
that
who knows?
he enters the 24 season as Texas backup behind.
Ewers.
Yeah. So he's still going to be the backup.
And yours is a.
He'll be gone after this year because he'll be eligible for the draft.
Yeah. Arch will probably get 2 years as a starter.
What's funny?
See, Ewers left high school early,
You only
remember?
need 1, maybe 2 years. That's all you need. To shine.
That's true. By the way, what's funny on the point you're making, because everybody sends me any promotional video of the new EA Sports College Football, because all of us that love this game, everybody's excited that it's back. Do you know in one of the promotional things they sent me, the players coming out of the tunnel, Ewer is one of them.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's
it's a big deal.
He's pretty prominent on this game.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Arch Manning, they went to Arch, and I think what they said is, we sure would like you to help promote our game. And they finally came up with a payout to Arch that he says, hey, you know what? I think I will be in.
So he didn't just get the normal Speedy. He got a little.
No,
they hired him to promote
more.
According to On3 report, they reported that's a reporting agency or whatever. They said that he got paid between $50,000 and $60,000 to promote the game. Now, if you'll remember, the 11,000 players that accepted to be in the game, they got $600 and a free copy of the game.
Right.
It's also going to feature 134 football bowl subdivision schools. The game is, but he got paid $50,000 to $60,000 to promote.
Yep. So 600 versus they think around 50K. So that's a big gap.
Yeah.
So,
honestly, I thought they might have gave him more to get out and promote it.
Well, I guess when you think about the distance from $600, I think they were like, everybody else is getting $600. We'll give you $50,000. I mean, come on. I mean, so.
And Rick, it's
and again, that's that's a lot of money in your pocket to be holding a clipboard.
Yeah,
it is.
And Rick, it is July 19th, and it'll be available on PS5s and the Xbox X series.
Yeah, I don't have either one of those, so I would have to buy a new system.
So you got to go get you one
to play it, but I don't know. Am I that into it? I'm almost to the point, the little bit that I piddle with it now, and I use it really as just kind of a relaxation thing. You know how sometimes people fiddle with stuff or whatever. It actually it's just kind of a relaxing thing, and I enjoy it. And I've got the old game from 2014. I've got my created team, and I kind of just do that when I want to. I don't know that I need the new game. But because I got to go buy a new system and I got to wire it up where I have it set up like I like it in my little area there. So I don't know.
People are saying too through email that in the dynasty mode of the old game that the transfers you could lose players and with transfers.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. It does come up and it lets you know who's trying to transfer. They're right.
Yeah. So now I'm sure it's definitely
now it'll just be wide open.
Yeah. Now you might when you break the huddle lose a player before they get to the line.
Right. Can I tell you what I always?
Went.
Let me tell you
what, in the stand.
Let me tell you what I always tried to do in the old game. Is when one of my players wanted to transfer, and I let him transfer because that was the old way, and I would always try to go and schedule on the custom option the team he went to for the next season because I wanted to play against him.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to kind of see how it went.
Funny.
And so yeah, that's right. That was in the old game. You're right. So we'll see. Arch will. There's a couple things going on here. Arch is going to be in the game, so anybody can play him if they want to. Will he make a run at Ewer this year, or is it all about just keep getting him ready because Ewer's about to go away anyway, and he'll get his 1 or 2 seasons with Texas? I don't know.
Look, I think a great sales job to get him to sit the bench for 2 years.
Absolutely.
You don't see that much now.
It also speaks to he's probably got a little different character than the normal players of today. He comes from a little different situation. You know what I mean?
I understand that.
He's not needing to get rich quick.
No, he's not.
So,
and he's not.
But you're never going to be able to set the record you wanted to set at Texas. You're not going to get the games to do it.
But is that his goal?
No, I'm just saying. I think he's just
goals.
a different. You know, he's not sitting there going, "I'm sorry, guys, I got to go where the money is, and I got to go ahead and go pro because my mama is living in a shack."
Yeah,
you know,
right.
I mean, he's.
Well, let me ask you this:
he has the luxury to do.
He can be in the system under the same coaching staff, and it'll prepare it.
It's a process for him. He's got all these guys around him that know this. Not us that's sitting around just talking about it. He's got a plan and he's working it, and he's going to be one of the great quarterbacks of the NFL of our generation. You watch; it's going to happen.
Check his social media out too, because he and Eli did a funny thing about announcing he's back in.
Tuberville's up next. We'll chat with him. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 or 11 years, and then Heath, who's been there too, and that's just sometimes the weeding process of getting the older guy out and finally getting your chance.
Yeah, so there's no truth to the rumor he's moving to quarterback.
Right,
Okay.
right,
No. Yeah, somewhere Ricky Waters is going, yeah, he's right about that.
Yeah.
Let's go to...
You know he's right.
Let's go to...
They're going to see him play.
Lenore, North Carolina. James standing by. James, how you doing?
What's going on, Bubba?
Buddy.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, sir. Glad to be here. 39 years, we've been blessed.
I'll be dang. Yeah, like I said, I watch your show on the Turner South Network. I don't have a station around me to pick it up, so I have to get up every morning just to watch you and Bubba, you and Rick, excuse me, on the TV.
Thank you. You know, one of the great things about it is that we've got the internet feed back up, so even when the hours are not on TV, if you can get access to computer, you can hear it. And we're working on getting affiliates up your way. So just keep on keeping on and spread the word. We appreciate you, James. Now let's go to Brian in Athens, Alabama. Brian has a birthday message and possible gift for Bubba.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Brian, what's up?
Good morning, Sean.
Hey, what's happening?
All right, Don Juan is about to hit the pinata, too, and he is spinning out of control.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't. He missed
D.
it.
Strike one.
Oh, my gosh, he's hitting the
D.
speed.
Oh, my gosh.
He's just speeding.
He just took out a call screener.
Speedy, okay. Speedy. All right, there he goes. He's still swinging.
Here goes our window.
Here comes a. Watch out, Sean.
Will that stuff shatter? Do you know?
He's
gone.
He's completely out of sight. He went down the hall swinging.
Somebody said it hit Jay Barker.
Brian,
back up here, D.
Happy birthday, Bubba.
Thank you, sir.
I've been listening to you guys. I was diagnosed with epilepsy back in 2001.
Oh, my gosh, he almost hit the window. There he is. He's tearing up the dog. Look, he's going crazy. You don't get multiple hits. I mean,
Now, D, stop, D, stop.
He's got gates on it. All right, there you go. We got the stick away from him. All right, so Brian,
Brian, sorry that pinata broke out there.
Really? That's fine. I'm having fun watching it.
Yeah.
Was diagnosed with epilepsy back in 2001, and you guys have helped me out a lot. I've watched your shows, listened to you on 95.1, and I wanted to do something to kind of pay back. And I heard Rick mention, I guess about a month ago, that he was wanting some Atlanta Thrashers jerseys.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I have hooked y'all up with some Atlanta Thrashers jerseys, getting them numbered now.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Cool, man.
Well, that's not necessary. You don't have to do that, but I'll give you our address.
Well, it's kind of a payback for what y'all helped me through a lot.
Well, look, you just being there is payback plenty. We appreciate you being part of the Army, sir.
And I don't want to take away your joy of giving, so I'm gonna take those jerseys. But
I kind of figured you would. That's why I got them.
Well, we don't want to rob you of that blessing.
You know, some people misunderstand. You can't take people's joy of giving away. That's not very
true.
nice.
That's very important.
So, Brian, thank you very much, and God bless you. And I hope you continue to do well.
Thank you very much.
They both want the number 37, by the way.
Yeah, 37. How in the world did you go? I want to be number 37.
You know, when I was in high school, I was always 44, like in those little grade school things.
Oh, sure. I was too.
John Riggins.
Yeah.
You know, stuff like that. But anyway, so when I got to high school, all the 40s were linebackers. So Coach told me to pick a number that when people see it, they would think of me. So the only two numbers I could really think of was 9 or 37. And then, that's when Notre Dame had just got off their little win streak, a long time ago. Yeah. And Tony Rice was their quarterback, and Ricky Waters was the tailback, and Jerome Bettis was there. Well, that's when I was, in junior high. And so I said, well, I know a number 9. I don't know a 37, so I picked 37.
Now people, though, are starting to wear it more, and you probably have had a lot to do with that.
They're rocking it. I'm seeing little kids come out 37. I'm like,
hey, how's that? That's got to feel wild.
I think that's the coolest thing. I think that's cooler more than seeing people wearing my jersey around or wearing. Which keep on doing that. That's doing very well.
Yeah, you just don't picture me and Bubba wearing 37 though.
Yeah.
But anyway, maybe 7'3".
Well, quarterback.
But I think the coolest thing is really just seeing little kids. Like if you watch a Pee Wee game and you see the running back wearing 37, you're like, that was not popular before I started doing that. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Well, you didn't see a lot of 37s.
Yeah.
And they're out there now. Well, Sean, is he got to go? What's up? Are you got the media thing? You just hanging?
Yeah, you can stick around. We got Sean Hannity we need to call right now.
Okay. All right, we'll bring another Sean Hannity. Find out about Sean Alexander's charity golf tournament coming to Athens, Alabama. At Canebrake Golf Club in Athens. April the 17th is the date. Sean and his NFL friends will be there. It was a big hit last year. He says it's even bigger this year. Go to SeanAlexander.org for all the information.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. The archive available on our podcast channel and our YouTube channel not too long after the live opportunity if you missed that. Hebrews chapter 9 today as we keep going through the book of Hebrews. Hey, let's just call it. If you're not sure about having fresh breath, it'll break your confidence. No one likes to think, hey, have I got a little bit of stank breath? I mean, it's a terrible feeling, and the TheraBreath products are designed to actually help with what's causing bad breath. Dr. Katz researched this to try to help his daughter who was struggling and realized that most of the products that were out there, I mean, they might give you little bit of time of your breath feeling more fresh, but it really wasn't doing much. Most of them are filled with a lot of alcohol. And he began to develop products that would actually go to the root cause and give you a fresh and healthy mouth. And boy, the products are just fantastic. And then you have the lozenges in case you have fresh breath and you happen to eat spicy food or you drink a few cups of coffee, and then now you have the lozenge to go back. Also, let me tell you what these lozenges are good for too, and I keep them in stock all the time, is if you dry mouth, like you have to make presentations or whatever, you pop one of these in. They really help. So if you'd like to find out more about all the different products, okay, even the products for healthy gums, which, as we know from Dr. Dudney, very important, go to TheraBreath.com. There's confidence in every capful. There are retailers, over 100 of them, that carry TheraBreath products, but sometimes because of shelf space, there's limited on how many of the products are actually in the store. But you can find them. Look for the orange cap. But if you can't find the one you're looking for, just go to TheraBreath.com. They're all there. You also can find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So I know we're having some technical difficulty getting Senator Tuberville on. It looks like it's going to be on the phone. All right, we're shifting to the phone. So we're going to bring in Tuberville on the phone because we can't get the Zoom thing to work on his end. So he's where's he at? Right here. Okay. All right. So let's bring in Senator Tommy Tuberville. Senator, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Getting ready to go to the clown show. I'm about 100 yards away.
And clown show. Look, what's going on? I mean, no one. It's no longer even up for debate. Republican, Democrat, Independent. I mean, Americans, if you're in the real world, this is bipartisan. The cognitive state of our president is painfully obvious. What's going on?
Well, and if the American people aren't sick of this yet, my God, something's wrong with you, because we've seen it. I've seen it for 3.5 years. I'm not a politician, so I go up here and I see an old man that they have to walk around with him, hold him by his arms when he's come to the Capitol. He's only been over since I've been here 3.5 years, 5 times, and usually presidents come over at least 4 or 5 times a month, to get their policies through. And he never comes. He's been on vacation in Delaware over half the time he's been in office, and they've hit him. So, the Democrats have nobody to blame but themselves, but they've really enjoyed being able to make all the decisions without Joe Biden weighing in. CNN, MSNBC, all these groups that have been paid by advertisers to lie for the last 3.5 years now are just railing on Joe Biden. Wait a minute. You're the one been covering for him. Right. So the American people have been duped. They have been lied to. It's been a sham the entire time, and we've seen it. And, the guy should have gone home 25 years ago.
Right.
But his wife is running the show, Jill Biden. She is adamant that she's going to get to keep that plane and stay in the White House and have her security detail. I mean, it's absolutely. It's all an ego trip. But again, Obama and Pelosi and Schumer have loved it because they made every call up here, and they have gotten us in so much trouble. I just hope we can dig our way out of it when President Trump gets elected.
Senator Bubba here. So what is the plan for the Democrats? I thought they had a plan, but it looks to me like they're in total chaos, and they didn't have a plan going into this. I guess they thought they could basement Joe him back into the White House.
Well, you remember he couldn't get elected, and then all of a sudden they saw Bernie Sanders making a lot of headway, and so they went to a lot of the different congressional groups and said, listen, y'all got to help us get somebody in, no matter who it is, but we can't have Bernie. And so they picked Joe Biden, and here's Joe just wandering around, looking up in the air. Oh, yeah, I'll run. And so somehow he gets 81 million votes. Come on, guys. This guy is a record number. He got 20 million more votes than Barack Obama. Just shows you what happened in this last election. But that being said, we won't get into that. But so he's been here 3.5 years, and again, they have controlled him from day one. We have got fires all over our country, all over the world. We're almost in 4 wars. We're on the verge, the most critical time since World War II, we are on the verge of World War III, and here you got Joe Biden wandering around, looking up in the air and not knowing where he's at, instead of being on a plane negotiating with Putin and people over in Iran, doing things to help the American people, but they think everything's just great. Inflation is sky high, unemployment's sky high, and crime's rampant. The border's wide open. Boy, we're doing a great job to transition this country into what Barack Obama wanted us to transition to.
Well, let's talk about the border. Bubba and I were discussing this in the break. Tell me about the SAVE Act. We can't even believe, Bubba said this in the break, and I agree with him, we can't even believe there's even a conversation on whether illegals should vote or not. I mean, are we really having this conversation?
If you're not a citizen of the country,
what are we talking about?
You're not in the club, you don't get to pick the leadership. I mean, I've never heard of this concept throughout history or anywhere in the world where you just get to walk into a country and vote.
Yeah, it's the Democrats' way of doing things now. They just think that if you can breathe and walk across the border, you get to come in here and vote. Now, I will tell you this. We found out in the last week they're going to Social Security offices, these illegals, and applying for Social Security. Those that have paid all your life were almost broke. We only got like 3 or 4 more years, and they're applying for Social Security. They are getting Social Security, but when they apply for that, they also register to vote. These people are the biggest crooks in the history of this country because they want to remain in power is all it is. And so, but let me tell you something about the border. I went down to the inauguration last week in Panama of the new president down there, who, by the way, is a great guy. He wants to close the Darien Gap. Now, that's where all these people coming from Venezuela and all the Central American countries coming up to our border. And it's been wide open. We've got these government agencies that we're paying to go down there to help them come across and giving them food and clothes. Well, I go down there and I'm talking to a CIA agent and his coach. You need to get back there and tell folks that, there's probably 4,000, 5,000, 8,000 people coming across here a day, coming to the southern border. And by the way, we have a lot of people coming from Africa now, and they're ISIS. And they're coming to our country, and they're coming to do harm, not good. And these people will not listen up here. They will not. They just hey, we want to be globalists. We're not patriots anymore, but we're globalists. We want to help everybody. They're stupid, absolutely stupid.
So hopefully, will the SAVE Act help if we can get that through?
Oh, that ain't going through. Mike Lee and I sat down about 3 or 4 weeks ago and said, hey, we got to do something because as of today, we have 19 states out of 50 that have decided, okay, we're going to give driver's license to illegals. So when you have a driver's license and a valid government ID, most people are going to allow you to vote. So they're all blue states. So probably by election time, you'll have 25 or 26 that are going to be giving out driver's license. And so I said, we got to do something. And so Chip Roy, myself, and Mike Lee sat down and come up with this bill. Schumer laughed at us, absolutely laughed at us, and pretty much tore the bill up in our face. Said, no, that ain't ever going to make it to the floor. So that's the reason people, even if you're a Democrat, folks, you got to understand what is going on in our country. And it's socialist communism. All they want is power. They don't want anything other than be able to tell you what you can do and can't do, take your money, spend it on things that they want to spend it on. It is absolutely out of control. This is what Venezuela started doing years ago when they were one of the richest countries down in Central America. They had all that oil. Now they are broke, and it is awful.
Yeah, socialism will do that. Senator, one more question. What's the word on the street about the VP for Trump? Who's leading that chase right now, or that race?
I've talked to the president about it several times, and he's asked me about several senators. I'm big on J.D. Vance, although I'm a little worried if he takes J.D. Vance from Ohio, who we would get as a replacement, to the next election.
Right.
So we got to be worried about that. Burgum, it would be really good. He's been a governor out of North Dakota. Nobody really knows him. I met him a few times. Really nice guy, very smart. He understands, you know the situation our country's in. My pick would be Ben Carson. You hadn't heard Ben much, but President's talked about him quite a bit. I think right now what he's doing, probably would have chosen somebody by now, but since the Democrats have self-destructed the last couple of weeks, just let them have the media. Yeah. And I tell you, this is the first time that he stood back and said, hey, I'm keeping my mouth shut. I'm going to let them go. And he has. And I'm going to tell you, they're like rats jumping off the ship up here. They are hammering each other, fighting amongst each other. I love every bit of it because they deserve everything they get. The only problem is the country does not deserve this. The taxpayer doesn't deserve this. And they have hammered us.
Thanks, Senator Tommy Tuber. We'll appreciate you taking time and giving us an update. Thanks for what you guys are trying to do. And, you know, we just the people got to take action. I mean, it's got to be overwhelming turnout in November because you got a lot of obstacles in your way, and that's the only hope there is. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 18 minutes past the hour. At home, if you don't brush your teeth, this is what they can look like. Speaking of Sean, another Sean joins us, Sean Hannity. Welcome, Sean.
Dr. Hannity.
I thought we were friends.
Yeah.
I thought we were buddies, and you guys don't call anymore. You don't check in. And all I read in the newspapers is you guys signed a 5-year, $99 million contract.
Sean, that is not true.
And I read, one of you buys 700 acres to go kill Bambi.
Right.
And I read the other one's buying a house 8 doors down. Now, a lot of sense that makes.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, we moved yesterday. Of course, what's good, though, when we forgot things, we just went back down the street and got them and brought them back. So,
which means you really like the neighborhood. You just needed more room.
Man, I can't believe the money you guys are making.
Oh, listen at you.
Sean, come on now.
Listen at you.
Now, why are you all so ashamed about it? I read $99 million for 5 years each.
Let me say this, Sean. If I had signed a $99 million contract, I would have a T-shirt with it on it. And I wouldn't care who knew.
Hey, by the way, happy birthday, brother.
Thank you. And Sean, we just didn't want to call and bother you. We know you've been busy, a little bit going on in the world.
But I got to tell you, the last time I was with y'all, first of all, we had a great time when we were hanging out, and we went out to Ruth's Chris in Nashville.
That was a lot of fun.
Had a ball.
That was a ball. But I got the copy of the CD. Did I tell you all this? I got the CD when you called my house.
Yes.
And
I listened to that 2 days ago.
My housekeeper answered. I played it for my wife, and we were driving somewhere, and we played it. Literally, tears were flowing down our face.
Yes.
In that bit y'all did. And
it was a bizarre day.
We were wondering, and you heard that in the bit, since we couldn't make the phones work, would she ever answer your phone again? Because she's still thinking, those guys haven't left their messages.
I tell her all the time, answer the phone. But, I mean, she's a wonderful woman.
Oh, yeah, she did a great job.
She's a wonderful woman, and she's been with us for a lot of years. And she's got a great family. And
you couldn't fly her in by any chance for Saturday night, could you?
What do you got Saturday night?
Sherry and I are trying to go to dinner, and when you have 4 kids, and it's hard to get people to come help.
Well, I thought you had what's her name who works for you?
Who, Peaches?
Peaches, yeah.
Well,
Rick fired her after she wouldn't put you through.
No.
And by the way, that really hurt my feelings, man.
Well, that was Blair and Karen, and she's gone.
A lot of people don't know. Sean has tried to call the show, and our phone screener screened him out.
Right.
Did not think he was really Sean Hannity.
Wow. You're not really Sean Hannity. Click.
Yeah, click. Yeah, that was Blair and Karen. No, we have not gotten rid of Karen. She's got a day job now and still works for us when we're on location. But
right?
Yeah, Peaches is single at spring break. Have you ever tried to get a babysitter during spring break?
No.
Tough. Very tough.
Yeah, no.
Beach
spring
calling.
You guys, I heard, just got back from a little spring break vacation.
Took some time off. Of course, I spent the whole time moving. Which
that's brutal.
Yeah, which meant
I just went to contract on a new house.
Oh.
I am dreading it with like it's like the worst day of your life.
Well, like last night, you find out things like the bed you bought, you don't know how to take it apart, and the movers go.
With all the money you're making, can't you have hired somebody to do that?
Sherry and I, we get in our new house. We spent all this money. We're all excited. We slept on the floor last night because we did.
Come on, that brings back those old. When you got married, now, this is how we get old and set in our ways. When you got married. And if you were with your bride, you were sleeping on the floor, it didn't matter.
You didn't care.
You loved it.
As a matter of fact, when Sherry and I, when she first met me, the house I lived in, that's all I had was a bed on the floor. That was it. So I said, hey, we're going back. This is old school right here, sweetheart.
My wife met me, and I had an apartment, and literally I had a $75 used couch in the apartment and a $100 dining table, and that was it.
Oh, yeah, I had the same thing. I remember my mother called. I was just getting started in radio, and I was taking the job that would take me to work with Bubba.
Right.
And the local station there in town wanted to do a little story that I was leaving the local station and, going to the big city of Gadsden.
Right.
And to where I would join Bubba, and they came and wanted to do something at this, little I call it the Cracker Box Palace that I lived in. and my mother calls and says, why did you get interviewed on that couch? Why were you sitting
outside?
What were you doing on that couch?
What were you thinking, man?
Yeah, well, look, it was a good couch, and I didn't know it. It took a wife to tell me that I needed things. I didn't know. There's no safe. Eight minutes to the top. We're back. We'll get you a Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba Charity Charge update coming up next hour. And then we'll let you know another opportunity coming up on Monday. All right, so we'll play this first because there has been a response. Bubba, as you know, Donald Trump, former president, has challenged current president Joe Biden to another debate and then followed by an 18-hole golf round against each other because the state of our country and the world, they spent time arguing over each other's handicap and who was better at golf. And I know that made us all rest easy. But first of all,
it was, I think, the biggest dust-up of the whole debate.
It was. So let's hear Trump challenge Biden first off, and we have Biden's response. Or somebody.
I'm also officially challenging Crooked Joe to an 18-hole golf match right here. Underal's Blue Monster, considered one of the greatest tournament golf courses anywhere in the world, one of the great courses of the world. It will be among the most watched sporting events in history, maybe bigger than the Ryder Cup or even the Masters. And I will even give Joe Biden 10 strokes aside. 10 strokes, that's a lot.
That is a lot.
That means 20 strokes in case you don't play golf. I will give him 10 strokes aside, and if he wins, I will give the charity of his choice, any charity that he wants, $1 million. And I'll bet you he doesn't take the offer.
So we have the response. He wanted a debate followed, of course, by this match that would be bigger, Bubba, than the Ryder Cup or the Masters.
You know what? Probably would.
Well, I would watch it. And I never watch golf. I never watch golf.
I'd be locked in with popcorn.
Because I promise you, unlike really good people playing golf, this would have all kinds of comedy in it.
Match play, baby.
All right, so here's the response. Now, we all know that the president himself did not put this response together.
No.
Because that would be impossible. And so here come the Democrats. They're claiming this is Joe Biden. Coming from the Biden administration, we challenged Donald Trump to create jobs. He lost 3 million.
Okay.
We challenged Donald Trump to stand up to Putin, but he bent his knee to him. That one I'd still never have understood. We challenged Donald Trump to follow the law, but he breaks it. We challenged Donald Trump to not destroy our country, but that's all his Project 2025 aims to do. The statement finished. Now, this is the one may be the most hilarious of the entire statement. Please, everybody that lives in the real world, listen to this statement. Joe Biden doesn't have time for Donald Trump's weird antics. He's busy leading America and defending the free world.
Is that right? Rick, as long as he can do it before 8 o'clock.
You might as well tell me that Joe Biden can't play golf because he's flapping his arms and flying around. That is the most outrageous
He's
statement.
too busy, Rick. He can't fit it in.
He's too busy. Defending the free world.
Get that last line in, too. That's
Leading America. So what was the last line?
It says Donald Trump is a liar.
Okay.
A convict.
Oh, I see.
A fraud, only out for himself, par for the course.
Oh, my
play on words.
Good gracious.
You know Biden didn't write that. He couldn't
Get
do that.
Get it, par?
Horse? Golf?
You know, if y'all guys, can I just tell y'all this, because I know it's what a lot of you are thinking right now, and I mean all of it. Okay, I think unless I'm in the dream and y'all are maybe living your lives out, maybe I'm in a coma. I don't know. I may have had some sort of accident, but I think that this is not a dream. I think this is really the world that we currently live in. Unless, again, I may wake up here and everybody say, "Mr. Burgess, can you hear us?" You know what I mean? And then I can't wait to find y'all and say, "You're not going to believe this dream I had."
Yeah.
Kinda like
Y'all are in it.
Yeah, kind of like the Bob Newhart deal.
Yep.
But I think this is actually happening, and this is all extremely serious stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, this is – we're not talking about – this is the United States of America that has become – a complete embarrassment to the world. This is, you know, and it seems like right now it's even becoming more chaotic. And you heard Senator Tuberville saying this. It was just a clip I saw, and it was Cohen coming out of the strategic meeting.
Yeah,
and he's got his cane. And the reporter asked him, you know, "Are y'all all on the same page?" And he said, "We ain't even in the same book."
Yeah.
And then another guy comes out. I don't know who he was, but they asked him, and he said, "We riding with Biden." And he wouldn't even look at the camera. It's like you could tell he just got his check or his toe. There's Cohen. Cohen's like, "We're not even in the same."
Good.
There we go. We're not even in the same book.
Yeah.
No.
What do you mean you're not on the same page?
Not even in the same book.
That's good.
We don't have time for it, too, but we have a question that was asked to Jean-Pierre yesterday because, you know, he claims he just can't do anything after 8. He needs to just get some sleep.
And he's got a bedtime like my grandkids.
What if we had a nuclear threat, let's say at 11 p.m.? What happens then? Is it,
we're going to wake you up?
Well, and you saw Ducey making news yesterday because he said, "I thought y'all told us that Hunter Biden was nowhere near the president. The president has no idea the things he's doing. Then what's he doing currently in the White House?"
Yeah.
And in meetings, he's in meetings.
He's going to meetings.
Yeah. Well, he's there less than half the time. They carry him to very familiar surroundings and back in his home state of Delaware. And people who deal with elderly folks dealing with this, they know that that is something that gives them confidence.
Absolutely.
And currently, Biden is at the NATO summit.
No, he's not.
Did he almost mess up yesterday?
He did.
That's still to come.
He did.
Yeah.
What was I thinking?
Yeah.
Said he got hung in the neutral again.
No, Greg. Well, we're getting to the point. We've all said it, but it's worth repeating. Where no matter how much you prep, no matter how many things you do, as he continues to decline, nothing's going to work at some point. And I think we're almost there because it doesn't. You think they're not trying? Yeah. They're trying. This is the best he can do.
Right.
It's not. There's nothing that made this. Well, you know, he was. All that's garbage. This is the best he can do.
Yeah.
Top of the hour, if you are able to participate, and you have been participating in the Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge, we have another update. We're going to hand out another check to a great organization, update you on that, and we'll give you another opportunity coming your way Monday.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Isn't this, I got to tell you, but
I feel the
when
same
you
way.
think about it, I could tell you when I started out, I was going in and out of college because I was running out of money. I remember buying $200 trucks to drive around in. I remember, you know, when I bought a $350 car, that was like a big step up.
Oh yeah.
You know, and I just bought an expensive car recently, and I paid cash for it. And I'm like, you know, we live in the greatest, best country.
Oh,
and let me tell you something. And you know, just one serious moment. what we see happening over there and what has happened in 7 days is literally an unprecedented military effort in spite of what the liberal media is going to tell you. These guys are rocking and rolling, and they're kicking some serious butt over there.
Well, you know, I sit here in this room, Sean Alexander, Sean Hannity.
Hey, Sean, by the way, he's a terrific player.
He is, and one of the guys you can have your kids look up to and not have to worry about it.
Thanks, Rick.
And talking about you and Sean.
Yeah.
Bubba, how about I want my kids to look up to you too? I really do. I don't exactly want to take on your dieting habits.
Sure,
but I want,
sure.
But the or mine but no other country in this world could we be doing what we do for a living and be able to live the way that we live.
But you know something, guys? I'm watching these guys over there, and I'm watching the pinpoint accuracy. If you would have told me a week ago, this all started a week ago last night when I was on Hannity and Combs.
Yes.
And we're on the air, and we got word that this thing had begun. And first of all, just from the opening salvo in this thing, you've got 2 different ships in 2 different seas, one firing a cruise missile hitting point X, second cruise missile from another sea fired from a ship hitting point X, leaving it wide open for an F-117A fighter plane to jump in and hit it with a bunker buster. I mean, this is warfare at a whole new level, and the north, the west, and the south is just absolutely magnificent. We've got the bravest, greatest troops any force I've ever seen, and it's but now I got to tell you though, keep them in your thoughts and prayers. They got 3 or 4 very tough days ahead of them.
Yeah, they do.
It's a nasty briar patch. They're going to have to just get in there and clean it out.
My brother, one of my older brothers is actually a staff sergeant in the military, and he's like gun-ho. He's like the coach that sent the kids out to go out there, and he's out there in California, and he's just gun-ho. He's telling me how proud he is of the guys because a great majority of the guys out there have somehow came through his group.
Oh, yeah.
And he's just charged. He's like, my boys are doing it. He goes, man, we're going to get this thing settled very quickly. And
we will.
It's an awesome thing knowing how, from the side of where your family is in charge and your family has some say in how people are getting trained.
Well, you tell him we said thank you.
It's an awesome thing.
You know, Sean, you can't see us. I hate that you can't. I have my Free Iraq shirt on this morning.
Oh, do you? You haven't sent me one.
And I have my Marines Recon hat on, do or die, and Rick has his Special Forces hat on.
Yeah.
So
we've been wide open.
Could you guys explain to me? We had Toby Keith on my radio show the other day, and I love his song.
How about Toby? He'll give you a greeting, won't he? I mean, he's a big man, and he's straightforward.
Yeah, no, Toby's awesome. I love Darryl Worley's new song.
Yeah, we did a great job with him, too, by the way.
Clint Black's got a new song out, but what do you think of the Ditzy Chicks?
Well, there you go. You had to bring that up. But it's,
yeah.
You know what, Sean? I love this. I'm
spin. Trying to choose my words.
Wow. I love this spin where they're trying to hide behind the First Amendment. But see, what they've made a terrible business mistake because the majority of their clientele is from the Southeast. They're extremely conservative.
Yeah. Right.
They support Bush overwhelmingly. And just from the email and, what we've been following with the radio stations, I think they got a terrible PR problem.
No, I banned them. They're not on my show anymore. I'm not going to play the music. But let me tell you something.
But, sitting there
but here's what's
in
outrageous.
France making a comment like that.
Totally
and,
foul.
And like we said, you could probably stand up there with hair in your face, rocking back and forth, singing songs about your daddy don't love you, and you can make that comment. It might not hurt your career. But if you've got a banjo in the band, come on now.
Right.
I mean, that's not a good decision.
I saw where your buddy's planning a concert that will compete with theirs when they come to South Carolina and begin their American
tour.
tour.
I'm going to see Charlie Daniels tonight. As soon as I get off the phone with you guys, I'm flying on out to Washington, and we're doing our radio show and TV show for there tonight. And in between, I'm emceeing an event for the Media Research Center.
Well, they've forgotten, and we've said this a number of times, and we've had to explain it to people, which surprised me. Freedom of speech is one thing. Peaceful protest is one thing. Freedom of speech is absolute what we're fighting for. But you have to also understand with freedom comes responsibility, and there's repercussions to what you're going to say.
And listen, we all make consumer decisions.
Right.
And here's what's outrageous. These girls were on a European tour because of the success that was afforded them because of the generosity of the people of this country. Now, granted, I like their music, too.
Yeah, I do too.
I thought the Ditzy Chicks were pretty cool. But when you go on foreign soil, when your president is about to send our brave men and women into harm's way, and we're on the brink of war, and you attack them in that vicious manner. I don't want anything to do. I don't want to buy your CD. I don't want to play your CD. And as Toby Keith said to me the other day on the radio, he said, let them come back to a patriotic crowd. If they think they're real tough, if that's how they really feel, let them go to Texas Stadium. Let them go in front of a crowd in Alabama.
Oh, they've got a terrible PR problem.
You know, let them go to Nashville and go before a crowd of flag-waving, George Bush-loving Americans and say the exact same thing instead of kissing up to, you know, what they thought was the popular sentiment. That
Pass the gravy, please.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Welcome in, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, the gang all here. Mr. Bill Bubba Bussy, ready to go for another hour. He's got it just like he likes it. Bubba, listen to this little sound here, buddy.
Love it.
Uh-huh. There, send them in. Release the buffalo. So we got Tim Spencer here with Buffalo Wild Wings. Tim, welcome back to the show, buddy. How are you?
Hey, Rick. Thanks. I'm good.
Yeah.
How about y'all?
Good. Thank you for the food today.
Rick, I don't know if you know, we're just looking at a great American here. Great American success story. I might as well get some of that on.
I'm sitting next to a few of them myself.
Yes. Of course, he's probably like a lot of business owners. Hey, give us a break now. We need some relief here now. Come on.
Tim,
it's tough out there.
You guys have done so well. We were with you through the pandemic, which, let's face it, a lot of businesses didn't make it, especially a lot of restaurants.
Sure. Right.
And now you've come out of that. We've had, we're still in the aftershocks of all that, and we have what appears to be inept leadership in our country. But you've made it through all that. If you get like a real president in there, there's no telling.
Oh,
You're going to be
just sitting on our hands waiting.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
You've expanded during those times. I can't imagine what it's going to be like when times are good.
Oh, I know. We're excited for it.
Exactly right. So
come on, January.
There's been a lot of wonderful organizations that have benefited from the Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. You go out to all those participating locations, those of you in Sweet Home, Alabama, our home state, Alabaster, Birmingham Highway 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham on 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Chelsea, of course, the Buffalo Wild Wings to-go options at Vestavia and Northport. All those are playing now. And we've done also a lot of work with Lifeline Children's Services. Now, it's the largest evangelical adoption agency in the United States, to equip the body of Christ to manifest the gospel, to women and children that are vulnerable. And you can find all the information by going to lifelinechild.org for more information. And Herbie Newell has returned to the Rick and Bubba Show. Herbie is about to get a check. Herbie, welcome back to the show.
Hey, friends, thanks for having me. And Tim, we are continually grateful for how you're using and stewarding what the Lord has given you through Buffalo Wild Wings for the kingdom and for ministry and for women and children in our area.
Well, Herbie, you guys do such a good job. Adoption is what a wonderful opportunity for families who just desire to have more children, or for the option for those that maybe have found themselves where they cannot biologically, have their own children. But boy, the world that they can make with each other, both the child and the family. But let's just be honest here. This is not an easy process. And look, there's some things that it shouldn't be. Not just anybody should be able to go grab a kid. I got that. But sometimes the expenses and the difficulties for those children who are looking for a family and the families who are excited and want them, you guys do a good job of trying to help people through that. And you don't do it for money, but it does require money, doesn't it?
That's right. Yeah, we certainly aren't doing this for money, but it takes money to pay social workers and to stay licensed with the state and to do the outreach that's necessary to be able to reach women who are walking through an unwanted crisis pregnancy, to be able to come alongside of them and let them know your services are there. And I mean, I know we aren't here to talk about this, but certainly Planned Parenthood, the abortion lobby, that's still very active and is still very sinister even after the Dobbs decision. They are loud with a megaphone trying to reach girls to terminate their pregnancy, either through chemical abortion or medical abortion. And so what we want to do is we want to be louder and say there's an option for life. There's an option to give life, and not just give life to your child, but also to experience life for yourself. And so that takes money to get in front of these women, to care for these women, and to walk them through their pregnancy. And we just are grateful for the opportunity to be able to have friends and people that come alongside of us and help us, so that we can keep the cost down of adoption for families, but also so that we can reach women and vulnerable children with the hope of the gospel of Christ Jesus.
Amen and amen.
Good
You truly are pro-life. You're not just pro-birth, and that has. And I hope some of you out there are other options, and this is one of them. So why don't you, Tim, give Herbie the good news? What do we got?
We another good week, another good month. My bad.
Yeah.
$5,500. I'm loving doing this.
Hey, we'll take that right there, Herbie. How about $5,500 for you?
Thank you, Tim.
Thank the guests, man.
Yeah.
We just unlocked the doors and turn the machines on.
Yeah, I had to eat twice.
Yeah, that's funny. And Herbie, you laid out for those that went out and raised the money. You laid out pretty clear some of the things that they're helping, and one of them, like you said, is an issue that lays before our society every day, and this is the where does life begin? And do any of us have the right to deny life to another human being? But that doesn't mean that there aren't options that would also lead to the life of the child, the benefit to the family, and also it would be an option for women who find themselves in a situation that they say, I just don't think I can take on the responsibility of a child. But yet there are options through Lifeline that would not include something that will haunt you for the rest of your life. So thank you for that, and we appreciate all the work you guys continue to do, and thanks to all of you that went to Buffalo Wild Wings locations and helped raise that $5,500 that goes to Herbie Newell. Now, we normally take a picture, Herbie, with the check.
Well, let's just put him on the screen behind us, and we'll get the picture that way.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Just bring the check, and we'll put Herbie behind
break.
us on the screen. We could even do it right now.
Yeah.
And we'll hold up the check so Herbie can get back to what he's doing. Where are you, Herbie, by the way?
I'm in Washington, D.C., and, of course, I'm usually across the street. Yeah. And it just so happens that today I'm in D.C.
Okay, all right. So
kind of get over. Tim, kind of stand over there.
Tim, see if you can get in there and see. Speedy, if you can. Our microphones are in the way a little bit.
I like this right here.
Okay, so Herbie, you're just smile. We're smiling.
I'm just a taken. Perfect.
All right, there you go, Herbie. There's your check picture.
Herbie, we really, really appreciate what you do. This subject's very close to me and my heart, and I'm just excited that somebody like you with your passion, with your skill set is on the wall, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you, brother.
Bubba, Rip, thank you. I appreciate you guys, and just thank you for the stance that you're making and that you continue to bring these topics up to light, and it's so important. And in a world that is dark and hard and difficult, we got to shine light and joy and laughter, or we would go crazy.
Yeah. Amen. Thank you very much. Get back to work.
Thanks, Herbie.
See you, Herbie. Herbie Newell, again, you go to lifelinechild.org. That's in show notes today, too. Now, Monday, you think of, I love, there's so many opportunities, Tim, and you're using your platform. This one is another one that is so dear to all of our hearts, Wounded Warrior Alabama. This is it's a charity that is based in our home state, but it's for veterans. There's other Wounded Warrior chapters out there. This is the one in Alabama for Alabama veterans, and 87% of every dime stays in the state of Alabama for the Wounded Warriors in our state. Wounded and active veterans also benefit if they have any issue. They're also getting benefit with cars and. Hey, I need my roof fixed, wheelchair ramps, wheelchairs. Hey, I'm struggling. This organization will pay their power bill, get them grocery cards. One vet at a time is their slogan. AlabamaSoldier.org will benefit Monday.
If this one won't bring out a crowd to raise some money, we can't find one that will.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm excited that we're doing something for the soldiers. So everybody come see us on Monday at the Alabama locations of the Buffalo Wild Wings.
You know, we've talked about it too. We all love to talk about freedom. You know, freedom, our rights. But they're not given to us just freely. It's a lease, and you got to keep paying that, and it's a terribly high cost of the people. You know, we see the budgets it's required, and we're just really thankful for those people who go out and answer that call.
I know.
And isn't it great that you know, you're sitting there going, all the things I just mentioned, I don't even know where to begin. Well, you don't have to. You got an organization like this. They said, we'll handle it. You just help us. And so, you know, one thing that all of us can do is to try to get them, you know, some of the revenue they need to pay for all these things that they're giving. And to Bubba's point, should be easy, because you go, I wish I had some way to say thank you for those that have paid that lease. Well, here's one way.
Well, and on Mondays, it just works out good. Don't forget, we do the all-you-can-eat boneless wing promotion on Mondays.
Baby.
Let's go.
So
I think Greg's taking advantage of that now.
Yes, he is.
He's still in there.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. So, Tim, thanks to you. Thanks to all the participating Buffalo Wild Wings in Alabama. Thank you, Rick and Bubba audience, for your continued support about this, with this, and get out there on Monday and make it happen again.
Man, it's awesome.
Thank you.
We thank y'all, guys.
Thank you, Tim. We'll be right back. There's your update on the latest Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. Look for those locations in Alabama on Monday: Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Chelsea. Buffalo Wild Wings to go in Vestavia and Northport, and all you can eat on those boneless wings coming up on Monday.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They thought they can get away with in Europe.
Yeah, we said the same thing. If you really believe that, come stand and say that in the Southeast, or the South in general.
They got a concert coming up to New York City. You guys have been in the EIB building.
Yes.
You know where I broadcast.
Yes.
I'm going to invite them up, and I dare them to come on my radio show and say it in front of me.
I would have more respect for them if they did it and went to an area where they know there's a lot of opposition and say, look, this is how we feel.
Yeah.
You know, but understand, you know, you can say what you feel. That's your right, but there's going to be the response. See, freedom of speech doesn't just work one way. Your fans can tell you how they feel about it.
I would have loved to have been backstage after the comment to see who would have been the first one to go, hey, Natalie, do you realize what you're saying? You know, the meetings just started in Nashville immediately. Hey, what are we going to do? How are we going to control this?
Well, yeah, but that's what bothers me more than anything. Even the apology.
Oh, it was backhanded.
You know, it was written by some record label flack, you know, who's just trying to save, you know, this money machine that they got going on.
Well, Sean, it's always a pleasure. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, listen, guys, I feel honored. I thought I was banned.
No. We don't want to bother you. I mean, we're at war, man. We're depending on you to bring us the update.
Well, look, call us next week then.
You know, listen, I'm thinking, though, your station, we got to change the format.
Well, I mean, what do you mean?
Hey, FM song.
All talk all day.
Oh, I think so, too.
Absolutely.
And I'm thinking Rick and Bubba in the morning,
Sean,
Hannity in the afternoon.
Yeah. Sean, can you hang around one more segment? I feel rushed here.
Go ahead, whatever you want.
Have you got a minute? When's your plane leaving?
I got 10 more minutes.
Okay.
Look, I've got to ask you.
5 of it's going to be commercials in 5 minutes, and I'll get you out the door on time.
Okay, doke.
All right, stay on.
I've got to ask Sean how he felt when he saw this POW.
Oh, my gosh.
That's when I would have backed everybody up 200 miles and turned the switch. Click.
We'll come back. We'll spend a few more minutes with Sean Hannity of Hannity & Combs and the Fox Network. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 36 minutes past. Sean Hannity of the nationally syndicated.
Congratulations on being a syndicated host of the year and your flagship station, WABC Station of the Year at the R&R convention.
That is great.
We're very excited about it, and we're just, look, I love what I do. You guys love this business, and, you know, it was a dream of mine when I started where you all were in Huntsville, Alabama, right next door, and, you know, look at the success you guys have had in syndication.
Your feelings when you saw the POW footage for the first time?
I tell you, there was one picture in particular where they had this animal. I mean, if you don't believe in human evil, you've just got to look at the face of this guy standing over the executed Marines. And then right next to the other guy, did you see that picture with that guy with that grin on his face? You just want to smack it right off him. you cry for these guys. I had on my radio show yesterday the mother of one of these helicopter pilots, and I just wanted to let her know. And she was a strong woman, a woman of faith, and she's like hanging in there real tight. And you know it's got to be real tough on her and her family. It breaks your heart. The only thing that really makes me feel good is that we're so close to victory. This is not going to be a long, protracted conflict. We're going to win this thing, and we're going to get in there and save these guys. And I have every belief we're going to do that. And I know these guys that are out there, they want their buddies back, and they're going to go and do everything they can do to make sure they get home safely. I also interviewed in the last couple of days 2 guys that were prisoners of war in the first Gulf War.
Right.
And while they were mistreated, they still got out. They still got, they got some beatings and stuff because these people don't respect human rights, or they don't have any dignity in them. These Iraqi soldiers. But I have every belief we're going to get these guys out of there.
I tell you what, Sean, it just infuriated me. I was ready to give the call back up 200 miles and let's level this place. And I had to remember why, we're there to liberate. But I tell you, it just drives me crazy to see that kind of activity. But it does show the world how evil they are. I'm concerned about the way the media, the questions they ask, like at our briefings every day, because they want to know about the civilian casualties in Iraq, but they don't really go into all of this mistreatment that we see. You know what I mean? It just, the focus of some of this is and Sean, we firmly believe that if you introduce soldiers, military equipment, hardware, whatever, to hospitals, preschools, mosques, whatever, you make it a military target, and the safety of our troops come first. If people are killed in that, it is Saddam's fault, not ours.
Look, we're singing from the same hymnal, guys, and I got to tell you, look at what we're doing. We had a picture that I showed on TV last night where they were trying to hide a tank under a bridge.
I saw that. Wow.
Did you see that shot?
No.
22 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being here with us today. Looking ahead, some great opportunities are coming up for you to get out and hang. I do know that Sunday night I'm excited to be in beautiful Wetumpka, Alabama. Be there. Village Church is having an event, but it is sold out. But I'm letting the guys know that do have a ticket to be there, that I look forward to being with you guys on Sunday night. So looking forward to that. And then you look ahead to next weekend, Speedy and Greg. They're going to be hanging out. They're going to be hanging out with some outstanding songwriters and getting to hear some incredible music. And you could be there, too, on July the 19th there in Birmingham at the Finnick, which is on 2nd Avenue, I think, downtown. And you can be part of this. These wonderful songwriters will be playing the songs that they've written that have been huge hits, and you'll have a chance to do that in the round. It'll be a cool setup, and you're benefiting a wonderful organization, and that's Rainbow Omega. If you'd like to find out more about that for July the 19th, you would just go to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, and then back to themanchurch.com under events. Rich Wingo and I, Lord willing, headed to beautiful Orange, Texas on Saturday, the 20th of July. Men, if you want to be part of that, it's a Man Church one day. We'll start that morning. Breakfast is provided. Rich will speak to the men. We'll take a little break. Whatever. I'll speak to the men. There's an opportunity to plug into the small group curriculum. All that coming up at First Baptist Church, Orange, Texas, on Saturday the 20th. Find that at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. So there you go. All that's going on this week and next week, and you can find stuff in the future if you want to that's further out there as well. So, Bubba, there's so much to discuss. It seems like every day when we come in on this ongoing chaos, we hit a little bit with it with Senator Tuberville last hour. But let's look at the back and forth. Just really is weird. Let's go to 1C. Adler, so you know that George Stephanopoulos, as you said, was called in to try to save the day.
Sniffleopoulos.
Yeah, let's talk Snuffy Uppy. Let's talk to the president, see if we can make him look better.
And think about this too.
Yeah.
He is with ABC. He's been with ABC a while, but he worked in the Clinton White House.
Sure
he was a full bore political hack.
Right.
And when you can't get him to play
Mm-hmm.
and he can't help you out where he's sitting with his background, you're in real trouble.
So here he is caught after interviewing Biden on hidden camera. He's now going to tell us how he truly feels about his time with the president, and could he last for another 4 years. Here we go.
Hey, Susan. Hey, how you doing? Good. What do you think? Do you think Biden should step down? You talked to him more than anybody else have lately, and you could be honest. You don't think he can serve 4 more years? All right, that's an answer.
How about he just said it straight up, walking with his little headphones on?
I mean, that was just a guy on the street that
Yep.
stopped.
He says, "I do not think he can last another 4 years." I don't know if you could hear that, but that is
The
what
guy
he said.
repeated it back.
Yeah, and he did that. I mean, that was straight out of George Stephanopoulos, his mouth. All right, so the other thing, 2A, we've been told by the press secretary, which God help her every day having to try to do this.
I think she's another one, Rick. Most of them that have, some sense of
Good night.
self-awareness will do that job for a while and leave.
That's right.
Because it's just too much to get up there every day and have to deal with that. But she hangs in there. I don't know that that's a positive.
No. Well, she might like the job. I don't know.
They all apparently like the job.
Yeah, and has no self-esteem. Just that basic self-worth. I'd rather not come up here and look like an idiot.
Right.
But here we go again. We've been told the president needs his rest, and he's done with anything after 8 p.m. So one of the press.
Now, there's nothing wrong with that if you're, say, us.
Yeah.
But
So now comes the question that's on all of our minds. I guess our enemies will only nuke us sometime before 8.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Well, he also said he's sharpest before 8 p.m. So, say that the Pentagon at some point picks up an incoming nuke. It's 11 p.m. Who do you call? The First Lady?
He has a team that lets him know of any news that is pertinent and important to the American people. He has someone that is decided, obviously, with his National Security Council on who gets to tell him that news.
Thank
so
you.
He has a team. I guess that's Jill and Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes,
they would
thank
decide.
you. Thank you.
Hunter knocks on the door and goes, "Dad."
And with Hunter, it would depend on which countries he's a board of director in, depending on how they would respond.
And he and the president never talk about his business.
Right, never. He said he never talked
even
about
though
it.
he's actually part of the team.
And
now.
there's a lot going on after 8 and Hunter's lot.
Well, thank you, Greg.
It's just starting.
Thank
Greg.
you.
I
Greg.
start to say Hunter may take that shift.
Right,
Do you
yeah.
think?
Yeah, I think so.
Jill probably takes it till midnight, and then Hunter gets it till sunrise. What do you think?
John Kirby in 2B apparently has no desire to not look like an idiot because after everything we've all seen and heard, would any of us say what John Kirby's about to say about Biden? Here we go.
The president that I see every day, including yesterday a couple of times in the Oval Office, is robust, he's lucid, he's clear, he's direct, and he's in command of the context and the information. I mean, he was asking me questions yesterday about events in Europe that I simply didn't have the answers for. I had to go back and come back to him with some answers. I mean, that's the president that I see every day. That's the commander-in-chief that I've been serving the last 2.5 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, Baghdad Bob.
Okay, John
Well,
Kirby.
what about the one we've been seeing?
Wait a minute.
I don't know about the one he's been seeing.
John Kirby didn't get the updated memo. He's still reading off the memo before the debate.
I guess so.
I mean,
You're right.
because since then everybody's overboard, and he's hanging in there. So this only means one thing: he's really lobbying to be the VP.
That's got to be it.
Because look, let's be honest. If you go in as VP, you're pretty much the next president.
You are.
Huh?
Yeah.
Sure.
Now you're quoting Kamala Harris. So, yeah. Wow. I mean, would you ever look into a camera and say robust, lucid, and clear?
He's got to choose some better words.
Yeah.
Like he's just as good as he ever was.
Yeah. You had to go that far with it. Yeah.
Yeah, he oversold it. So,
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We aimed
The
a
bridge
cruise missile.
span and hit it under it and blew it up.
We hit it. We went right under the bridge and blew up that tank. We have been feeding the people of Iraq. We've been giving them medicines and medical supplies, giving candy to the kids. I think we have bent over to an unprecedented degree to avoid civilian casualties, what we call collateral damage. And we're doing everything possible to be honorable as you can be, but yet, liberate the 25 million people from this brutal dictatorial regime. One of the reasons you now see the Shiites fighting with us in the South is that, remember, Saddam and his henchmen are Sunni Muslims, and they're the minority in Iraq. And as the minority in power, they have been suppressing and brutalizing and torturing and murdering the Shiites for years and years and years, and that's why we're being welcomed with open arms. But I got to tell you something. This is a noble, righteous, and just cause. And those guys that are fighting for us and those guys that are risking being prisoners of war, risking their lives, and some giving their lives, are doing so that when we find these weapons of mass destruction, those are the weapons that they never wanted to get on American soil to hit American cities. And they are, in every sense of the word, real heroes to us.
No doubt about it. And I want to thank you again for taking time to be with us. I know you're about to fly out. We'll be watching and listening.
All right, guys, we'll be on today, but we'll see you. We'll see you guys hopefully soon, and we'll get a trip together. When are you all coming back to New York?
You know what? We've got to get together somehow. You've come to our home, and we got to come back to yours. So we owe you one because you've been down to the South, and we all got together.
We'll get more pictures of Rick and Bubba behind the EIB Golden Mic.
We've got it blown up here on the wall.
Yeah, we got it up behind us.
Great moment.
And I want to compliment all the folks that work there at your network too. I think the first war they've ever covered, they have done an incredible job, and it's so great for the breath of fresh air to actually have balance now.
You know what? And the American people are finding it. I mean, and every night we're winning. So they're voting with their dials.
Well, appreciate
tell
you.
Alan, tell Alan we said hello and get a brain.
And tell your wife how much we.
Alan, Rick and Bubba say hi and get a brain. Okay,
just mention that.
And tell your wife that we said hello and your family. You're in our prayers, and we appreciate what you do.
And we hope she wins the tennis match.
Yeah.
How did you know she was playing tennis?
And Sean, don't let your heart be troubled.
Let not your heart be troubled, my friend.
All right, God bless you.
Keep it up, bro.
We'll be back. We're back. 13 minutes to the top. Sean Alexander is our guest. He's been visiting this morning, too, because of Bubba's birthday. The second annual Sean Alexander Charity Golf Tournament presented by the Orthopedic Center and Huntsville Hospital Sports Center. It'll be in Athens, Alabama, April 17th. Sean will be there with some of his NFL friends. And go to Sean Alexander. Sean is SHAUN, Alexander.org. He's here for Bubba's birthday. We have a Saddam Hussein pinata.
Yeah.
No one has been able to burst it. Speedy has knocked it off the rope. D went crazy, nearly killed everything we had.
Rick, how about this, too? I just got an email that says there's a gentleman, he's a military chaplain, named Bob O'Neill. He's a graduate of the University of Alabama, expecting their first child. They are currently stationed in Japan, and they have named their first child Sean Patrick O'Neill in honor of Sean Alexander.
Does he know this? Did he hear that?
No, he didn't.
Gosh, that's a shame, because that would have really meant a lot to him. He does. You got to admit
Rick,
that.
Not enough time for that. We've got to hit the pinata.
Did he hear that?
Seattle Seahawks starting tailback, Sean Alexander.
Sean, how about that? Somebody named their kid after. They're spinning Sean around.
Look,
God,
how about this? Even NFL starting tailbacks look funny when they're blindfolded and you spin them around.
Oh, I know.
They're a little unsure of themselves. You know it?
Yes, this is, oh my gosh. Here he goes. Oh, he missed it.
Oh, wow.
He really
Strike two. Strike two, Sean.
And he's got that face on because he's so competitive.
I know.
Oh, he's trying to figure out where it is.
No touching, Sean.
Right in the face. There it is.
Oh, what a shot.
Right. One more time. Again.
Hey.
Right in the face.
T-ball, Lee. Good shot.
Hey, good shot, T-ball. Oh! Let me hit it good, too. Oh, right to the face.
Right through the eye.
Right through the eye.
Wow.
How about let's give it up for Sean Alexander. Man, that way to work. Hey, how about this, Sean? That'll get it done. Special report, Bubba, for your birthday, too. Look at that. Right through the eye. That's for your brother. And now, Roger Lewis and You can build your own Rick and Bubba library. It's out there. Find those wherever you stream or download music and get all the Rick and Bubba CDs from the last 30-plus years. They're out there. All right, so mypillow.com/bigbox. There it is. $25 extravaganza sales rolling. Still going. So if you have not taken advantage of this, you can. Unbelievable items, and then they're at $25. If you put together 3 or more of those items, taking your order over $75, then shipping is free. So also, they have that delicious 100% Arabica organic My Coffee. It's currently 50% off. So if you're looking for, the My Towels, $25 off. Couch and recliner pillows. I didn't even know they had those. They do. I'm going to get some of those. $25 off. In a 6-piece. I told you about the towels. But then if you're looking for some bed sheets right now, $25 for Giza Dream Sheets and Percale. All there. And, of course, the premium Giza My Pillow, $25. Sandals, slides, slippers, all that's there. Beach towels. MyPillow.com/bigbox. BIGV as in voice, OX. $25 items are still there. All right, so one thing we did not get into is, and we'll pick that up, is, obviously the president is having medical issues. Obviously the president is being visited by neurologists at a pace that's beyond the norm, no matter what they tell us. So apparently we have Dr. Tom Pitts, and this is his expertise as far as the neurodegeneration of a person. He's about to say in this 1-minute clip that he can diagnose the president from across a mall. So here's Dr. Tom Pitts in his own words.
You noticed anything that gives you a red flag as a doctor?
Oh, yeah, I see him 20 times a day in clinic. I mean, it's ironic because he has just such classic features of neurodegeneration. I mean, word finding difficulties, and that's not, I couldn't find the word. That's from degeneration of the word retrieval area.
He's also overcome stuttering, though. Could that be part of that, too?
No, this is not a palatal issue or a speech discrepancy, which is very different from a lemino dysfunction, actual word retrieval, where you pick a similar question or talk around the issue, plus the rigidity, monotone voice.
Wait, go back to that, the rigidity. What do you mean?
Rigidity, loss of arm swing, standing up lordically. You notice when he turns, it's kind of end block turning. It's not a quick turn. So that's one of the hallmarks of Parkinsonism is rigidity and bradykinesia, slow movement. And he has that hallmark, especially with the low voice that said was a cold, hypophonia. A small monotone voice like this over time is a hallmark of Parkinsonism. I could have diagnosed him from across the mall.
This guy knows what he's talking about. Wow. And he laid that out about as clear as you can from a medical standpoint.
Well, I think we need to quit talking about it. Let's just end it there.
Right.
It's all good. The president looks good. He's out representing us with NATO.
Right.
Did he almost have a blunder yesterday? Did I hear that right?
Yep.
What did he? Do we have that clip?
He just got 2 blocked.
Let's see. We got the clip.
No, I don't think we do. I don't see it on the list.
Adler, give me a thumbs up.
I forgot to put it on the list, but I do have the clip. This is him from NATO. It's kind of long, but at the end, he's supposed to say, he's supposed to turn to the military aide and ask him, here, come over here. But instead, he reads the part that says, ask the military aide. So it's quick, it's subtle, but here the whole thing is bad. So.
Guide this alliance through one of the most consequential periods in its history.
Oh my God!
What? I realize I was talking to your wife. I personally asked you to extend your service. Forgive me. And you put your own plans on hold. When the Russian war in Ukraine began, you didn't hesitate. Today, NATO is stronger, smarter, and more energized.
Like you.
Than when you began. And 1 billion people across Europe and North America, indeed the whole world, will reap the rewards of your labor for years to come. In the form of security, opportunity, and greater freedom. For these reasons, I'm pleased to award you the highest civilian honor the United States can bestow, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Ask the military to come forward.
Ask the military to come forward.
Oh, my goodness.
So there you go. Ask the military aid to come forward. You just say come forward.
Speedy, I don't know how you're even surviving. I really don't.
I try to get preoccupied when these things are happening.
Because when I look at the guy next to him, he seems like you.
Mm-hmm.
He's pulling for him so hard.
Yeah.
And you're just sitting there going, land it, land it, land it.
Right.
Land it.
Please land.
Yesterday, and we had people emailing after going, we wanted to see it. We wanted to kind of run through it first. The Jimmy Fallon impersonating Biden. When you get Jimmy Fallon, which really has kind of been on, part of the Hollywood team that goes out and defends Biden, but that kind of has ended. It's gotten to the point now, if you're a comedian, you can't let this gold, go unused. I mean, so Jimmy Fallon is going to impersonate Biden when he gets two blocked, like Greg says, and Bubba. When he gets caught in a stare. It's a quick clip, but we do have it courtesy of The Tonight Show. So here we go.
Oh, Joe, you're making about as much sense as you did during the debate.
Thank you.
Not a compliment. Speaking of the debate, I gotta ask, what was that weird face you were making when Trump was talking? You know the face.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one.
Look,
He nailed the face.
He did.
You can't. Comedians can't let this pass.
No.
I mean, it's just too easy.
Well,
It's
no,
too
I think
good.
they know it's over for
Right,
Joe.
yeah, you're right. So
that's it.
what we're
They've
protecting
been
them.
told, hey, go do this because it's over.
Well, Bubba, this is probably 2C. This is probably going to be the new cry from the Democrats. It's really all they've got to go with. Now, this doesn't say much for the president. You're going to see Mississippi Congressman Bernie G. Thompson talking to Anderson Cooper, courtesy of CNN. And the new thing is, if we point out all the obvious things about Biden, this particular congressperson is saying we'll take Joe Biden over a convicted felon. And I think that's got to be the new cry, don't you think? Because there's no defending the state of Biden. You're going to have to start saying, well, it's not as bad as a convicted felon. So here's where we go now. Here we go.
There's Illinois Congressman Mike Quigley, who recently called on the president to step aside. Congressman Thompson, thanks for being with us. What can you tell us about the meeting, how it went?
Well, the president spoke to the Black Caucus this evening. He talked about continuing the support of his administration. He talked about the policies that he had put forth that had benefited many of our constituents. And basically, just like any other person running for re-election, he asked us for our continued support.
And you continue to support him, as does the Congressional Black Caucus. What do you make of, are you concerned, by what you saw on that debate stage and even in interviews since then, sentences that don't make sense?
Well, I think everyone who's been involved in politics, or Anderson, you've been in media, you have good days and bad days, but you don't judge a person like that. You look at their policies. From what I've seen, the policies have worked. We have low unemployment.
What?
Our children are getting
4%.
a better education. They are able, if they can't afford it, we've created policies to help them. We've alleviated the debt. The Biden administration has been open and above board. And so for all of this, as you know, the Congressional Black Caucus historically has been very supportive of the Democratic nominee. Joe Biden is no different. In return, the policies that he's promoted have been very beneficial to our constituency.
Yeah.
So we heard from him. We felt very good. And we understand, but we will take Joe Biden any day over a convicted felon.
What that means is the Democratic Party gets the check to us, and we support whoever they put up.
That's it.
I can narrow that one down for you. Before we go, and we'll take phone calls when we come back, no worry. Maxine Waters wants you to know she's older than Joe Biden, and she's taking care of black people every single day. Really? And so we shouldn't talk about his age. Look at what she's doing.
Oh, if I was managing a block of votes like the congressman is pointing out there, I believe I would open it up more to competitive bidding.
Thank you.
Because I feel like that you're not getting all you could get politically because, the Dems know you're in their corner.
Correct.
So why
you have no leverage?
Why waste resources when you're going to be with me anyway?
No leverage whatsoever.
Now, if you turn around and
said, "Hey, we're checking out the other party,"
and you talk to the Republicans, some of the other side, and get some initiatives there and support them one election, ain't no telling what you'll get when you're in play.
Correct.
But you're not in play.
You're not in play, and they know it.
I mean, just from a political negotiating standpoint, it seems like that would be the way I would want to go. I mean, I know where I may think I want to be and all that, but if I'm really trying to get the best deal for any group I'm representing, I got to see what both sides would bring to the table.
I know this doesn't.
Right, I mean, am I missing
Yeah, and this
something
doesn't, I know this is not mod anymore. It may just be about a check, but I'd also probably try to find the policies in the party that actually do benefit my constituents. Maxine Waters wants you to know at the Essence Festival, don't worry about Biden's age. Look at her. She's older than he is.
We're now at a point in time where people are talking about Biden is too old. Hell, I'm older than Biden.
Well, you make the case.
You're crazy, girl. You're crazy.
Yeah. And you need to have been gone about 20 years ago, too.
Hey, look at you. You go,
She
girl.
thinks that's a
Come
good
on
example.
Now.
You look good, Congresswoman.
And I get up every morning.
All right.
And I exercise.
All right.
And I work late hours.
All right.
I take care of black people.
All right.
Is that right?
Trump has told you who he is. He defined himself. He is a no-good, deplorable, lying, despicable human being.
Yeah, that's not very nice. Not very nice.
Boy, I could buy groceries when he was in there, though.
He's talking about if he doesn't win, there's going to be a bloodbath.
That ain't.
It's not what he said.
Nobody's saying that,
First of all,
Maxine.
Out of context.
Economic bloodbath. Maxine, you know
Out
that.
of context.
You know that.
Totally out of context. Which means your line.
Doesn't matter at a festival, Bubba.
You know it's close to Election Day because they're starting to scare everybody again.
Phone calls are next.
Get out our script.
Let's talk to America at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you. Lines are available when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Unprecedented. We didn't know he was on location.
On WABC. 950. You know, if you're on a high roll like Mark Simone.
Look, we're on hold. It's Curtis and Kuby.
Right through the face.
That's good shot. That's a good shot. When Roger Lewis is ready, he must be at WABC because I'm on hold there.
Y'all make the Seahawks.
Yeah,
Don't y'all have a little?
Yeah, if I
we're gonna give you something when you did that. And I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, if I could critique you a little bit, I'd like to see a little more from you in the end zone.
You know what? Last year, well, no, it was 2 years ago when y'all came out and y'all really worked the big woman break, and I brought it out full. But I didn't come last year.
I know. But when we had the big girl deal, that was something.
Yeah, that was kind of sweet. Y'all need to give me something new because. You know,
can I tell you one of my favorite throwbacks? And I remember Elmo Wright doing his dance in the end zone. I mean, he started that. Remember for the Chiefs?
Oh yeah.
And but Billy White Shoes Johnson had one of my favorite where he'd do like he was throwing it and roll it down his arm, and he'd catch it on his back. That was
here's one. We'll call.
How about Billy White Shoes Johnson? Was he? How entertaining was he?
We'll call this one the rib. Sean scores. Look, he scores like that. Takes the ball and picks it back. He goes. Like he just ate up.
Look, how about this? Look, call it the rib. Look, here it is. Work it side to side. Look at it.
I like that.
You just been eating up the yard.
Yeah, I'm just killing it. I like that. You will see that.
So you will
see that. You will see that.
Drive an emotional roller coaster that oftentimes makes little or no economic sense.
I'm on hold.
We at David Lerner Associates don't believe this is the way to build a strong financial future. For tens of thousands
mass
of
confusion in New York today.
I got
2 minutes, all I got.
We believe the stock market should make for interesting dinner conversation.
I'm loving Speedy's situation.
That is so funny.
If you
Roger,
agree, call.
Hello,
Roger.
Good morning. I'm sorry, it is pandemonium here in New York City this morning, Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, Roger.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I can barely hear you
What's going on?
I'm sure you can hear.
Yeah, we hear it, Raj. We really
Thank you so much. I'm glad that you noted that there is a background ambient noise. Maybe if we keep talking about it, somebody will actually believe it. I did want to mention this morning, fellow New Yorkers, commuters, and a Japanese double Dutch delegation were stunned this morning as literally thousands or so peace protesters laid down in the middle of a popular tourist attraction here in Midtown Manhattan.
Where were they, Raj?
I did want to mention that, yes, they're here in Rockefeller Center. You may know that as the home to the popular shows of NBC.
Yes, that is correct.
That is correct. It is anarchy here. I did want to mention, too, that authorities in riot gear have been called to the scene to disperse the disturbance. I haven't seen this public disruption this large since the last time Whitney Houston flipped out in public. Don't forget, crack is whack.
20 seconds.
I am seeing a lot of folks with crack is whack. Peace protesters' signs this morning. If I could make out one of them, I see one here, give peace a chance. I also see, as I'm looking across the sea of protesters, no war in Iraq. Also, I see one here, Dick Cheney likes to wear women's clothing. I don't know what that means this morning. I did, however, learn that it's being widely reported, Rick and Bubba, that the protesters are upset about the war. Now, that seems to be the general feeling here.
Yes.
However, I have learned that this may not be true.
Hang on, Roger, hang on.
Apparently, we're getting some sort of...
The real Greg Burgess taking your phone calls right now. Lines are available, but are filling up quickly. But you can get in if you hustle right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's get started. We'll go to Mick out of Huntsville. He's listening to us on 100.3 The River. Mick, you're on the show. Go ahead. Mick. Nick. Rick?
Monkey grass, green acres.
All right, go ahead, buddy. You're on. What's on your mind?
Well, I was listening to this Maxine Waters here, and the comments she made about she takes care of black people. Now, what if some senator or congressman got up there and said, "I'll take care of my white people"?
Well,
that'd be all kind of.
Well, you can, no. Well, that's just because you're racist. That's why you don't like that. That's what would be said immediately, and they're a minority, and so we can say things like that. And I will tell you, I will give Maxine Waters this: there is one black woman she has really taken care of, and that's herself. I mean, she has done quite well in the position that she will not relinquish, because she does real well looking after black people every day. We continue. Scott in Sweet Home, Alabama. Scott, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. To add a little bit to that, what's the Democratic Party going to do if Biden steps down and Harris is not the nominee? Are they going to scream racist, white supremacy, and all this other junk?
I don't know. Bubba made the point. Remember, they at one point said if it's not Kamala, the caucus is out, and you heard the caucus leader saying, "We're back in. We're riding with Biden." So what that means is
there was a pretty quick change too.
There was a little meeting, and that was handled. So everybody back on page.
I think we've hit this before. I just have forgotten. Let's say Biden somehow gets through the election, they were to win or whatever. But then shortly after that, he steps aside because he just can't continue.
Well, then the vice president.
Vice president. But that's not my question. Is that the vice president becomes the president? Can she appoint a vice president, or will somebody automatically take that role if she assumes president?
You know, Speedy, you're in that area of government we've never had to deal with in modern times. And there's I really don't know, because let's say it's election night. And let's say 2 days afterwards, we know who's won, and you're the president-elect, and then he can't go in. I don't know if the VP steps in then because they are the president VP-elect, or I don't know. I mean, we haven't had to deal with that. But those are good questions.
But you're asking, can she appoint her own VP?
Yeah, I don't know how that would work.
I would say yes, because you get to anyway.
Yes, but I think the Senate has to okay it.
Okay,
something like that.
Yeah, okay,
something like that.
Because
I hope that we're not in that situation, but I'm just wondering how it would work out.
Well, remember, Spiro Agnew stepped down before Nixon. Nixon appointed Gerald Ford. I think he had to be confirmed. I need to look that up. See, that happened in my lifetime, but I was a little kid. And then, so I know he picked Gerald Ford, who was a sitting congressman at the time. So I don't know. I need to go look that up. Those are great questions. And honestly, you just don't cover that in 8th grade civics, because this is 400 levels.
I'm going to ask you another question for the show's over. I won't do it now because I know people are standing by. But by the way, on the Richard Nixon thing, you mentioned his foundation. They are furious at what the mayor of Chicago said about Nixon. They've responded today.
Trump, if you want it, Trump weighed in kind of quickly about why Biden might have chosen Kamala at the debate at his appearance yesterday. Trump weighed in on the Kamala thing. If you guys want it, do you guys want to hear?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
But whatever else can be said about crooked Joe Biden, you have to give him credit for one brilliant decision, probably the smartest decision he's ever made. He picked Kamala Harris as his vice president. No, it was brilliant. Because it was an insurance policy, maybe the best insurance policy I've ever seen, Marco. If Joe had picked someone even halfway competent, they would have bounced him from office years ago, but they can't, because she's got to be their second choice. She has no choice and no chance.
Wow. That's classic Trump.
Oh, I've missed him.
To Mike in Huntsville. Mike, go ahead. Mike, you know, the turn the radio thing down is so elementary. It's been said on talk shows, you know, not long after Tesla and Marconi were done. We continue. Pam in Huntsville. Pam, go ahead.
Hey, I just want to say all those folks that are riding with Biden need to put on a seatbelt because the road's going to get a little bumpy.
Yeah, that's true about that. Francis, welcome to Birmingham, Alabama. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning, guys. My, I guess, statement or question is this college debt payoff that Biden's doing. I know there's a cutoff on it, like a certain amount people have to owe, but what about these high school students who, you know, come from a family where they're trying to do this themselves and, you know, they have maybe $10,000 in college debt that they're trying to pay off themselves, not their family. You know, I mean, where do they stand?
Well, they're just out of luck.
Yeah, out of luck.
Because they're not trying to buy their vote.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, too, though. Many people have said, of course, the Supreme Court ruled he couldn't do that. I don't know how they're still doing it. They're trying to work around it.
He's going to defy them, remember?
But if this does happen and you didn't get your loan paid off, how do you benefit?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
It appears that walking the halls right now with Cassio Kidd is Brooke Smith from The Bachelor.
Cassio quite the escort.
Yeah, look, he got his hair like he likes it today.
I'm in love.
And here comes Brooke. There she is. Hey, Brooke. Welcome to the show.
Cassio, what an escort job.
Yes. And there she is. Brooke, welcome to the show. Good to see you this morning. Hello, I'm Rick. Good to see you. Haven't seen you since a pep rally a long time ago. Yeah. Also want to say hello to Hope Henson, who's I told her I'd tell her hey this morning at this time. Hey, Hope.
Rick, I'll just hold my rose right here if it's okay.
Yeah, Bubba's got his rose there from Brooke.
Brooke, thank you for coming in. We know your world's a little crazy right now.
How crazy is it right now?
Well, it's a little different.
Do you find yourself dreading Wednesday nights right now? I mean,
oh, no, no. My friends and I get around and we just laugh.
I bet it. See, that's what I would do.
Yeah, you'd have to be a raise, wouldn't it?
Have everybody over, get the snacks out, and go, well, let's see what they're going to put on there tonight.
Exactly what we do.
Is that it?
So when it airs...
It's like, oh,
well, you knew that's going to happen. You knew that's going to happen. Well, because they've got to, I mean, they call it reality television, but they've got to create entertainment, and they've got to create characters, because characters is what you like. And you know, if it's something like this, you're not going to have enough time to get to know everybody, so they kind of have to rush along who they're going to put you as the character. So.
Very true.
And, of course, we want to ask you about the crazy girl, but I don't want to get into that.
Yeah, we don't want to give anything away, because I know you can't do that, and you're under contract and all that kind of stuff. But
I can talk a little bit about Christy. I think that they kind of portrayed her a little too much.
As a psycho?
No, not
Stalker?
as a psycho, as an emotional person. She is just a very, very sweet girl. She really was. And she was a good friend to me and a lot of the other girls. And I think they just showed one side of her and didn't show how she really was all around.
Well, the thing about it, of all of it, you have to admit that the character she got cast as, you know, y'all kind of breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I wasn't cast as the crazy stalker.
Well, you know, how did all this get started? When did you go, yes, I want to be a bachelorette? What did you do?
Well, actually, it was my mom's idea. She was absolutely addicted to the first show.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, me too.
And I didn't really watch it. You know, I was kind of busy doing school and at that time basketball and stuff like that. And she actually got me into it at the end of the season. And she encouraged me to call that number. What y'all doing?
He couldn't hear you too good.
She encouraged me to call that number.
Speed move the mic, and unfortunately, I won't be able to hear anything else you say. But I'll try to read lips or watch the closed caption. Right. Thanks, Alan. Okay, all right, go ahead.
Well, I called the 800 number, and they said send in an application and a video and a few snapshots. So I did, and I was pleasantly surprised when they called me back and flew me out to L.A. So that was really neat.
Oh, yeah.
I'd never been out of the Southeast before. I mean, I was just a little hometown Abbeville girl, you know. And so it was really neat. It was a great experience, and, you know, I was pleasantly surprised when they called me back a couple weeks later, and they said, we would love to have you, and I was just honored.
So,
exciting.
When the first day you walk up and you go, so I'm going to be on Bachelor 2. I mean, that especially with your mom being a fan, that had to be the weirdest thing ever.
It was really neat.
You look around and go, well, here I am. And you see all the cameras hooked up and all that, and you go, well, surely I'll be out of here quick. I'll be one of the first ones to go, and we'll go back home and talk about how I was in that line with all. And then all of a sudden, well, I'm still here, and still here.
Still going.
I mean, you're down to the final 6. I know you can't tell us what's going to happen, but I sure do want to know.
My mother doesn't even know how I did. That's a common
so you couldn't tell anybody?
Right.
You couldn't tell anybody?
Tell my mother,
not
my
even
father.
Nobody?
Nobody knows. When I came back home, that's a common misconception. I know rumors get started. People are like, oh, I heard she gets cut next week. Oh, I heard she's the one. I heard she makes it this far. Nobody knows.
Brooke, I've got to ask you a question. Last rose ceremony, you get called out, and you kind of paused when you went up, and I thought, I was panicking at home. I was going, Betty, what's she doing? She's in the lead.
Yes.
Was you actually thinking about not going on, or was you just giving him a little fun there?
No, I was actually thinking about going home.
Was you really?
Yeah, it really was. I scared everybody else there to death, too. The host came up to me after the show. He's like, oh, my God, you scared me to death.
So you can leave if you want to.
Oh,
Some
yes.
did, right?
Right.
First time ever.
Which I was really pulling for the young lady from San Francisco to hang in there a little longer, but
well, Brooke, I have to ask this, just as standing by and looking. To me, it would be very difficult to fall for someone in that environment, but it.
That's right, baby. The team is all here, and we are ready to go for another hour. You got the dreamer's disease. All right, so Rick and Bubba take on the Constitution.
Oh, boy.
All right, so Bubba and
civic teachers everywhere are just holding on to the wheel right now.
You know, we'll do our best, and this will set up the question I was going to ask you guys to consider today on this topic. But Bubba and emailers and Speedy and everybody, just there we go.
Right.
So we're going to passionately tell you what we think, even though it could be completely wrong.
Could be completely wrong.
Right,
but
yeah.
I've
never stopped us.
I spent the
never
break
stopped us.
reading the 20th Amendment.
Never stopped us.
It all depends when a candidate dies, okay? And it depends what time of the election cycle they were to pass, who's in charge.
Okay.
So up to now, the parties are in charge, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The RNC, the DNC, if they have their convention and they choose Donald Trump and Joe Biden, and then between now and election, they die.
Mm-hmm.
The party rules are in charge. And the party rules are they would convene and they would pick the president and VP candidate. It would not automatically be the VP. Okay? Party rules up to election time. Once you get, and remember when we say election time, the president's not actually chosen on election night. Y'all remember the electors have to vote. That's who actually chooses the president. We're choosing the electors to go.
Right.
Some states, they are bound to go by what their state decided. Some states, they're not. So when they meet, they are the ones that actually choose the president. And let's say the candidate, whoever wins, is still alive then, and the electors vote, and they decide who the president is. If they die after that, the Constitution's in charge. Okay? That's when that would kick in. The vice president would be the president. And then the VP would pick a VP. And I think, again, I haven't got to that part yet. I think
where's the situation where people are telling us the speaker becomes the vice president?
That is only if the president and the VP are unable to perform, dead or whatever. That the Speaker of the House is the third in charge.
Right, but does the Speaker become the Vice President to the now President who was the Vice President?
No, no, I don't think that's how it plays.
Okay.
So, we're kind of in the weeds on some of this. So the parties are in charge up to the election. The election, and actually after the election, up to when the electors meet, okay? When the electors meet, that was the January 6th thing we had before. Remember, where you're actually recording the votes and getting them in. After that, if a candidate dies, the Constitution is in play, the VP would fill in. The VP would become the president and would be inaugurated in January.
Got it. And how would the vice president pick their vice president?
The president would pick the vice president.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
But I'm not sure if they have to have consent of the Senate or not. Okay. Because I know Richard Nixon picked Gerald Ford. I remember that. And we were all, because I was young. I didn't know. I went, who's Gerald Ford?
Sure.
Nobody knew who he was.
Right. Why does he fall all the time?
But he was, he was congressman from Michigan, and he had bad knees, and he did fall quite a bit.
All right. So now I'm going to ask you all the question that I was thinking about through all this. And this is going to be one of those things where,
I think that's right, y'all, but I may be wrong.
Speedy, you and Greg already have grandchildren. Hopefully that'll be a blessing for all of us one day. But I'm just picturing my grandkids, going, hey, whatever they call me, granddad, tell me about the good old days, granddaddy, whatever I am. Hey, you ever heard about this thing with in our history? I think it was Kamala Harris, and she was vice president, and then I would stop and go like we do with Willie and Wanda. Know about it? Heck, I lived it.
Yeah.
So here's my question.
I normally carry it
to the gang here. Let's say, God forbid, let's say that you had a choice. I mean, the Trump thing just didn't happen. Let's just say that he just couldn't get it done. Okay. So the Democrats win again. I know it's a terrible thing to think, and it is plausible. I hate to break that to everybody.
It's got to be a blowout.
Right. Which would you think would do the most damage to us going forward? Another 4 of Biden or Kamala Harris?
Ooh. Dumber.
Yeah. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Well, that's not a great choice either way.
I'm just serving that soup. Everybody have a spoon. Which one do you think is the lesser damage?
Well, it's tough because now does the same person that's running it behind the scenes still run it with Kamala in charge?
They want to, but I mean, because are you saying it's a moot point because it'd be the same either way?
That's where I'm leaning, but I don't know.
I mean, guys, I hate to say it. Right now, what we're seeing, if like what we just saw at NATO, what we saw anywhere, is there anything more embarrassing that Kamala Harris could say as president
not really.
that we're getting now and what she's
She'll
already
do
said?
a lot of this.
Think about that laugh.
Well, I know. I'm asking the question. If it had to be one or the other, and you were trying to minimize how much water was coming into the boat that's called the United States of America, which one do you think we get through those 4 more Democratic years with?
I think
with the least amount of damage.
The people who are running the show are the same either way.
You're right.
Yep. I really feel like that they would be able to do less damage with Biden in. Just because he couldn't be aggressive enough to go out there and sell it.
That's a good point.
Yeah. And there would be so many distractions on he's not with us. They wouldn't be able to push things through like they would with, or at least attempt
she would be
to.
more focused on getting the agenda in.
Trying something crazy.
Yeah, I want you to just imagine you're sitting there, and just like it is now, I mean, the world's on fire. I'm talking about World War III.
What?
And we got to get out there, and we got the person that's going to sit down with the nations. And somebody says, we got to either send Biden or Kamala.
Wow, Rick, that's
I'm just
tough.
telling you. I mean, it's how important this November is. It's big.
I don't want to go to break in this mindset. So
I'm not saying that's going to happen.
I have a scenario.
I just thought it'd be
I've got a scenario.
Well, you need to start imagining what can be, unburdened by what has been.
Thank you.
What
Adler,
was
for that?
It's the passage of time.
Yeah, it's significant.
Rick, what about this? What about Trump wins in a landslide and the numbers are so out of whack that voter fraud can't even overturn an election? What about that?
Well, yeah. Well, that's what we're all hoping for.
Okay, that would be great. In America, you're talking about in America, that would be great.
See, if you said, Rick, I don't know how to break it to you, you're down to Trump or these people, I'm going, well, I wish there was another option, but there's not, so I'm going with Trump easily. Yeah, so that one's not a hard choice. I also lived under 4 years of him, and, he gives me plenty of fodder for the show. He'll call the show. It seems like it's a drop of a hat. So
that's a plus.
Right now, there's a lot of things he and I don't really track on, but I can handle my.
You mean
business.
like paying off porn stars?
well, you talk about that wasn't a very smart financial move. You might as well throw that money down the toilet.
Yeah,
art of the deal.
Yeah. So, but I will say that the things that I am passionate about, I can do them more freely under the economy he sets up.
Yeah.
I think that just for like international appearances, getting Joe out of there and putting Kamala in would just, hey, we have a person that knows what day it is, knows their name.
Does she?
I think she's much more. I think it's safe to say she's much sharper than Joe Biden, which is not saying anything at all. That's just. No. It's like being the sharpest tack in a room full of hay bales. I don't know. I'm just saying words right now, but you know what I'm saying.
I'm just saying words.
How about this? Fetterman is sharper than Biden.
Absolutely.
I mean, really, and substantially. All right, we'll be back. So I just threw that out. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I was just throwing it out there.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to let everybody understand how important
it helps to talk it out.
Yeah. 15 minutes past. Our number's 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get you some more opportunities before we're done. The Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It appears from what we've already seen that he's kind of got he's kind of found a place in some hearts on there. I mean, how does it? The environment, is it better than it looks to us? To me, I would think that would be a very difficult environment.
With a camera,
to
if
make
we're
a love
seeing
connection.
it, there's a camera there and there's lights there.
Yeah.
So how can you ever just relax and talk and?
Well, it's not always like that. There's not constantly cameras in your face. They do allow you to have some alone time, and that's when really things happen. And, you know, it's not always like that. It's not so much pressure, and you get to know the camera people. They kind of fade away in the background, and you just really start focusing on each other. You get to go on these amazing dates.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, this wonderful experience is something that you'll have with this person for the rest of your lives, and something you'll always remember and cherish, an experience of a lifetime. So it's kind of hard not to.
You know, was it Heather from Texas? Isn't that the dark? The first show, I thought she was going to be real nice, and I know she was consoling you at one point and whatever. But wow, last week she's a little. She's turned it up. She's in there to win, huh?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Actually, Heather from Texas was our big sister. She was like the mom of the house. She cooked breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She was a part-time bartender. She would sneak in there and make up my bed and pick up after all of us. I mean,
Oh, my gosh, I wish she'd sneak into our house.
She was a real sweetheart, and she did let me know, honestly, to my face, that she did think that I was too young, as did some of the other girls.
Oh, really?
So how old are you, 22?
I'm 22.
And how old's Aaron?
April. He's 28.
Well,
Yeah, that's not that big of a
That's
deal.
my
but-
wife's 6 years younger than me.
Yeah, see, I don't see any problem with it either, but as some of the girls let me know, it was just the fact that at their lives, when they were 22, they were not ready to find the one that they see from being around me and getting to know me that, you know, I
Playing
am
a little
ready.
mental game.
Trying to get rid of the baby.
So, but that did shock me.
Or
and
she's
hurt
known
me
Bama.
That, you know, that she kind of went to him and said that. But I liked what he said.
Well, what surprised you the most once you got there on the set? I know you probably in your mind had some idea of what it would be like, but what surprised you the most? What was the most different when you actually started doing it?
Actually, I hadn't prepared myself at all for all those people that were around a lot. The thing that I really didn't prepare myself for would be waking up in the middle of the night and a camera being in my face. Actually, that was kind of freaky.
Yes.
But, you know, and...
What you doing there? Look. And we've all been through that and know how troubling that can be.
Yes, that's
So
you may have seen Rick in that video. DJ's gone wild, but
I'll tell you something funny in the break. But
so since this is Aaron, can you walk around? Do people recognize you right out of the gate? I mean,
oh yeah.
Do you get mobbed down at the mall or anything?
Well, people recognize me a lot more than I thought they would. People come in the store
Well,
and
it's The
like,
Bachelor.
hey, you look a lot like that Brooke girl from Albertville, and I'm like, oh really? I hear that a lot.
yeah, that's the standard line. That's the standard line. And then if you ever try to go back and tell me really are Brooke, then they go, okay, whatever.
Yeah, right.
I had that happen one time at a restaurant. I was just kidding around with somebody, and then she got to raising on me like, oh, okay, yeah, you on Rick and Bubba. Okay, buddy. That'll be $12. Yeah, so the other thing, and this is what Valerie is kind of wanting to know. Valerie is calling from Fayetteville. Valerie, you're on with Brooke. Of course, all the girls want to know about Aaron. So, Valerie, what's your question for Brooke?
Well, Brooke, I just want to congratulate you for coming this far, and I hope you go on and, move on to better things.
Thank you.
You're doing really good on the show. But as far as Aaron, I mean, he seems sweet on the show, but he seems a little fake. And I know he has a lot of things to contend with there, all those women. But, I mean, your feelings on him does he seem honest to you when you're out with him, or...
Yeah, does he seem like he's genuine?
But he's in such a tough situation.
Oh, I know.
Where, he has got to go on these dates and everything.
I know how hard that can be.
Aaron actually is a very, very genuine person. I think he went into it the right attitude. He doesn't want to lead anybody on. So he doesn't want to... he doesn't want to share his feelings too much at the beginning. He wants to kind of keep his feelings low-key and just kind of feel everybody out at the beginning and, see if he has that initial friendship and then connection with people. So I admired that and respected that of him. But he was definitely a very straightforward guy. He would tell you exactly what he was thinking. And he's just a straight shooter. I don't think he was trying to toy with anybody or be fake in any way. He was a good guy.
We'll be back in a moment with the best of...
No.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us as we work through another one. A Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. You can watch that on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. If the live option doesn't work for you, not a problem. You can pick it up on your own time by going to our podcast channel or staying there with the YouTube channel. Not long after that. Adler gets that usually archived pretty quick for you. And then you can just get it on your own time if you so desire to walk through the book of Hebrews. It's been fascinating, just like all of them have been. Well, I guess so, Rick. God wrote it. Okay, so we got a couple of things. We're going to let Greg weigh in here. Bubba, you might be able to run. Do you consider yourself savvy when it comes to being an electrician? Is that your world? I mean,
Rick, you got to distinct. There's electrician, then there's lineman. It's not the same.
Well, I'm just telling you that it looks like these are electricity.
These are linemen.
Rick, these are linemen.
Don't have to talk down to your brother.
Give Greg the segment, Rick.
I'll just be quiet.
Well, they're not the same
Rick,
thing.
here it is. I was just saying, doesn't it deal with electricity?
Well,
Rick,
there's a difference
different
in the transmission lines where you're
got you.
getting the electricity over long distances, and then the substation and below people and the linemen, the low voltage, and then electricians that deal with it after your
Rick, you can leave
your meter.
Okay, look, guys, I wish I wasn't done with my protein bar and eat it now. All right, but what I was going to do is let you guys view these two videos. And Mom, I'm sorry we're doing a video. If you're listening on radio, hopefully you're watching.
We'll narrate.
Mom told us that playing videos on the radio, we need to rethink that.
Yes,
she said it's very, very confusing. All right, so anyway, thank you, Mom. Mom has now become a consultant on the show.
Radio consultant,
right? But Greg, we don't need to worry about her. She knows we're busy.
That's right.
Okay, all right. So,
so Greg, what's going on here?
Yeah, what's happening?
When they get in phase with it, is he on a helicopter? Yeah, these guys. I hope these guys make a lot of money.
Yeah, so
line.
Yeah, Greg, he's not. It is dead what he's doing.
He's tying them together.
The crazy ones are the ones that get in phase with it, like a bird on a wire.
No, they do
get out and walk on it.
No, they do not.
They come off. It's unbelievable.
He's putting like twist ties on there. What's he doing, Greg?
He's tying a wire together.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm impressed with the helicopter driver.
Yeah,
the helicopter pilot, but he's holding that thing steady.
Yeah, but,
wow.
Yeah, this is.
So this is an electrician here.
I don't even know if you call him a lineman. He's a helicopter lineman. I mean,
really? What is a helicopter lineman?
I raised my eyebrows.
Did y'all have any?
No, I mean,
Let's see. What is he?
There's a pair of chain blocks right there.
Wow.
He finna pull something up.
Adler, you had in the notes, is he doing something wrong? I didn't see anything wrong he was doing.
I was asking what he's doing right because he doesn't get shocked here. So
no, you see him right there because of the static. You see him put that wand out there. And
no, I didn't.
Well, you would do that anytime you're in a helicopter because even if you step off of the helicopter onto the ground, you can get shot.
Exactly.
What?
Yeah, because of the static.
But you need to see the ones they sit on a pedestal on the side of it, and they take that big one and it draws a big arc, and now they're they're at the same potential, and they'll get off where they got the three wire, and they'll walk it, and then some will just hang. They got a rope they'll hang on. They do the same thing. It's crazy.
You don't have to be so condescending about it, Greg.
They have a bit of a tone, both of them. It's a little bit of a tone.
It's not necessary.
So, Adler, it's the same thing. A bird sitting on a power line does not hurt the bird.
Yeah.
Now let the bird touch two wires, and he creates
any path to ground.
Yeah, he creates smoke. You know what I'm saying?
Any path to ground.
He disappears.
I got a path to ground.
I've seen squirrels there, doesn't it? It's not pretty.
Yeah, you have to have current going somewhere else. And long as it's one wire and you get on it, you're okay.
At the same
Hey, what about 4B? Is that you already played that? Is that in all this?
So this is all right. So that guy was doing evidently everything right.
Okay.
What is this person doing wrong, Greg? It seems like
Bubba.
Bubba.
What's happening here?
He's just closing it. What?
Well, I'll tell you what. They really talked down to us in this stuff. Oh my!
That didn't look good.
There was a fault beyond that switch, a big one.
Transformer
So he's
shorted
picking the
completely
power up
out.
to the top right there.
Hold on, I can't hear
When
Greg.
he closes that barrel, it's going to energize the top of that transformer, and something ain't right. Because you got a bigger
So
fire.
that right there is not supposed to happen, is it?
No.
That is transformer blew up.
Looks
It
like
must
something
be
above
shorted
it,
out.
really.
or
All right,
Looks like
can I ask a
something above it.
question, Greg? I'm that guy.
It's transformer
I push it up. There's that explosion, and now everybody's at the truck, and we're all looking at each other. What's the next step? What do you do?
Well,
What the heck happened?
I don't know in this particular situation.
getting a
There's
new
lot of things.
transformer
I can tell you
start
this. I bet now everybody's off, not just the people on the transformer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The guy that did this, is he okay?
Yeah, he's on the end of a stick at the ground.
And it's insulated. It's real long. What is that? How long is that stick, Greg?
It looks
30, 40 foot.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I didn't know you had this tone when you talked.
Of course, this is a bunch.
This doesn't make sense. I'm trying to see what.
This is a bunch of guys talking about it's probably 10
Here
foot.
he goes. Yeah, that's a good point, Ray.
So he's about to
40
close.
foot.
He's closing the switch.
Which energizes the
That
transformer.
But see, it blew up above it, though.
I thought it.
Oh, Greg doesn't know something.
Wow. Can't explain it.
Hard to see through a ball of
Guess
fire.
we need an electrician.
I guess you have to wait. It's hard to see through a ball of fire.
Do it one more time.
Well.
Yes, I need to
looks
call
like-
Reese.
Heck, I could have said I don't know.
Well, I'm not there. If I was there, I would know.
Greg, the first
All right,
step
here
is
it
just
goes.
saying I don't know.
No, if I was there, I would know.
All right, he's gonna
Where
close
did the fire come from?
And once everything's good till we heat the top of the transformer up.
Oh, he's going back. Here we go. Boom.
I saw it
You know
now.
what, Greg? You're right. I believe it comes from above.
It does. The one closest to
And
us.
guys, that's abnormal fireball. I don't know what that is.
Okay, Greg.
All right.
Let's
We're
go.
just wondering.
That's not good.
We've all heard a transformer blow up.
Yeah.
They do blow
Yeah,
up.
but what you're
sometimes.
hearing is the fuse blowing.
Greg, repeat it after me. Guys, I don't know.
Well, I'm not there.
Right.
After the smoke cleared, we'd go, damn, wonder why that happened.
Right,
And then you go, well, get up there and look.
Right.
And then you go,
There's a path-
here it is, I got it.
There's a path to
You
ground
can't
somewhere.
just look at it and go, I'll tell you what happened.
Greg, let me
You
give
can't.
Let me give you a Greg Burgess
what I
out.
was needing.
Greg, here's how you want to exit this conversation in Greg way. You know, I don't know, but I bet I'm closer to knowing than any of y'all.
Now
To
take a
be
sip.
honest, the guy on the end of the stick has no idea why I did it right now. But he'll eventually
But you're
figure
not
it out.
there, so you don't know.
Video 5, we all
Speedy,
look,
what I'd really like for Greg to talk to you about is how we have like 463 phase. It's actually 440. I call it 463 phase. Or you come down to the 220s and they're in phase, out of phase. That's always fun.
I'll let the engineers worry about that.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
You better have you better have it rotating the right way, or your UPS
It'll burn everything up.
won't come
Is this
on.
more?
Ask Tom. Yeah,
This is
this is an arsonist that's trying to burn something up and catches himself on fire.
Oh.
Sweet justice.
Yes,
Here-
it
here.
is.
So here's these idiots.
Oh,
and, look,
wow.
and now he's caught himself on fire.
Look. Oh, he's flaming.
Ain't nothing.
stop, drop, and roll.
Yeah, did he
Stop.
not know about stop, drop, and roll?
You think if I won't burn a building down and be an arsonist, I'd know more about fire.
You better hope them pants ain't polyester.
His buddy ain't no help to him.
No.
Yeah.
Roll, buddy.
You're
Stop.
supposed to Dick
Yeah,
Van
he
Dyke
can't-
told
he
you.
cannot get him
Roll.
out. Look at
He's
his
trying to
face.
get his pants off. Look.
Well, you know what? You know what? If you're not out trying to burn up something
There you go.
and create a crime, you
There
ain't
you
got to
go.
worry about
You
it.
better hope them jeans are 100% cotton.
Yeah.
If not, it's done melted in.
Oh,
anyway.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, you could tell. He went
That
from,
ain't the day
I'm
to
on
wear
fire.
bell bottoms.
No, you better not have him polyesters on.
His mask also came off
He
throughout
did.
all
Look at
his
that,
face,
so
yeah.
Hey,
he's
you see
in
his
trouble.
partner,
I think
too?
he'll be easy to identify. He'll be the one wearing pants that have been melted onto him.
The one leg that you can't get them off of.
Notice you got a couple of burnt legs there. We'd like to have a word with you.
At what point during that do you think he thought, well, this was a bad idea?
But, you know, people are so stupid now. He'll probably do it again.
Y'all, he's trying to get his pants off right there. He's trying to get his pants off. Look.
Yeah, yeah.
Look.
His buddy's like whacking his pants.
Wow, his
He's
buddy's like,
burned.
oh, this is hot.
Yep. Bottom of the hour.
So hot.
Rick and Bubba.
No, I did not.
Did you kiss your cousin on the mouth?
No.
I'm really afraid to ask the next question.
Did y'all hug or talk or?
Yeah, we hugged a lot and talked and
you
climbed
found,
trees.
You found her attractive.
and you were attracted to her.
Yeah, she had it going on, and she.
How old were you?
And you found yourself looking
Please don't say 25.
No.
you found yourself looking for.
I was young.
From.
Either late single digits or real early double digits.
Yeah, well, that's all.
Let me say this: did you find yourself anticipating that car driving up in the driveway,
looking for a little blonde hair running around?
Yeah, sure.
There she is.
But we've all been. See, that's what I'm talking about. Cousins are great.
Does that make us sickos?
And let me say,
are we sick?
No, because most of us.
Are we a bunch of perverted sickos?
Most of us can be traced back to, the home team leaving the United Kingdom, Great Britain, correct? The royal...
Europe, Western Europe.
All of Europe. The stupid royal family. They've done this to us. Heck, they're marrying cousins now.
And it doesn't show a bit.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Watching and listening as she probably goes to get her hair did. And all the ladies at the salon, Terry made her own little purse. Terry's one of Terry's first purses she made for my mom's birthday. We celebrated it this last weekend, even though it's actually today. And I love you very dearly, Mom. You're the best ever.
Well,
and
shout out to your mom during this segment.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. And Don Juan's it's Deer's birthday, and I don't.
His grandma.
Yeah, Dee.
The day at the reception.
By the way, y'all didn't have to remind me. I remember it.
What are you looking at in the hall out there?
I was just handling some stuff out there. We got Ethan coming up next, and I was talking to
I heard
Ferguson.
him warming up in there, man.
Yeah. But yeah, happy birthday, Deer. Today's Deer's birthday.
Well, Deer, happy B-Day.
How did she get the name Deer? Just that's what y'all called her?
Like her sister, they call her sister Ma Deer.
Ma Deer?
Ma Deer.
Okay.
Right, so I guess they just broke it off and said, hey, all right, you're Deer, I guess. I don't know. Ever since I was a baby, we've been calling her Deer, so.
Okay, well, happy birthday.
D, you ever made out with your cousin?
Well, no.
D?
No.
Did you think your cousin was fine or something when you were little?
We all got hauled off to all these family gatherings. We were young. We didn't know. They were the only girls around.
There was tan legs. We couldn't help it.
They didn't know. What did we know?
Well, it was a one occasion when I met a cousin that, I didn't really know she was my cousin because we were from up north. They were from up north up in Cincinnati, Ohio. And we were like up there for a funeral.
Easy, buddy.
Yeah, one of those.
Did y'all drive your Buick too?
Okay.
Y'all drive your Buick over there?
We drove in the Buick. I struggle with that word. But yeah, we were up there and I did meet a cousin and we played around and stuff but I didn't realize she was my cousin until after I come in and how good she looked. So, but by the way,
did somebody break that to you and it was bad?
Yeah,
huh?
so
I'll tell you one thing. She's fine. Hey, buddy, that's your cousin.
That's your cousin.
Hey, that is
that is your cousin.
At least you didn't write your letters.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
Oh, did.
Okay. So
What is that?
All right. What? Do you realize that the Casio kid is now standing in the window where everybody can see him, and he's wearing a Billy Ray Cyrus muscle shirt?
Tell me he's not gonna hang on to that the whole day. What?
That is a sad state right there.
Pull your mic down.
Just don't see that every day.
What you got on, kid?
Stand right here, please.
It's
What are you doing?
It's laundry day.
It looks like it.
What are you doing?
It's laundry day, and it's the only thing I had left.
Casio, you do.
Megan has not seen you in that shirt, has she?
Hey, please explain what this looks like.
He's got on a Billy Ray Cyrus muscle shirt. Now, unfortunately, up top,
it's a sweatshirt with the sleeves cut out, the neck cut out, and it's too tight.
Can I say this?
Way too tight.
Except where it needs to be tight. That's what makes it even funnier. It needs to be tied up through his chest and shoulders. It's fine there. Matter of fact, it's too big. But it comes down to the tummy, and Buddy, it looks like something tried to get out of a bag.
Look, I do believe he's got it on backwards. I think the back should be on the front.
Let's see, turn around.
Oh, my God.
No. It's got the logo on the back. The pocket logo is on the back.
Well,
the pocket logo doesn't go on the back.
Hey, I got to show you my wall.
How about this? A pocket logo should be
on the pocket in the front.
Then you couldn't read.
We can read it when you're going away.
Then you couldn't read the country song of the year.
He's wearing the BMI Country Song of the Year 1993, Achy Breaky Heart.
Not here, Casio. Let's take that out of here.
Spin that around there.
Oh, hold on, we can get it.
Oh my gosh, there's something getting away.
I saw something.
Okay.
How's that?
That's better.
It's 35 minutes now past the hour, and you got another Rick and Bubba show happening today. We're glad you're here. Well, with all that continues to go on in the Middle East involving Hamas and other enemies of Israel, you may be thinking to yourself, what can I do to help? A lot of you have thought about that, and I want to make sure that you're sending money to an organization you can trust. And boy, there's one, you talk about integrity. Ma'oz Israel, been around for 50 years. These are Messianic Jewish people that are helping their brothers and sisters in Israel as, just here we go again. Emergency war relief is needed. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com, IsraelNeedsMe.com. You've seen the headlines even over the last few days. More continuing. There's some talk of a ceasefire, but now that's been compromised again. The folks at Ma'oz, for those of you that have already donated, completed a school with a therapeutic treatment for children who survived that October 7th terrorist attack. Also, they're going to raise $200,000 for long-term treatment and rehabilitation for those that were injured in the war. So you've already helped in a big way with that, but we still need you to continue because, unfortunately, we still have, people in Israel that have lost their homes. They work hard to get the kids back in class with everything that they need. Food, water, all that's important. And IsraelNeedsMe.com will be the organization that will make sure that all the needs are met through the donations that you send. So if you'd like to find a direct link, you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, or just go directly to IsraelNeedsMe.com. All right, so we make our way back. We've solved all the problems of the world a minute ago. Watching that arsonist on fire. I mean, did he never watch the Dick Van Dyke public service announcement? Stop, drop, and roll.
No,
Yeah.
No. Apparently, Rick. Not
He
listen. If you're an
stop, drop,
arsonist
or
to begin with, there's a touch of hey, ain't too smart.
Right. Right. Yeah. So I'm trying to burn it. These are those moments. This was caught on a security camera, where like when people break into your home or your property or try to damage something, or they've done something that is just so stupid and uncaring. You always dream about, why wasn't I there when this idiot did that? Why,
people call it instant karma.
Sometimes whatever. I just, it was like, we have some idiots that keep doing donuts out in our pasture, and whatever. And I just wish, I don't want anybody to get hurt. Don't misunderstand me. I just wish one time like they would turn over and their car would be laying upside down or on its side, and I pull up like to go fishing. Yeah. And I can walk out there and drag their sorry rear ends out of the cab. Treat them with any minor injuries or anything like that. Yeah. It just the disregard we have now of people's property, people's homes. I mean, it's all you never stop and think about how they worked hard to pay for these things, to keep these things up, and you just show disregard and do whatever you want to do anytime you want to do it. To damage something, like this idiot going to burn something down. So when you see that person catch on fire, I know probably we enjoyed that more than we should. But have you ever had that? You do that daydreaming thing, like when somebody does something to you. I wish if I could have just been there for it. Or,
sure.
If like when they threw their trash out onto our property, like right after that, they weren't paying attention. Their car got caught in barbed wire, and you got down there and they were stuck trying to leave.
Instant karma.
Yeah, stuff like that. But
anyway,
people
dumping trash and doing donuts at your place?
Yeah,
I tell you, I
will say this. Let me tell you the beauty of the show. After we mentioned this, and I made the point that most people, when they throw their trash out on your property, if you just go through the trash bags, there's usually something in there with their address on it and their name.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
That's great.
Yeah, and so when I was talking to the law enforcement there, they were like, "Well, we'll probably go over there like we did last time, and they'll just their stupid names will just be in the trash bag." and so I called Gary and I said, "Hey, Gary, take a picture of that trash. I need to send that on." Hey, I went and checked on it. It's gone. So I wonder when we talked about that on there, somebody didn't go, "Hey, we need to go back and get that."
My name's all in there.
They're going to find out here in a minute. Or you could just keep your own trash and not throw it on other people's property.
Well, at least
you could do that. If you want to do donuts, do it in your own yard.
Yeah. Well, you got those cameras up now, so you get them.
Well,
that's a good idea.
That's the beauty of the Moultrie camera. So I now have moved one to more of a pasture position. So anyway, you want to see this? We just want to see this because we just want to see it, right?
Oh, wow.
Video 7.
Sorry, Mom.
Yeah. So this this is a. I think Mom's watching, so she's
okay.
Good.
She's good on that.
This is the F-35B. What is that, Bub? I'm not familiar with
That
it.
is our latest joint fighter aircraft.
And it's coming over the beach in Miami. Is that right?
It's part of an air show, I think.
Miami. Is this a full-blown air show?
I believe so.
They're scaring the sharks off, is what they're
Right.
doing.
Yeah.
Look how slow it's going.
Why is it going so slow?
So some
everybody
people
can see
look at it, yeah, but it's amazing it can stay in the
It's
air
like it's
going
fitting
that
to land
slow.
like O'Harrier.
It just hovers.
I bet Greg could stand on the side of that and fix a transformer.
You could.
It's a hovercraft.
It does. It has the ability to do a jump jet. You know, the
Look
one
at
version
that.
of it does.
Look at the water.
Yeah. See, it's got a turbo fan blowing straight
What if
down.
like Jaws came out of that and stirred him up?
Oh, look at that right there.
Woo! We don't need no runway.
I guess not.
Yeah, really need it because to radio it's just.
Well, I think there's a slight variation in the Navy, the Air Force, and the Marine version of it. I know the Marine has that vertical takeoff.
Who needs a helicopter?
Okay, so I'm going to ask you something, Bubba, that we've talked about for years.
Look at that.
So we remember what's the bomber that looks like Batman's?
B-2.
The B-2?
Oh, yeah.
So you remember that led to a lot of UFO sightings?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
because
absolutely.
we didn't know.
We know for a fact when it was being tested that there were numerous UFO sightings.
All right, now I want you to picture this.
Mm-hmm.
This is testing near you.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
It's night, and all you see are the lights.
Right.
Or you may not see that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, let's say you do, and it's hovering.
Yeah.
And you look out and see something hovering and turning like that. Would that be a UFO sighting to you?
Yes.
If you didn't know this plane existed?
Yes. Oh, yeah. I mean, no, I don't think as much post-jet era, but before that, absolutely.
But I could hear somebody go, well, I looked at it. It wasn't an airplane because, it was hovering. And it wasn't a helicopter because it didn't have the helicopter sound, and there were these lights, and it just froze right over the water, and it just kept turning around, like it could just turn and hover. So there's no way it's of this world.
You
don't know. Well, yeah, it is. We have those.
Yeah.
There's a great documentary when they were trying to decide what design they were going to go with for the F-35. I think the Discovery Channel did it because they had like 3 different companies that had planes, and they were putting them through competition and seeing who scored, and then they were going to decide who actually got the deal.
Right.
But the whole idea was so that it would be more cost efficient if we had one airplane that all the armed services could use, as opposed to each one of them getting their own plane, because you would have more of them. You could get them at a better cost, so to speak, even though they cost a lot more. But the requirements were so different; they had to have slight modifications in them.
Right.
The one the Air Force wants, has plenty of runway. The one the Navy wants, they're limited to the carriers, and the Marines wanted one that would hop on and off.
So what have you ever seen one of those other than that footage right there?
Yes.
Yeah. Where'd you see one?
Some places.
Well, I'm just asking you where you saw it.
Don't ask, don't tell.
No, we actually have a squadron with the National Guard in our state now.
Okay. Well, what's secretive about that?
Well,
you had that look on
secret.
your face
It's
like
not
something secret.
Well,
right. Yeah.
Take us in.
I did happen to know one of the guys in the documentary in the competition.
Sure.
It was kind of
Well, we
cool.
all
bragging. That's just
I didn't know till I saw him on there, and I thought, hey, what are you doing
There you
on
go.
there?
Bubba, have you heard of Exodus Propulsion Technologies? Bubba?
No, don't ask him about that. You're not supposed to ask about that.
Yeah, I'd rather not.
You're not supposed to ask about
Did you
that.
see Glenn Beck interviewed that guy?
You're
It's
not
like
supposed.
anti-gravity device.
Well,
there's a lot of theoretical propulsion systems that NASA's looking at that will be, possibly the next generation. I mean, we're still in the chemical engine stage, but they are looking at a lot of different designs. We've had a lot of things that have been designed just in the last 4 or 5 years that are really, really amazing stuff.
So like a warp drive, basically.
So Beck's all over this.
Yes, Glenn Beck interviewed this guy.
Do you understand how warp drive works?
Oh,
Here we go. Let me get Shatner ready.
Yeah, I do. I'm not
Yeah,
going
right.
to go into
I'd like to hear some of Glenn.
Yeah.
You want to hear Glenn real quick?
Does Glenn get through this without crying?
I think so.
Okay.
Well, I am. I'm so excited, and just we're about to geek out with Charles Bueller. He is the founder of Exodus Propulsion Technologies, NASA Electrostatics and Surface Physics Laboratory as well. He's an engineer. He believes he's found a way to overcome Earth's gravity.
What?
This is crazy. Welcome, sir.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for having me.
So can you explain this as much as you can in layman's terms on what you've discovered?
Sure. But I do have to caveat first that this is not sanctioned by NASA. This is work that we've done outside of NASA as a team. We're made up of a lot of scientists and engineers throughout the aerospace industry, but this is not NASA work. And there's several reasons for that.
Riveting.
Okay, good. I'm actually happier about that. I like private industry coming up with things.
Yeah, me too, Glenn.
Glenn's hair matches his microphone.
He does, Bubba. Where did Glenn get the mountain lion?
Isn't that cool? He's got a stuffed thing like we do.
Yeah, he saw our stuffed animals everywhere and had to have some.
So this is Star Trek stuff, you guys.
I'll tell you that I'll give Glenn this. I've never seen a clip that he has the same microphone twice. I mean, totally different style, totally different look, totally different color.
Yeah, he's got all kinds of different looks.
He is an audio geek.
He really is.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And somewhere Megan's going, boy, I made a good choice.
You know, too, I was going to ask Cassie if he'd made out with his cousin, but I know how he feels about aggressive kissing now.
Yeah,
but,
you have a little puppy come out and want to play?
Hey, let me ask you this.
JT made out with his cousin.
Oh, sure. JT, you need to give any shout-outs?
I do, actually. To Rhonda and Lynn Stone up in Huntsville, two sister cousins. Now, third cousins don't count.
Oh, yeah. Yes, they did, too.
Wait, not only you made out with cousins, but they were sisters.
Cousins.
And you're going to name them?
Rhonda and Lynn Stone. I never no freedom kissing, just a little maybe, hey, and they had horses and a nice big farm, and we go down to the barn and get the horses.
So what does that got to do with anything?
Ride horses, couldn't drag me away.
What was that little,
I have
a little, no, JT, you didn't have a little roll in the hay with your cousin, did you?
Hey!
They were third cousins, long-distance cousins. But Rhonda and Lynn Stone, Charles Stone, May Stone, that Roy Stone, the whole family up there in Huntsville, I hadn't talked to them in years, and I don't even know if they still live up there, but Rhonda and Lynn.
Right now, they hope they don't.
My mom was from Huntsville, so we used to come down once a week every summer and riding up that big, long driveway to Rhonda and Lynn's house and see them come out the front door. I was like, yes. Going horse.
JT, they're your cousin. JT, you are on the air.
You're from Pennsylvania, right? Are you from Pennsylvania? You are from Pittsburgh, right?
I was only 10 or 11, 12.
Well, when you're in Pittsburgh, you've heard all the rumors. You think once you get to Alabama...
Yeah, I know. Anything goes, baby.
That's 80 degrees. They've got horses.
Okay. JT.
Hey, stop it.
And where we grew up in Pittsburgh, we didn't have whole house air conditioning back then because it got hot maybe once a week, or 1 week a year, 1 week out of the year. So when you'd come down south and get to a house with air conditioning and 85 degrees outside, and you go inside
Daisy
for the
Dukes.
Lemonade, Daisy Duke blonde, and they were a couple years older than me and my brother.
Older woman.
So
Let me ask this. Would you go back home to Pittsburgh and go, y'all won't believe what the South is like?
Yes. Rhonda and Lynn.
It ain't like
Hey,
Hee-Haw.
JT, that's 4 times you've called them by name and stared off in the distance.
Oh,
Are you all right?
You see me go, yeah, we'd be driving up that long driveway. Easy.
This is where
some of us are ashamed of it. No, we're not ashamed. Come on.
Yeah, I think we need to have a phone segment if you've made out with your cousin. Come clean. You'll feel better about
Baby,
it.
I'm
Just
back.
put it behind you.
Okay. But anyway, Rhonda and Lynn Stone, the whole family up there, like, give them a shout out.
Yeah, I bet they're glad to hear that.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, I mean, at least we just said a cousin. He's like saying their name and where they live.
Yeah,
third cousins. Really don't count.
Well,
I didn't have first cousins.
We'll be the judge of that.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here as we go to the phones. Speedy, everyone on the show, including now Christopher Columbus, who is switching what you see on TV for Media Visions in Turner South, admits that he too maybe had a little thing for his cousin.
No, maybe, Rick. He had three
cousins,
fine cousins, and they always used to wrestle.
They wrestled a lot. Who is this?
Christopher, come to a wide shot. Here.
Can I try to clear this up a little bit so it wouldn't be made out to be such a, oh, here go these hillbillies, this is what we've always thought, stereotype.
Exactly, Rick.
When you're growing up and you first start liking girls, that's the only girls you'll ever see.
Yeah.
I mean,
there isn't like a club for 9-year-olds.
No.
3 cousins live in Spartanburg.
Are you all right?
Lynn, and Lisa.
How many?
Laurie, Lynn, and Lisa in Spartanburg. 3 of my cousins. And they were gorgeous. And I was 10 years old. And they were, I guess, 18, 19, close to that.
Oh.
Well, what do you
What
think?
kind
10
of
years old.
Rick, this is the babysitter syndrome.
Oh,
you know
my gosh, not older cousins.
They would tickle me and
They
throw
was
me on
hot
the
for the
bed.
babysitter.
How about that?
They would tickle you.
And you liked it.
And you loved it.
And you liked it.
And you would go, when we going back to Spartanburg?
Every year.
Will
you tickle me?
Hey, in a lot of cases, I mean, if you ever gonna learn to kiss, who else were you gonna use, sir? Especially like Christopher Columbus, they're older. They had a little fun.
They could probably help you out a little bit.
Y'all saw JT light up like a light, didn't you?
Yeah.
Of course, my wife's watching now.
Well, look, we're not saying we're talking about being young. We're not talking about anything dirty here.
Yes.
Oh, no.
We're talking about innocent puppy love. Hey.
And you looked around, they were attractive. You realized you liked girls, and the only people you got that close to were cousins.
Sure.
I mean, you might look across a classroom, but that was about it. What could you do at school?
Yeah, this.
Well, yeah, I don't see any, us making big adjustments at this point. We're moving into another segment. Thanks for being with us today. If you're looking to hang out with Greg and Speedy, an opportunity comes your way next Friday, July the 19th. My little baby brother, it'll be 2 days after his birthday. Woo! All right, so I'm 59. Are you turning 58?
Yep.
Turning 58 on the 17th. But on the 19th, you can celebrate Greg's birthday with Speedy as they MC Nashville to Birmingham.
Yep.
Stories behind the songs benefiting Rainbow Omega. It'll be in Birmingham, Alabama, where these songwriters will be there in the round playing their hits and raising money for this wonderful organization. Find out more by going to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events.
We was just talking about that.
Bubba, by the way, I want you two to know, Speedy and Greg, this is real.
I know
y'all committed to this a long time ago, and I know that it was somewhat I was involved in that indirectly, but I will just say that it's going to be a great evening. But I want both of you to know, barring something unforeseen, that is happening.
It is
next Friday.
It is.
Okay. Now, when y'all committed to it, it was so far away.
It was.
Yeah.
It was so far away.
It was.
We're all learning when you commit to things. They will show up.
They'll
get here.
Here they come. But it's a great evening.
It
You'll
is.
enjoy
It is. Working behind the scenes with some of them, organizing it. I know everybody's excited.
Wonderful organization.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good
Yeah.
And Greg will get to teach you some more things about music. while
That's
you're there.
right. Yeah. I love learning.
Speedy's talking about writing a song beforehand.
I'm going to use the term music lightly here, but just brace yourselves. It could be that Kanye West is retiring.
What?
And where's he retiring from?
I don't really know. Here, does anybody know the person? I know we're not maybe hip to the groove. Does anybody know the person Rich the Kid?
Do not.
Anybody know Rich the
Adler
Kid?
was talking about him yesterday.
Do you know anything about him, Adler? Rich the Kid?
He's a rapper.
All right, didn't know that. So Kanye West apparently texted Rich the Kid that he is retiring from professional music.
Yep.
I will say, now look, first of all, this is not up for debate. This came from Kanye's own mouth to David Letterman, and has done it before. Kanye does struggle mentally.
Very much.
Okay, and mental illness is a real thing.
Yep.
And he
easy, baby.
He's one of the most bizarre human beings that I've ever really experienced. And this latest thing where he walks around with this person,
his wife.
This is his wife?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And she's not allowed to wear clothing apparently. And
they have to live in warm places.
And he just covers up. He has his face, everything covered.
Right. He covers up.
And she has very little, if anything.
Right.
Exactly.
And forbids her to cover apparently.
Yeah.
really strange. But anyway, now, Bubba, here's what you may not have known. Listen to these numbers. Did you know that Kanye, whatever his name is, has 24 Grammy Awards?
Does he really?
Oh, I would have thought it'd been more than that.
I didn't know.
Rick, he's worth billions.
Well, I know, but I don't fully.
At Adidas gig, he lost it.
Yeah. I don't. I've never really fully understood the Kanye intrigue.
I know,
but I mean, we all have different tastes.
I've heard.
We all have different tastes, and all that. Got it.
So he ain't preaching no more.
That kind of went away.
I think he started an adult film business company.
Are you making that up?
No, he really did.
Straight up?
Yes.
Well, no pun intended.
Starring
you
starring
kidding
his
me?
current wife.
Are you kidding me?
I don't know.
Where did that come from?
I'm just telling you about his business dealings. I was just reading about it the other day.
Look, the guy.
I'll get you the name of it.
I told you.
I'm okay. I mean,
when he's
don't Google that,
Rick, we make fun of him, and I do. But the man, he had people paying money to watch him walk around a field in a stadium listening to his own record.
I've never seen any of that, but that may be the greatest.
He made shoes that looked like something from outer space and charged ridiculous price, not counting the clothes. You've seen his stuff.
Yeah, Kanye
and
laughed.
People couldn't stop,
and were
buying
sold
it.
out before they were available.
Yes.
Kanye,
so whatever he
laughed all the way to the bank.
Yeah.
Well, I think if you go back to the thing you guys brought up, now I did notice that we just showed Will Smith.
We've lost Bubba.
And the Sunday whatever choir was singing.
Yeah.
Now that at one time was Kanye's choir.
Is that them?
Is he still doing Sunday services?
I don't know.
I don't.
Rick, I don't think it'll work with this new.
I agree with
venture.
that. Well,
and don't forget it. Then they have to have
Don't
like
put headline
how
on
many
it, just select the
pounds of
headline.
flowers they put out, and
wow.
Yeah, that's a little different.
And what's the source there?
Greg?
That is Rolling Stone
Rolling
magazine.
Stone? Wow.
Okay, that's a little different message than it was.
Look at this interview, Greg. We're watching.
Well, it goes back to.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Jesus.
Look, he does stuff like this.
Jesus gave a parable about a sower that's throwing seeds, and he gives you these different things that happen when the seeds hit, and there are some that hit, but they start out like they're really on fire, but the things of the world come in and choke it,
weed them out,
and it never ever takes root, and they fade away. Now, I'm not sitting here, I'm not in charge of the judgment of Kanye's redemption or not redemption, but I will say this: Jesus himself told me, not stumbles, we all make mistakes. I mean, we as long as we have this sin suit on, we're not going to have perfection. But what he's saying is, if you see people that are deliberately and perpetually bearing fruit that doesn't look like me, I don't know them, no matter what they say about me. And he did say there are some that'll come out of the gate strong, and they'll kind of get the concepts, but they never fully submit to my authority. They never fully repent and turn from sin and place their faith in me versus themselves. And you'll see those people kind of fade away, and you'll see them fade away when all of a sudden they don't look a lot like me anymore. And I
believe we're here.
And I think Bubba's brought up one piece of fruit from the tree that would cause me to inspect it differently.
I believe you have a glaring example.
Right, and don't forget now, you also read in the letter to the church in Corinth, in 1 Corinthians, once someone declares, hey, I'm part of the church, then we absolutely judge them. I mean, Paul makes that clear.
Yeah.
The Lord judges those that have never made that claim. But once you make that claim, then the whole church, your brothers and sisters, look and say, to see if we see something that doesn't look right, then you call it.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I don't know the situation. I think all of it's sad, but apparently he's going to retire from professional music. I don't even know what that means.
I think, probably, Rick, it's an announcement so people will beg you not to. It's usually what those kind of things are. Because you haven't had anybody, begging you to do something in a while.
Well, yeah. Well, I knew things were not completely right, but I think some of it may be that this person, Kanye Yee, whatever, that he laughs at everybody, to Greg's point. Let me see if I can get anybody to come pay a lot of money to watch me walk around and listen to my own music. Let me see if anybody will take me serious dressed as a soda pop.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like a joke on all of us.
And it worked.
Rick and Bubba.
This was summertime.
They wouldn't
anyway.
even talk
You
to
weren't
you.
even in school.
They wouldn't even talk to you. You're in the car, you drive up, you're sitting there in the same room with them. Hey. Suddenly you're on the trampoline. You what?
Yeah, chasing on the playground.
Just because you roll around and maybe like fall on each other on purpose on a trampoline, is that considered wrestling?
Yes.
You're flirting with your cousin.
You know why you were on that trampoline?
You wanted to bounce around?
And
I tell you, whoever you fell on that, they must have really enjoyed it.
I was then. I had it going on back then.
You still do,
I was
but
my
you're
young
bachelor.
You're the bachelor, man. You're back.
That was before I hit the gym.
You've got an aggressive kissing girlfriend.
That's
man.
right. You can count your blessings.
Did you see the guy and he owned me? And I meant to print it out. I forwarded it to y'all to see if one of y'all would print it out in case I forgot it, and I did. The guy who sent other things Casio Kid doesn't like. Did you see that?
No, I did not see that.
It had like Thanksgiving dinner. I mean, it had it had all these great things Casio Kid's got a problem with, and it was hilarious. So I'll try to get that.
Where is the guy here?
Hey, Casio, did you have any tickets left, though?
To the gun show?
Yeah, to your gun show you got going on, right?
Okay. Yeah, thanks, man.
I'll hook y'all up.
Okay, man. Thank you, Top Gun.
Yeah, I want a front row.
All right, let's go to the phones.
Your mic's not on.
Amy's in Childersburg, Alabama. Hey, Amy, how you doing? Amy.
Amy.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, Amy.
I'm going to get signal.
Oh, Amy.
I can't. That phone didn't work. I'm so sorry. Carrie in Harrisville, Mississippi. Carrie, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. Monkey grass.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. What station you listen to?
Listen to you on 92.9.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Brookhaven.
Brookhaven.
Yeah.
What was funny was a while ago y'all was talking about, cousins and stuff.
Yes.
And right after, when y'all took y'all's commercial break, it went to focus on family.
It always works that way. Cause Rick was on a rant about closing the day. First thing was a mortgage commercial.
Yeah,
you know?
I was talking about closing a loan, and we went in the Birmingham station. Their first commercial was, "Have you closed your loan yet?"
Yeah, I mean, right out of the gate.
That's the first thing it
Unplanned.
said.
Isn't that funny?
So Mississippi gave us focus on the family right after us talking about dating cousins.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Richard.
Hey, okay. Hey, Speedy, you're going to call on that one today.
What I wanted to let you know was that I'm from a small town, and I'm kin to everybody, including the dog. That's my Uncle Earl's boy.
I got you.
And right now, I'm dating my fourth cousin.
What? Well, right now, today.
As we speak. Let me say, I didn't even. Hey, that don't even count. You can't go fourth.
Is there such
Well, wait a minute. What is the cutoff?
Yeah,
But yet,
the cutoff.
No, wait. Don Juan makes a good point, but you know it's your cousin. And you're a grown man.
Well,
Is there such a thing?
Right, I know it's my cousin.
Carrie, is she really fine?
Is she good looking?
She's fine to me.
Yeah.
Y'all, I'm getting uncomfortable.
Listen, no, there's a cutoff. I mean, the cutoff.
What is the cutoff?
Three's the cutoff.
That's what I want to talk to y'all about, what the cutoff is.
Now,
Three. You're clear. He's clear, man. He's clear.
All right, calm
There's
down.
no such thing as a fourth cousin.
Three. There's no such thing as a fourth cousin.
Oh, yes, there is.
It's the third cousin once removed. But anyway, so are you saying third cousin is you're no good there, or you're clear on the third?
No. Fourth is where it begins.
Fourth, you're clear.
You're out of line up through
Fourth,
three.
I'm clear, so I'm good to go, right?
Give me an example of what a fourth cousin, how they would be your fourth cousin. How would it?
That's why.
Her daddy.
So you can't even figure it out.
Her daddy is my third cousin, which is my grandfather and his grandmother were brother and sisters.
I don't know if
Different family.
I'm confused.
Say that again now.
My grandfather and his grandmother were brother and sister.
You mean her?
Her daddy.
Her daddy.
Her
Daddy's grandmother and your granddaddy were brother and sister.
Yeah. My great-grandfather and his great-grandfather was the same man.
Y'all, they're linked in there.
Watch out.
Rick, that is bogus, man. What?
That's a little closer than I thought.
How about this? I don't think that's fourth.
I don't either. You may need to count that again, Gary.
If you can explain it and break it down like that, I think it's wrong. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
I know. Carrie, I expected your list to be longer than that.
I hear you, man.
That wasn't even a great-grandfather.
Yeah, you got to have the word great in there.
Yeah, he was great-grandfather.
Or how about this? You need the word great or when they were in England.
No. How about this? I wanted great. Yeah. That's what I was waiting to hear. Because how about this?
I wish I could throw a couple more in, but I can't, man.
Yeah, I mean, listen, my kids have a great-grandmother who's living. You know what I mean? Hey, your kids ain't gonna be right. I wouldn't do it.
Go ahead and take Terry, but if you put out at 6 toes, don't call back.
I'm more worried about, my kid coming out looking like Cyclops, and wanting to put on the pirate patch on Halloween.
You got something else thinking for you, buddy. No. We all expected that list to take up the rest of the segment. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba. 7 minutes now past the hour. Welcome in to the Big Boy Studio. I fought for my bills. So the gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler. I forgot Helmsy is out. He had to leave early today, but welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us at the little party we called Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, where were you on the Oak Ridge Boys? Did you like the Oak Ridge Boys?
I did.
Elvira.
They were. It wasn't exactly my biggest favorite genre of music at the time, but I always liked them.
Don't you say that again.
Yeah, they were huge in their day.
Yeah.
Yes, I will.
I'm with you. My dad liked them.
Oh, yeah.
And,
I thought they were the best thing ever.
And the Statler brothers, when they were, to me, they were the same. They were all the same band to me. But apparently, you remember the one that Greg, of course, would point out that maybe did not have an opportunity at Braces when he was younger, like the rest of us.
Well, he was kind of the lead singer.
The little guy.
Yes,
little
with
guy.
The higher voice.
Yeah, I saw that news yesterday.
He passed away at 76.
No, Mountain Man's still alive, ain't he?
Yeah.
William Lee Golden.
Does anybody know how to say his name? Bonsall?
No, Bonzel.
Bonzel?
I don't know.
Joe Bonzel? Yeah, mustache. Yeah. They're in the middle.
There's Mountain Man.
And Mountain Man, is he still going? Thank God for
he's
Kids.
Still around.
He
bumps.
Remember the first time you heard Thank God for Kids?
Oh yeah.
You're swallowing. Yeah.
They got some good gospel songs.
They do.
Okay, buddy.
Thanks
for speaking on behalf of your dad.
What was the one with the guy with the deep voice sang the whole song? Did he, or did he have a long? I can't.
Yes, there was a song that was like his solo. It wasn't Elvira.
It wasn't just ball.
Yeah, and he sang. I can't remember that. Yeah. But I don't know hey, here's a bunch of guys singing, and we got our baritone, and we got our, all that. I just, the bass.
But he was always kind of. I mean, he was thin. He was in shape. You wouldn't think he would be.
He's 76. But.
Well, I know. But
yeah,
still, that's right on the average. But I don't know. I guess I thought.
They're saying that it was ALS actually.
Oh, I hate that.
Really?
My goodness.
So to live that, he must have got it late in life to live that long.
They were huge and successful in that genre. I mean, it wasn't really my thing, but they were really good.
Well,
Bob is who.
There you go.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, you know that the.
I think I saw them one time at the Grand Ole Opry.
I'm sure you did. How about the?
I bet they came through the old Oxford Civic Center at some point.
Right, but the Oak Ridge Boys were able to do what the Statler brothers never really did, and they got into pop. I mean, they were on the radio playing on pop stations with Elvira and some other stuff.
Elvira.
Bubba, mow, mow.
Old Golden kind of stuck out, didn't he?
He did, but
hey.
But anyway, so
Well, I mean,
if you look at that crew right there, and you're betting the farm on who will go first, are the rest of them still alive?
I'm not sure.
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, you would have thought the older guy would have been the first one to go.
Yeah, but
I mean, if you just play,
you can't take Big Beard out.
Oh, I
No,
know.
Big Beard will live longer than anybody.
Thank God for
Because he's
kids.
probably growing his own tomatoes and all that. Yeah.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So, but anyway, so that's news. Also, pharmacists, speaking of being sick, have revealed 7 medications that make you fat. And, you know, because
where's that list?
Yeah, well,
the opposite of Ozempic. Is that what you're saying?
Right. This is so what we have a drug to put on weight and then a drug to take off weight. But anyway, by the way, how about there people really having some stomach issues with that other thing. But anyway, these are. We all know this one. This one we've all talked about and laughed about on the show. Anytime your doctor gives you steroids.
Oh yeah.
Good gracious.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I could eat a house.
Yeah. I mean, for some reason, I want to clean the garage and I want to eat every step of the way.
Yeah.
You're hungrier than if you've been swimming.
Yeah.
You remember you're a kid after you go swimming, how hungry you were?
So hungry.
Yeah, but then you get into things now. I will tell you this: the antidepressants really put it on. They got all kinds of reasons why they think that this is They said one of them may be as simple that if this drug works, you feel better and you start eating again. But that's it. Beta blockers, statins.
Statins?
Yeah. Nothing we'd have to worry about here, but for women, some other forms of birth control.
Oh, speedy.
That they're on the list. So anyway, and there's but when you think about us, I mean, I even had this said to me in the last couple of weeks. When you think of us, you read this story and you start saying, "Well, let me check into all this," and then I look at this right here. Someone says, "Listen to this, Bubba. Think about us. How meaningless this is to people like us. What may cause you to put on as much as 5 pounds in a month."
A whopping 5 pounds. Wait a minute. I thought you were saying it was a big deal.
I drop and gain 5 pounds in a week.
Look, all I'm juggling is 5 pounds. I mean, give or take.
Yeah, I'm at this weight. Hey, weigh me in the morning, weigh me in the afternoon. That's 5 pounds.
Yeah, exactly.
That's nothing.
Nothing.
You gain weight by eating something too salty.
Sure.
Retain that water.
So anyway,
I had some watermelon the other day.
Oh, I had watermelon.
Salt.
Oh yeah, I put salt on. That's the only thing I put salt on.
Me too.
Only thing.
I'm not a big salt guy, but boy, you give me a melon, I'll put it on.
It is unbelievable how it changes.
Cold.
I want it just so cold you can't hardly take it.
I want to hurt your teeth.
Yes. Well, like I said, and for some reason this makes it even colder. So
Put it in the creek.
I said it on Monday.
Yeah.
We went and got a watermelon from Speedy's oldest son's in-laws.
Around the court there.
Did he say, "Hey, I'm all"?
And so the watermelons, when you go get them from somewhere like that, are so much better than the grocery store because you're not worried about shelf life.
That's right.
And it had that deep red. I mean, and so Sherry
So good.
cuts them up, and we got this big metal bowl, and she puts them in the metal bowl and puts foil over the top of it and just sits them in the refrigerator till they'll just make your teeth hurt.
Yeah.
And they're cutting all those little triangles.
You throw a little salt on it.
And you just sit down and just.
You throw salt on it?
I don't do the salt.
The salt brings the flavor of a watermelon out like nothing.
Yeah,
else.
I don't do the salt, but I know a lot of people do.
Yeah, Betty made me use some pink Himalayan.
That's good stuff.
You grind it as you do it.
That's good stuff.
Sure.
And I can eat it without the salt.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not, but I do like it.
If it's
growing up, we would go the park where in the town I grew up in Jacksonville was Germania Springs, and we would go up there to have picnics and all that. And people would carry their watermelon and set it in the creek because the spring was right there. I mean, you're talking about cold. And when I was little, I mean, there was so many watermelons in the creek. I thought they grew in creeks.
Yeah,
when I was real little.
you walk up.
Yeah, I thought, look at that patch of watermelon there.
How about this? I was looking at it. Not a lot of calories in watermelon.
No. So
10 pieces, 180.
My mother,
I like cantaloupe too.
Who
only a ripe one.
Who I love dearly and miss very much, would many times tell us about her days plowing a mule. And that was also when you walked up to the hill to school both ways.
Sure. In the snow.
But she was very good. She could take a watermelon because they didn't have utensils in the field.
Yeah.
But if they got real hungry, they would get one and take it off the vine, put it in the creek. And then when lunchtime come, and she could roll that thing over and drop it and break it down the middle, just like you'd cut it with a butcher.
Really?
Yeah. You had to you had to drop it.
Had to know what to do.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah, so good. I dig in. That's what.
And that was one of her great skills. That and on the lookout for Coach Whip snakes.
Yep. Oh yeah. My granddad talked about them Coach Whips.
Oh, I know it. Did he say they put their tail in their mouth?
And they'd roll.
He said that too.
Yes.
Oh,
and then one stuck in a tree and it killed the tree.
Killed the tree.
My mom said it'd wrap around a mule and just put a gash in it.
And my granddad made a lot of stuff up. So
we'll take your phone calls.
Your granddad and my mom would tell the same story.
Yeah, same generation.
Absolutely. Your phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Top of the hour. I don't know how I got started.
I do.
Do you?
I just brought up very casually when you were a young kid, and you went to these family
Harmlessly climbing trees with your cousin.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah, and you went to these little get-togethers, the family once a year
Right.
or whatever, and you saw a lady that was really pretty, and you started maybe flirting with her or hanging out with her, or and all of a sudden you realized it was your cousin.
Yes. And now that
Rick told us that he knew his was his cousin, but he didn't care.
Well, again, I was a kid. I was just going through puberty, and she was adopted.
Right.
That doesn't count.
I think you're all right there, Rick.
But she is your cousin.
And yes,
Okay.
but she's Polynesian.
Right.
I don't think that counts.
Plus, she was what, Miss Teen Florida something?
Yes, she was.
And
Matter of fact-
Bubba climbed trees with his.
Yep. You, we want him, and you got a little sugar from your cousin when you were younger. You admitted that. JT admitted that he made out with his cousins when they were little, just a little kissy.
Year after year.
Don Juan was hot after his.
Don Juan tried to make out with his cousin till one of his family members said, "Hey, that's your cousin."
Right, and he would play chase with her and then fall on purpose so she could catch
Right.
him.
Cassio smashed his cousins on the trampoline.
So it was
Christopher Columbus, who switches for us. He was hot for all three of his.
He kind of had
sisters too. That's a double whammy.
He kind of lived the young teenage dream. He had like 17 and 18-year-old female cousins.
Like tickling him. He liked it.
Well, sure he did. So that's all we said. Now some of y'all, I got to say and I know somewhere Ted Turner, for the first time, who really hates Southern stereotypes, by the way, is just dialed on and said, I want to see what's happening on Turner's South.
Yeah.
Oh, look, here's a new program.
Well, we're making fun of it. That's what's so
sure.
funny.
Like I said, let's see what's happening here.
Say hello to Mr. Ron Lang this morning.
Yes. Eli.
Guy listening for the first time this morning.
Hey,
oh, man.
That's the guy who's thinking about putting us on his station.
Yeah.
And then Speedy said, how about listening to the show tomorrow?
Yeah.
That was yesterday. So he's tuning in
I
today.
thought we were a good, clean show.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of your cousin, there's Bobby Horton.
Yeah.
I bet he's kissed a cousin or two.
Look, he doesn't discriminate. He kisses everybody.
That's right.
Yeah.
Eli in South Carolina. Eli, how you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Eli, welcome to the show.
How you doing?
Just rolling out this morning?
I can't watch TV and do this at the same time.
No, you'll really get sick.
And they're not going to show your picture, Eli, so what do you care? All right, so
look.
Here we go, Eli. Eli, what's your story?
Focus, baby. Here we go.
All right. Basically, I was going, but...
All right, he can't do that.
Eli, I'm going to ask you to stop looking at the TV.
Yeah?
Eli, you do realize this is too early to be
Eli,
drinking, right?
It looks like you got a good subject line, but we're about to dump you.
Come on.
I had I started dating this girl when I was real younger.
Yes, you didn't know.
Real younger.
Like when I was 18.
Yes.
I was living in Columbia going to school.
Yes.
Come to find out she's my third cousin.
Now,
and I married her.
You married her? You married her?
Right now, y'all are married?
Right now.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean...
When did this come to light that y'all were related?
After we were married.
Yeah.
So you're like married and y'all are talking about family members, and somebody says, my Uncle Ed over there in, Charleston, and you go, that's funny, I got an Uncle Ed over there in Charleston. Did y'all do that, or what happened?
Or was it even worse? You invited a family member to the house to meet your new wife, and when she showed up, your wife said, Aunt Martha, what are you doing here?
It's not like that. It's
okay,
like,
good.
I never knew my dad.
Yes, you went for a hug, and your wife did too. So you never knew your dad?
No, I never knew my dad.
Now,
my dad's side.
So how did you piece this together?
We went to a family reunion in
oh boy,
one of her family reunions, and I met my uncle.
And there was your kinfolk. Oh, okay.
Yes. So have y'all talked to someone about, is this?
Here we go, 20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Taking your phone calls now, so dial us up. Here we go. Here's the first Patriot Mobile phone troll of the day. And make your phone money matter. Make the switch now to Patriot Mobile by going to patriotmobile.com/bigbox. Free activation. All right, so if you want to join us, you can. Speedy's taking the phone calls. At the end of 30 seconds,
when you walked in the door,
the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program comes to a close. We'll move to the next one. There is no meaningless shout-outs. There are no shameless plugs. Also, Greg, Stephen Waits from Oxford has texted us, said the bass song you're looking for from the bassist from Oak Ridge Boys was the song Dream On.
That's it.
Not
Dream On.
Not the one that Aerosmith did, but
lay your head down on my shoulder.
Yeah.
Stephen would know.
Dream On. So anyway, that was it. The lines are available if you move now. Bobby gets us started.
Dream on.
Bob, you got 30 seconds on the program, buddy. Go ahead.
Rick and Bubba, I've got a bone to pick with you two.
Okay. Come on. Okay.
You guys, I've been listening to y'all for 30 years.
Thank you so much.
And, you announced at the beginning of the year that you're going to end the show.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm just kind of upset that you guys didn't give the audience a chance to keep it or coaster.
Oh, know what? I think we were terrified of the actual outcome. So thank you. Thank you on that. Remember, the key was always to land this plane before y'all wanted it landed. That was, keep it a coaster. You throw it out there like that, you never know. I mean, if you don't believe that the people can always be trusted, look at our president right now.
Well, there's a lot of things to look at.
It is.
Democracy is not always a pretty thing.
It isn't. 866 We Be Big if you want to join us now. Another story that is rotating today, and when I saw the headline, I thought, well, I'm going to see something that's really, weird. And this thing where Will Ferrell says that his real name brought him embarrassment as a child. So you start thinking, did he have some kind of weird
I thought it would be
name
Sue or something like that.
Yeah, and then you go and you look, and it was the fact that his name was John William Ferrell. What's weird about that?
Here's what, if you'll read on, and I'm in
he
the
said
same
they didn't
boat.
like him calling him John.
Well, I'm in the same boat. You go by your middle name,
right?
But again, he even says in an article, I know this is ridiculous, and it's not. But I act like it traumatized him. He said he admitted it was ridiculous to be worried, but he said it embarrassed him because on the first day of school, and I've told this story, the teacher would say John, and all of his buddies would laugh.
Right.
Same thing when I was the first day of school, they'd say William.
Yeah, I got
like, they'd laugh. And he even admitted it's ridiculous that it bothered him. But like I say, when I saw the headline, I thought, well, his name must be Sue or like the song or something.
Yeah,
you're right. First day of school, they'd always call out your official name, and you go, Bill. William.
Right.
Bill.
Yeah.
So it happened. And my poor son, Lisa gave him 3 names, and he goes by the 3rd one. So it's really tough to get to his name.
Oh, wow. You got to really go down the track.
Oh, yeah.
But I thought when I heard this that he had something like, Howard.
Yeah,
William Ferrell, and they would call him Howard.
Howie,
I mean, if somebody's going to call you a name and it be your first name, John's not so bad.
No, I wouldn't say that as a bad one. So, like with your son, I mean, when he gets towels embroidered, does it look like an eye test?
He just has to avoid it. But you're right. There's nothing.
Yeah.
And every application says first, middle, and last.
Right.
None of them say first, middle, and other middle and last.
Right.
He's not very happy about it, I'll be honest.
Let's go to Jane Lee, right, in Missouri. Jane Lee, go ahead.
It's Janelle. That's
Janelle.
okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was it's hard to spell that one, I guess. Go ahead.
Anyway, this is really for Bubba's enjoyment. But on Instagram, things pop up sometimes. I don't routinely follow Robert Kennedy Jr., but does Bubba know that Robert Kennedy Jr. is a snake wrangler?
Oh, no.
That people will call him to come get snakes from their property?
I saw a video the other day of him grabbing up something that was on their property. He was actually, I think, doing an interview or a podcast, and his wife comes running in there and says, "Hey, there's a snake in the garage or in the yard or something." Did you see that?
Oh,
yeah, this is where he leaves. So he leaves and watch him, Rick. Go get
Is this where he eats a dog?
No.
No, Green, that's not it.
He's doing a Zoom call, and he stops. Can we?
Oh, I'll
Can you
say
pot
that.
it up?
Yeah, you
Can
can.
we
Yeah,
hear
let
it?
me check. Hold
Yeah.
on. Yeah, and so
Look, and it's like a rattlesnake
right there in the driveway.
Yeah, look. I mean, he goes out there and he ends up grabbing it with his hand.
Let me turn off my other songs.
I wonder if he's ever been invited down to Op.
Well,
and get out there.
I'm worried about him seeing this.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
so
On a whole nother
he's
level.
not worried. Not right.
So he's doing a podcast, and his wife comes in and says, "Hey, there's a snake in the driveway. Can you go get rid of it?"
Okay.
And then he's dropping and did 50 push-ups.
Oh, yeah. I got to turn up so many things and turn
Yeah.
down so many things. All right, here we go. Let's try again. Last time. Still not working. Okay.
Still not there.
Oh, it's still muted.
I'll be back in a flash.
There we go. Snake in the driveway.
Hold on, guys. I'll be back in a flash.
There's that voice.
And I don't know about this music, so I can't. I don't know.
Yeah.
What to play. That's a rattlesnake in the driveway?
Yes.
Where do they live?
That looks like a fish net. It's not a very good net.
It's not a very good
He touched it.
He's trying
What's
to.
he doing?
He's trying to shoe it in the net,
That's not
but
a big enough net.
he realizes, and then he goes to just kind of push it in the bucket.
Oh.
Watch! I saw this.
It
the
took
other
a
day.
it took a strike at
Yeah,
him.
it did.
So
Well, it's
Listen
a
to
mean
that.
old rattlesnake. What do you expect?
yeah.
Oh, listen to that rattle.
And then he can't get it out of the net.
Good night,
You're
Bubba.
going to think when he jumps out of that bucket.
Wow.
No, whoa,
Then he
grabs
milked it.
Wait a minute, he grabs it in a minute.
Uh-uh.
Look, he puts
serious?
it back out.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
What?
Oh, he's got his real tongs out now.
Now he's serious about it, isn't he?
Well, then you don't need to be doing that.
No,
Yeah.
there's no reason
Leave
for
it in the
this.
bucket.
There's no reason for this point here. I feel bad for the person who had the podcast going.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, what are they doing now? They're burning time?
He's going to think when it turns around and say, wham.
This is not worth it.
Look.
Oh, wow.
Why
he's
would
grabbing
we?
it.
Why would we do this?
But look, I'm grabbing it.
Right, thanks, Greg.
Listen to that rattle.
Oh, he holds it up and shows it to the camera.
They said
and
his
all that.
voice was normal till one bit him.
Yeah, that's right. That's what happened to him.
Oh, we don't need to be doing that.
Look, that's so dangerous.
Bubba, what did
This
you?
is we're gonna see the news story that he's been bitten by a snake.
Good job. Go get me a pillowcase.
Won't you kill it? What are you doing? You should have already cut it up.
He's really holding a rattlesnake, y'all.
Bubba, he's calling it a beautiful snake. I'm so
Look,
sorry you had to see
He's
that.
just playing with it like there's no big deal.
I know.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
He
Bubba.
Had it in a
the
bucket
bag.
and dumped it out, started playing with it.
Rick in
Give me a
Oxford,
pillowcase.
Alabama. Rick, go ahead. How you
Just a
doing?
matter of time.
Hey, good morning, guys. Long
Hey.
time listener. I go way back to remotes at the Waffle House in Jackson.
All right.
I bet that's a good remote.
That's a great one.
Hey, we saw the Oak Ridge Boys at the OPAC in Oxford a few months ago, and they were talking about the guy was too sick to tour with them anymore, and
Yeah.
they had a new guy taking his spot. Did a phenomenal job. My takeaway was, boy, they're getting old, but they still give it 110%.
There you go. There you go. Press on. Let's go to JC. JC, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, morning Biggins.
Hey.
Long time listener,
Thank you.
occasional contributor. Can I get you guys to agree that if Kamala becomes the person they run, that I told you so a week ago? Can y'all just give me that?
What do you mean if Kamala?
You're making a
That's a big
prediction, and
stretch,
you want
buddy.
credit for it if that works out.
If Kamala becomes the
wasn't
candidate,
much of
I
a
already
stretch.
made the prediction last week. You guys said it was a good point, but it hadn't happened yet. And here we are rebranding her.
Buddy,
but
that's not
not
brazen.
exactly a brazen prediction. I mean, she's
She's the vice president.
She's
the
next
vice
in line.
president. Yeah, right.
She's the next one in line.
I called it, y'all.
But we'll give you credit. if it happens.
I think Joe's fine. I think he'll do great over the next 4 years.
Yeah, you agree with Trump, his assessment of it.
Yeah. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's a real serious situation. Third cousin, was there some marriage in here, or are y'all blood kin?
Well, we're blood kin. It's like she's my dad's second kin, second cousin.
Yeah. So this is
dad's father's first cousin.
Yeah. So you got yourself a situation here. Yeah. Well, Eli,
you're not gonna have kids though, right?
I can't have kids, so.
Okay, good. Well, why don't y'all go out? Why don't you go out and adopt some? If y'all have children, maybe adopt a baby or something. That'd be nice.
Well, we're looking into that now.
Well, good, good. I hope it all works out then.
Just don't tell the folks that y'all cousins.
Yeah. In the interview,
just leave that detail out.
In the interview,
I mean, not trying to pull anything, but you can give too much information.
Can I say this though? Can I say this? It does save a lot of controversy about where we're going for the holidays.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, right.
So you want to go to your family or my family? We go, oh, I'm sorry.
You want to go to your family or your family?
Yeah. We go to my family or my family?
Our family.
Let's go to
and Ryan dated cousins.
How about this? I can tell you. Look, I know Ryan's family. I know there's a lot of them.
Yes.
I don't even need to ask him if he had a crush on a cousin when he was little. I don't even need to ask him.
You didn't know you was just a stupid
How about
kid.
this?
You put
How
a
about
little
this?
outfit.
I bet he can name 3 cousins he had a crush on when he was little. Okay.
Look, Ryan is from the same county Bubba and I are from. I know he made out with a cousin.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I bet you dated one in high school.
Did you marry one? I bet a cousin wore you jersey. Let's go to Amanda in Jasper.
There was a lot of Greenwoods. A lot of them.
Let's go to Amanda in Jasper. Hey, Amanda, how you doing?
Hi, monkey grass.
Hey, welcome, Amanda.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I just wanted to say I've been listening to y'all for about 5 years, and I just really love your show.
We have a good time. Thank you for being part of it.
Well, you're welcome. And I just called to say, actually, that my husband had dated, like, his 5th or 6th cousin.
All right, see, this 5th and 6th.
Yeah, I think you're all right.
But what was the funny thing was they went to church one Sunday, and he went in holding her hand, and his brother went around introducing and said, and by the way, this is our cousin Dottie.
And he didn't know it at the time?
Well, no, he did know it, but everybody at church didn't know it, and there he is holding his cousin's hand.
Well, look, your brother always help you out in situations like that.
Speaking from experience, your brother's always there to help you.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
One of these, if we knew that somebody was dating their cousin, we would put up a billboard.
Yeah.
And just let them see it on the way to work.
Yeah.
Well, Rick, you stole your cousin. You stole your cousin from your brother.
Well, that's cool. That's true. That is true. That is true.
So, I mean.
Yeah, sure. Matter of fact, how it worked is I started talking to her about I thought it was inappropriate how they seem to be liking each other. All right, let's go to Julie in Andalusia.
You want to see the boathouse?
Andalusia. Hello, Julie.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing good. I have to say, first of all, that this is like watching a Chinese movie because, you know, you're getting it about 3 seconds after I say it on TV. So this is really weird. I'm waiting for the subtitles to roll across the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, you need to listen to your telephone, not the TV or the radio.
Yeah, because in a minute, Godzilla's coming after you. Yeah, well,
Godzilla.
What's on your mind, Julie?
Okay, my grandparents on my mother's side, her father and mother were first cousins.
Whoa!
And I knew they were cousins, but I didn't realize how close they were. My grandmother passed away recently in September. And, you know, we got to talking about it, and I realized that grandmother, lived in Crenshaw County with her father, and my grandfather lived in Covington County, you know, with his family.
Mm-hmm.
They never saw each other, kind of like one of y'all were saying earlier. You know, they never saw each other. So when they went up for visits, you know, and they met, and in meeting, they decided to get married, you know, dated for a while, whatever. And then one of her sisters and one of his brothers, they married too.
Easy. How about this?
Found out later.
How about this? Your family tree shouldn't look like a bamboo stalk.
I thought, Mother,
let's get some branches on that thing.
Let's bring in some fresh blood here somewhere.
Then my grandfather, his father was married 3 different times, and his second wife, which is my grandfather's mother, they were related somehow. I know
Well, you know what? I'm
mother.
just glad all these stereotypes about the South are not correct.
I'll
That's all
tell you
I.
what.
Hey, that's my relief here
Julie,
today.
so are these your blood relatives?
Yes.
Do you have kind of a big head?
Really?
Well, no, that's I don't.
Not physically. Hey, not physically, I don't.
Okay. Well, that's a fair question.
You're going off the family, you do.
That's it, brother. Christopher Columbus is out.
He's switching with his forehead right now.
By the way, he's my meter too, and he fuels me and makes me work.
Yeah, sure.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today on a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. We'll be in Hebrews chapter 9. All right, so I think maybe a better move if you do have problems with pests, rather than trying to find RFK, Junior, you could just call Cook's Pest Control. Cook's Pest Control and the Rick and Bubba Show, we've been partnering for years, and they are the best in the business, bar none. And the good news is right now you could have them come and evaluate your property really with no obligation to use them, even though we say that you should. But, I mean, if you want somebody that can take care of things like ants, spiders, fleas, ticks, rodents, termites, nesting wasps, roaches, other bugs and critters, they are the ones. And, look, when it comes to the Centricon termite protection, nothing is better than that. I mean, it builds a fortress around your property, and you don't have to deal with termites ruining your property. So if you'd like to talk to them, it's real simple. Just go to cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com. You also can find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, and you can sing like us. Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. Bubba, we also see, Hurricane Beryl. I did not, we saw all of the trouble and the flooding that Span warned about that was coming to Houston, Texas.
Yeah, well, they've had it bad.
It looks like that the new NRG Stadium, the home of the Houston, Texas, took some damage.
Houston Texans.
Texans, I'm sorry, took some damage. Yeah. So they're talking about how bad it was. They're trying to get to the extent of the damage, but hopefully, they said we'll get back to normal operations sooner than later. It was a Category 1 when it came ashore. But, like Span was talking, Bubba, and you were talking, Houston is one of those cities that was built in a bowl. And so when you have that kind of flooding and that kind of rain, buddy, you get flooding real quick. So anyway, they're not really scheduled to play there. At least the Texans aren't until August 17th, but that's not that far away.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, so there you go.
You realize we're in July now, 7th month. This is the last month that we will start that doesn't have a football game.
Well, you know what?
Next month we kick them off again.
You're right, and I'm actually excited about that.
Yep.
So we always say, bring on football season. It's a lot of fun. So it'll be, and this year, as far as college football, it's going to be more fun than ever. Yeah. I mean, this is going to be a blast. And I'm just going to kind of drop all the, hey, I'm a purist and all this kind of stuff. I've just become a fan. I just want to have a Saturday afternoon or Saturday evening where I'm going, I want to see a good game.
Yeah.
And I think I'm in pretty good position for that. Speaking of that, video 6, Bubba, South Carolina Anderson University. You familiar with this at all?
I'm not really familiar with it. I saw the story. It was kind of bizarre.
Well, I mean, you start doing these promotional videos. Of course, I think our favorite will still always be when we had Lane Kiffin at FIU. And when he looked like somebody woke him up on the couch.
He had a shirt that was too big.
He tried to get people to come play for the Owls.
Yeah.
And do you remember that?
Yeah. It was, you couldn't really. It's almost like he wasn't into it.
But
he was like, what?
when you talk about some images that can be kind of sensitive.
Yeah.
Those of you that can't see it, we have it's
I
gone
think
viral.
I think I know what's going on. Here.
I do too,
and I
but-
think I know what they're trying to do.
Yeah, you have a player who is a black man with another player who also is black, but the player is bound in chains and being walked like a dog onto the field for a promotional video.
I don't know about this one, guys.
Yeah, so I'm with you, Bubba. I think I know what they're trying to do here, but
is he supposed to be like a dog?
Yeah,
he's saying like I've got this killer dog that we're holding back, and we're about to let him loose.
Right. Yeah.
But again, you see that there's some visual problems there.
Well, I think anytime, just the times we're living in, you got to be a little smarter about what you throw out there, and
well, they'll probably be all right now if it had been anybody else.
Well, yeah, you definitely wouldn't want the coach being the one holding the chain. I don't think you want that at all.
Bad visual for sure.
Yeah, so that one not.
Yeah, I think I understand what they're trying to do. It's just maybe a little questionable.
They're a small private university in Anderson.
Yeah. So well, there you go.
South Carolina.
Like I say, I think they might be okay because of some of the imagery could have been worse. But there you go. So. Also, we have this.
The people most offended by that will be white liberals.
That is correct. On behalf
of everyone.
On behalf of all black people. So, and I'm always thankful when white liberals do that on behalf of people with color. Let's. Did you see the thing too at Yellowstone? They had a guy that died in a gunfight with the Rangers at Yellowstone National Park.
That don't happen much.
And now the suspects, what they're now calling a chilling plan, has been revealed. Apparently, there was an alleged plot of this gunman, and he was he got into the fight, obviously, but he got gunned down on the 4th of July. I just now heard about this. He's 28. Of course, families were there to celebrate the weekend. And so they went and got in the gunfight, took him out. But there was a plot to carry out a mass shooting on the 4th of July at these holiday parties at the national park. So apparently this guy had an elaborate plan, and we're thankful to the Rangers for shooting that down. If you notice, when the Rangers get ready for something like this, they've got firepower.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They do.
And thank
you thought it was bison you had to worry about.
Yeah, and thank goodness. They were able to take out this suspect before he carried out his horrible plan. But this was going to be another one of those mass shooting deals, and he was picking the 4th of July.
Wow.
With people gathering for their parties and celebrating the Independence Day, and he was going to go there and shoot the place up.
That's why you stay strapped.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah. Is that a word for?
Yeah, carrying.
Okay.
Yeah. So I wondered if a family member tipped the Rangers off and said, "Hey, okay,
family,
we got something brewing
here."
Hey,
can we just and thank you for this family member? Can we all agree if your loved one or someone you know in your family is plotting to do a mass shooting and kill everybody on Independence Day and you know about it, go ahead and let everybody know. Go ahead. Right. Yeah. This is not a person you probably care whether your relationship with them is damaged in any way, shape, or form.
No.
But
and it actually shows that you love them too. To call.
That's true.
Yes.
I mean, so don't think that.
Of course, he's dead now. But I mean,
right?
but,
Because he wouldn't stand down. But I mean, at least that's the only fatality.
Well, yeah. What you were trying to do is to give this person their best shot. Now, no pun intended, but they tried something that I fought the law and the law won.
That's right.
But your job is to give them the best opportunity, not to commit this and protect other people.
Yeah.
But
that's a tough call. But
look, we all love family and all that, and as Bubba said many times, we can pick our friends, we can't pick them. But but if you see something like that brewing, let everybody know about it.
There were so many fireworks up and down my street. I thought there was gunfire out there. But let me tell you something. Some folks showed out. They spent some money.
Yeah,
and not the bottle rockets. I'm talking about the ones that rattle the dishes.
Yeah, the big ones.
Good night.
Yeah. Well, the beauty is if you live in like our state where fireworks are plenty, we can crank it up. I mean, let's face it. Many times you've thought. I think Bubba, you mentioned this where you were. Many times you'll look and say, "Well, look at there. there's a professional fireworks show going on at some town or something, and I can just see it from my house.
Yeah.
And then you realize, wait a minute, that's my neighbor.
Yeah, that's somebody's house.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this one I went to has been going on for years, and I don't know how much money they spent. It had to be upward of 50, 60K. I don't see how it couldn't be.
Well, our dad, Greg, could put on as good a fireworks show as you've ever seen. You know, when you've got the inside track, you know, to somebody that runs fireworks stands.
Yeah, they give you all the good stuff.
And they give
the
you all the good
borderline
stuff.
illegal stuff.
Right. And some of the instructions on it were light and run.
Yeah.
Well, my papaw, he would. I've told y'all this. He had a little tree out front, and he would tie just little firecrackers. He would tie them together, and I promise you, it would go from the lowest branch to the ground, and the family would get around, and he'd light that puppy up. And I think they would go. In my mind, I had him going off for like 10 minutes.
Oh yeah,
you know,
and then boy, they leave a mess.
Oh, do they?
And y'all couldn't wait.
Oh, the smoke.
Couldn't wait.
Paper everywhere.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Lawn chairs all around the front yard. Neighbors are coming over.
Sure. Back up, Terry.
Back up, Terry.
Put it in reverse, Terry.
Terry.
Oh, Terry.
Oh, Terry.
More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Mandatory you have one, right. Even if the whole ladder failed.
Right.
You would be dangling in a tree. Now, granted, that's not a position you want,
but it's better than the other.
It beats going 30 foot end over end to the ground.
And some of these things are only as big as your rear end. I mean, you
about as big as a skillet.
The kick of the gun could knock you out of the tree if you got off balance or something.
Yeah. And make sure you take a cushion if you're gonna go to one of these.
Yeah, because you're gonna be there.
That's why they had a stack of them inside.
Yeah.
And plus I was in it for the long haul anyway, so
you realize
the entire day.
Don one stayed all day.
Yeah, he said he was going all day, which is
he was long. You got caught up in it. See, it was very manly down there.
Yeah, Speedy and I said, hey, we're in it for the long haul. You know, I don't care about anybody else. We're in it for the long haul. We end up being the only two that stayed for the long haul.
Yes, it took sandwiches and we never saw you again.
You know what? I carried sandwiches, but I got into mine about 8 o'clock that morning, and then that long haul feeling of my stomach growling started about 11, and then you just barely smell like cooking going on. Well, I'm like the deer then. I can smell anything.
So somebody,
has Bubba got chili on?
Somebody told me as I was headed out, Bubba's in for the long haul. I say, I will see Bubba back at this house somewhere around 11. They said, oh, no, he took sandwiches. I said, trust me on this one. You know what I mean?
Well, see, I was in it for the long haul, and the long haul was a little long.
It's real long.
I mean, how about I'm sitting up in the tree and like I'm just there. Nothing's going on because I'm not seeing any action, not seeing any deer or anything. I mean, I'm starting to get tired a little bit, and I'm like, hey.
Yeah, you didn't sleep because you got caught up in that no sleep Friday night.
I didn't get any sleep hardly.
Todd Jones wouldn't let any of us sleep, and then he got Gerald Cates on his side, and it was over there.
The little sleep I tried to get, Ryan was honking in there, and I couldn't, you know.
Yeah. So Ryan honks too.
He's a honker.
So does JT.
He's up there.
So you caught your little nap in the stand?
I caught an unexpected nap in the tree stand.
See, that's the thing. You can pass out up in that tree and wake up and not know who you are.
How about I had no intentions of going to sleep? Yeah. I'm sitting up there. I had no intentions of going to sleep.
None, because you're looking for deer.
You didn't even feel sleepy.
I got my harness on like I like it, you know, tight, you know.
Good thing.
Of course, I wake up looking down at the ground. I wake up just like this. I got my rifle around my lap like this.
Hanging in the safety harness.
Hey, how about I wake up and I grab onto the back of that tree?
So you went to sleep.
Hey, and you're high.
You're leaning forward.
Yeah.
And that harness is all that's holding you from going end over end to the ground.
I wake up looking at the ground, and that's not a good feeling.
Y'all realize Don Juan goes to sleep, wakes up hanging upside down in that harness.
Is just tight.
That's what it's supposed to do.
Hey, safety. That harness, I had to have it on.
Hey,
God bless
you'd have been in trouble without it.
That's why they have harnesses on the tree stand. Everybody, hey, make sure you buckle up.
I did. How about I want the buckle to be a little better than this? Do y'all? How about this? Especially after that, I want like a wire, like a big clamp that you can.
I want a double buckle.
Well, I did the same thing. Cause we didn't get to sleep in. I did the same thing, and I've got mine. I get snuffed up here, and I'm up against the tree, and I'm like, and I'm looking, I go. and look, and I've got me some some water. I've got me my various types of gloves for whatever the situation. Look, I've got my two-way here. And I look at all that, and it's all just like I like it. And all of a sudden, next thing I know, I go, and I wake up and I go, man, I ain't seen nothing. And look, and I didn't know how long I've been. Also, I look down around the tree. There's a two-way. There's a bottle. Well, all of it just boom, boom.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. So, a couple things that we mentioned earlier in the week. I had some people follow up on an email. You know, Bubba, people all the time are talking about how they can't wait for for us to give movie reviews if we see one. And so I guess I mentioned in passing about this new Western that Kevin Costner has put out in theaters called Horizon. And then I had people following up going, well, you mentioned it and you said, you didn't think it was that great, but you didn't really, did you see it or you just hear it? And I said, well, it's a tough situation because, it's kind of like, over the years, Bubba, you and I have had restaurants we like and we're pulling for them. And you realize they're not going to stay in business, and we try to do everything we can to keep them alive.
Right.
I have no ill intent toward a Western from Kevin Costner. I mean, I don't know that I could have been pulling for a movie any harder than I was.
Right.
Because
first, almost felt like it was a home run, no brainer.
Yeah, and look, I love Westerns. I always have. And I enjoy them. And I, some of the stuff, that 1812 stuff and all that, that I know the Paramount stuff did. Now, I didn't watch Yellowstone. I tried it to begin with, but, it's almost like the daughter character was just so foul. I was just like,
yeah, hard to
But
follow.
I know that
the two spinoffs were good.
Yeah, and the two spinoffs that were good. I did watch those. But anyway, so it seems like that Costner maybe got caught up in that and enjoyed that experience. And thought that he would leave all those really talented people that write those screenplays and those stories, and I guess he thought he knew enough about it, and he and he's definitely excited about the West. I've seen him doing stuff on, even documentaries.
That
and
looks
stuff.
great.
And so I was like, hey, okay. Now I knew I should have thought about this because it was over the 4-day weekend, and you try. It's very rare, those of you that are maybe considering being married, it's very rare that a husband, barring his wife going out of town or doing something with lady friends, it's very, very difficult for you to get to watch a movie you want to watch. Most of the time, you end up watching what they want to watch, and then you try to find a way to find things that maybe both of you can like. But I Sherry was like, hey, we're doing this. Like I told you, just the two of us this last weekend. And she said, we were eating somewhere near the movie theater. And she said, you want to walk over and see what movie's playing? Yeah. And I said, sure. And I said, I kept kind of pulling for this Horizon movie. And she said, what is that? And I said, well, it's a Western with Kevin Costner. And she goes, yeah, Western. And I looked down, and I guess when I looked down, I should have been cautious when I saw Horizon American Saga Chapter 1.
Yeah, there is another one coming up.
When I saw that,
that should have been a caution flag. Chapter 1. Okay, so I'm just basically going to go spend, and then I look down. Time of movie 3 hours and like 11
3
minutes.
hours. Rick, you can't stay in there.
And I thought, and I just blew through those caution flags, and because I thought I think I just want to see a good Western.
Yeah.
I don't have anything really to do today. So what? You know, this is that thing too, where these thunderstorms keep coming in and heavy rain. You know, these hot days, and I'm like, well, we haven't been to the theater in a while. I like to go to the theater and see a movie, don't y'all? I enjoy that.
I like the experience. Yeah, the big screen, man.
I've done it, but
Now I tell you what I don't like. I don't like wasting 3 hours and feeling like that I didn't get anywhere. And so you know when you're pulling for something, it's so sad. I even found myself when I knew the movie was getting away from us and I could tell that Sherry had lost interest, where if anything happened that was remotely going to go, ooh, I start making noises.
Here we go.
Hey, what about this guy?
Watch it.
I don't know what this is or what Mr. Costner is doing.
Could you not follow the storyline?
Well, you don't just get one storyline. You get about 5.
People say that's the thing too. You know, and going back in time and back to current, and back in time. We can't. Every movie's like that.
We can't get anything. They would show
3
us,
years earlier. Well,
they
I've
would
been watching it for 30.
I kept thinking. Let me tell you where I was foolish. Is the first time we left one storyline and went to another. I thought they were connected.
Okay.
I thought what we got here is we got various people trying to get to the West. And settle.
Story and none of them have to do anything with each other.
And they don't have anything to do with each other.
Oh.
And I'm like, you know, like, can we tie it all together and
separate?
And the part that I wasn't really ready for, you know, the good news is there's really only one thing I can think of. There's like 2 things in there that are a little bit rough as far as, you know, they're trying to, you know, make a point about something, and it's not anything graphic or horrible, but it's a little more, you know, it can get a little okay. But anyway, so that, but anyway, what I wasn't prepared for is we had gotten so long in this movie and so invested, and you just kept waiting for it to land, and all of a sudden I looked down at my phone. And I realized we're at the 2 hour, 45 minute mark.
Wow.
This thing's about to be over.
We ain't even close to wrapping
This thing's about to be over. And
something got to give.
At 2 hours and 45 minutes.
You got to come back and watch the second one.
This is how bad it got. Sherry said, you know, on second thought, I think I may go get something from the concession stand. At first she said no.
$2.45?
Yeah. And so I'm like.
I may go pay the fence and be back.
And when she left, I said, I think. And then when she left, 2 things happened that we were waiting on to give us some idea about a change in the storyline. But you had to get a change in like 5 storylines. And then what happened next, I couldn't even believe it. I'm sitting there and I go, I don't know how they get this thing landed in 11 minutes. Okay. And then I realized they're not going to.
Yeah.
And then to make it even weirder, they don't just end and then tell you chapter 2 coming or anything. All of a sudden, they just start running a bunch of highlights of things that's going to happen, like a preview.
In the next one, yeah.
Yeah, but they don't tell you what it is.
Also, they just start.
Just all of a sudden, these different scenes start rolling. These different people that you have been introduced to, they're all doing different, and there seems to be things are moving. They give you sort of
like a tease,
but it's really long. It's not like. And then all of a sudden, when that finally ends, none of it that's related to what you just saw. It's not a continuation. It's just a bunch of little clips. And then all of a sudden, screenplay by Kevin Costner comes up on the screen.
Well, good news, Rick. August 16th, you can finish it.
Okay.
So the 2 chapters are a little less than 2 months apart on release.
But listen, y'all don't understand. The audience was so confused. I'm not exaggerating.
Nobody knew whether to leave or not?
No one knew what to do. Everybody just sat there. And then I heard some like behind me go, was that it? and then I looked around and Sherry sat down and said, "Is the movie up?"
It's getting horrible.
And I said, "I think it is." And it's almost like you begin.
So
like
y'all in August.
You were so committed. It's almost like you said, "I'm going to sit here and hope something else comes on the screen." You know, I mean, it maybe
I've got to have some closure.
At this point, I'm almost willing to give you 4 hours if you'll just resolve something.
When it comes to our people that we're fans of, we have selective memory. And don't forget, he did do Waterworld.
I thought about
Waterworld and the Postman.
Are people there are people being negative about this? Has anybody used the line, "This is Waterworld in the West"?
That's a good one.
Because it felt that way. It felt so. I appreciate the attempt. The actors in it are good. I hate to say it. They're just the screenplay and it's just not very good. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, you're just kind of like
too much.
This is real fragmented. Can I tell modern day movie makers? Listen, just on behalf of all of us, okay? We're not going to think you less artistic if you have resolution.
Yeah.
Right.
It's okay to resolve some of these things.
The weirdest ending is considered high. That's all.
That doesn't mean you're artsy. It might mean you're just lazy. It's okay to land the plane and resolve everything.
Yeah.
It's okay.
That's the way we used to do it.
We can have a real ending.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and